Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
It has been a while since Dumbledore and Lupin were murdered. Kaysen sat leisurely on the sofa, feeling the sunlight coming in from the floor-to-ceiling windows. Looking at Sirius, who was working hard not far away, he felt that his life was already very happy at this point. A job that I like, harmonious relationships with colleagues. The little wizards are all very cute, and although the boss doesn't like to do PUA, the salary is considerable, and there are people who are willing to help with all the farm work that I take on. It's awesome. Ding, ding, ding. As the crystal ball on the desk lit up, Kaysen didn't move. The force field spread out from him and pressed the crystal ball down. Soon the four little ones rode from the door to him. "Professor, guess what we have been tinkering with for a long time without coming to see you during break time?" Harry said with a shy smile. "Take it out and let me see. There is tea in the cabinet. It's still green tea." Kaysen sat up straight and looked at the four small boxes that the little wizards placed on the coffee table one by one. As for what was in the box, he knew with his knees that it contained the Wither Amulet. Otherwise, these little wizards would never have come to him to take credit. In fact, it cannot be said that it was a few little wizards. It should be just Hermione. After all, compared to Harry, Neville, and Ron, the three unreliable ones, Hermione has some dignity and would not do anything that has no bottom line. Kaysen looked around at the four Wither Amulets. The small withers inside were roaring silently. Although the shell was not well made, the core withers inside were intact. It was the shell of Ron's Wither Amulet. Well, although the workmanship is not very good, it can be used. Although I told you privately that you can reduce the amount of gold a little, Ron, you should also find some similar materials such as brass to replace it. You melted the can? Is this cast with molten tin? Ron scratched his head a little embarrassedly. I really can't find brass in school. You can go find your twin brothers. They have everything. Kaysen returned the Wither Amulets to the four people. At this time, Neville also made tea and poured a cup for Kaysen and pushed it over. "Thanks. Then, Professor, what did you promise me?" Harry came over and asked with a smile. "Tomorrow I will be looking for someone to help me clean up the Dementors in the auditorium. You all raise your hands. I will make the decision on who to call." Kaysen said happily after taking a sip of tea. "Who else are you going to look for, Professor?" Harry asked. "Besides you, there are a few other little wizards whose parents haven't signed yet. I plan to call them all." Kaysen responded. "Oh, Professor, have we passed?" Hermione asked with sparkling eyes. "I passed the test. What's wrong?" "Well, Professor Snape seemed to be in a bad mood during class these 2 days." Hermione said shyly, and Kaysen found the key point of Hermione's words. "Oh, have you been deducted a lot of points by Snape during this period?" The four little ones nodded somewhat embarrassedly. 40 points deducted from Gryffindor, isn't that right?" Kaysen accidentally stumbled halfway through his words. Looking at the frightened four little ones, he quickly waved his hand and changed his words. "Add 40 points, 40 points for Gryffindor." The four little ones breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Professor. Please don't make a mistake next time. It's too scary. Would you like to sit for a while longer?" The four little ones shook their heads in unison. "No, Professor, there is another potions class in the afternoon." Oh my God. As the four little ones left, Sirius came over bouncing with a gardener's bag on his back. Professor Bruce, this is..." Neville looked at the small bag on Bruce's back with some curiosity. "Well, that's right. Gone is your gentle alchemy professor, and now sitting before you is Professor Kaysen, who every passing dog needs help with his work." "Understood, Professor." Neville nodded, then quickly patted his friends on the back. At this moment, there were almost growing 10 or 8 more legs on the spot. Kaysen shrugged. He took out another teacup and poured a cup of tea for Sirius. "Try it. Any wine?" asked Sirius. "You know where the wine is." Sirius nodded and walked towards the wine cabinet, where he took another wine glass. "Hey, wait, too," Kaysen said quickly. Sirius shrugged and took out another wine glass. Soon, both of them sat on the sofa and drank slowly. Until the next morning, Kaysen climbed out of bed, rubbed his face, and glanced at the time. Very good, it's breakfast time now. He changed his clothes and then teleported into the auditorium. He went from table to table to promote his job of cleaning up Dementors like a sales pitch. All he needed was a young wizard who could successfully make a wither amulet and did not have a parent signature. Of course, he also had to be in the 3rd grade or above, which was another hard requirement besides the wither amulet. Soon after walking around all 4 long tables, he found 3 young wizards who met the requirements perfectly: Harry Potter from Gryffindor, King's Inn from Ravenclaw, and Alia from Slytherin. There is no Hufflepuff in the picture, but it's not that Hufflepuff didn't make the wither charm, but that all Hufflepuffs have signed it. As for the few people, they had discussed it in advance. Their families did not give autographs. However, their parents should be different from Harry's. Harry's uncle and aunt wanted to discuss Harry purely, while the parents on the other 2 sides wanted their children's safety. Okay, everyone follow me. Before that, I need to check your wither amulets. Take them out. Kaysen reached out and took 3 wither amulets. After making sure that there were no flaws on the shell and that the wither was in normal condition, he returned the wither amulets to the little wizards. Okay, little wizards, follow me in charge. Kaysen waved to the little wizards. The next moment, the force field directly enveloped them. The Ender teleport was activated and they appeared directly outside the Hogwarts territory. Follow me and don't fall behind. Our mission is to expel as many Dementors as possible from Hogsmeade. By the way, Professor, we use the wither to drive away the Dementors. So where is your wither amulet? Oh, I'll just be casual, Kaysen said as he took out Soul Sand and Wither Skull and walked in front, leading a large wither. The 3 little wizards behind Kaysen looked at the big guy in front of them and then looked at the little ones in their hands. Professor, what do you use? Oh, I'll just use anything I like. Asking for gifts, family members. Kimson, east. That's your 9 o'clock direction. Alia, don't let that Dementor get away. Harry, I have taught you so many times to kill the old and the young first. Why don't you respect the old and love the young at other times? The 4 of them seemed ready to clear out all the Dementors around Hogwarts in the entire morning, but they probably couldn't do it for the time being. It cannot be said that it is impossible, but it is unnecessary. Keeping 1 or 2 Dementors can urge young wizards to learn the Patronus Charm or the Wither Amulet. Soon, the Wither Amulets in the hands of Harry and the other 2 were fed to full by the Dementors, and Professor McGonagall also came from a distance. Kaysen, are you okay? Professor McGonagall asked. Fortunately, I haven't seen such a sky for a long time. Usually, it is gloomy here whenever the Dementors are here. Kaysen said. That's no problem. Professor McGonagall glanced past Kaysen and looked at the 3 people behind him. In fact, she could only see 1 person now, and that was the dazed Harry. As for the other 2, Kingsley and Alia, they hid behind Kaysen early on. Although Kaysen had said before that he would let them stay outside, he did not say that Professor McGonagall agreed to this, so they naturally hid behind Kaysen. Maybe Professor McGonagall would turn a blind eye and let it go. But Harry had no such awareness at all, and just waved at Professor McGonagall openly. Kingsley and Alia kept giving Harry looks, asking him not to hide, but to at least turn his back to give Professor McGonagall an excuse to play dumb. But Harry continued to perform steadily. Hello. Professor McGonagall was very upset. She was a little unsure whether she should pretend not to see Harry or just take him away. However, when she thought about how these poor little wizards had worked so hard for such a long time in the early morning, well, that's fine. Professor McGonagall nodded and hurried back to the castle, fearing that if they stayed here any longer, she would be unable to resist taking Harry and the others away. Professor McGonagall will be coming out with the little wizards soon. Go find the places you agreed with your friends and reserve seats in advance. This is a hard-won opportunity. Kaysen waved his hand and made the 3 little wizards break up into small pieces and quickly disappear in front of him, and also in front of Professor McGonagall, who was coming back soon. He went to the 3 Broomsticks bar in advance. A few professors who had nothing to do decided to go for a few drinks, and Kaysen also decided to go there in advance to grab a seat. Soon he pushed open the door of the 3 Broomsticks and saw Ms. Rostamer still standing behind the bar, wiping the clean cup with a clean towel. "It's much better than the pig's head bar next door. What would you like, Professor Kaysen?" Ms. Rostamer smiled like a Gryffindor. As a fair bar owner, she should not have done such an unethical thing as adding ingredients to customers' drinks. "But who made me be entrusted with this task?" "Have a brandy," said Kaysen. Soon the brandy was placed in front of him, but before he could drink it, the four deans and Hagrid Lupin came over and walked towards the table that Kaysen had occupied long ago. "It's been a long time since I saw such a clear sky. Fudge and the current Ministry of Magic are really useless," Sister Hagrid said as she sat next to Hagrid. I've heard Dumbledore say before that the previous Ministry of Magic didn't do much with personnel. This isn't a question of who is the minister." Kaysen complained casually. "Yes, the wizarding world has now basically developed into Hogwarts and the great wizards in the wild. At least I've lived for such a long time and have never seen the Ministry of Magic do anything remarkable." Professor Flitwick added, "It's a little different from before. At least the Ministry of Magic has broken many records since Fudge came to power, such as the first minister to have his arm chopped off in the office and the first Ministry of Magic to let a prisoner escape from Azkaban. Professor McGonagall did not let the Ministry of Magic go either. Lupin, you know Sirius Black so well. Where do you think he is now?" Hagrid asked Lupin after drinking 2 cups of food essence. Lupin shook his head blankly. He couldn't possibly say that Sirius was now working as a hard-working gardener in the Alchemy office, right? "If I find that guy, I will never let him go. I will tear him into 2 pieces," Hagrid said with a red face. Kaysen looked at Hagrid in surprise. Logically speaking, today's topic shouldn't be this, and with Hagrid's level, he shouldn't get drunk so quickly. Then he subconsciously lowered his head, only to see that the glass of brandy on his desk had been empty at some point, and the same was true for the empty whiskey glass next to Hagrid. The problem is that brandy and whiskey shouldn't make you drunk so quickly. Hagrid is a giant, and in his eyes, an alcohol engine is no different from a chocolate with a liquor filling. Harry, who originally wanted to come to the 3 Broomsticks to buy some cooked food, while wearing an invisibility cloak, was in trouble because of a dinner party of several professors. He didn't know whether he should wait for an opportunity to order food secretly, or go out now and let others come by it. But before he could make up his mind, he heard Snape's voice. It's really fate that Sirius Black was as close as a brother to Harry's father James Potter, but in the end he betrayed the Potter family, causing the Dark Lord to find the address of James' family. I remember Sirius Black was also Harry Potter's godfather. Haha, with such a godfather, I'm looking forward to their meeting. Snape's eyes were fixed on an empty space not far behind Kaysen. If Harry had not been so surprised by what Snape had just said that he was fixed there, he would have been able to see Snape's playful eyes through the invisibility cloak. It's a pity that he can't see it now, or he didn't notice it. On the other side, Kaysen and Lupin didn't care about what Snape said. After all, except the 3 of them, no one else at the table knew the truth about Sirius, so it was completely understandable that Snape scolded Sirius now. And the person he was scolding was Snape, which made it even more harmonious. No matter how much he scolded, he would not be wrong. After all, everyone at the table knew the hatred between him and Sirius. As the saying goes, the enemy knows a person better than the person himself. As the number 1 enemy of Harry's father James Potter, Snape not only studied the personnel configuration of James and the other 3 in detail, but also focused on their equipment configuration. There is not much to say about this equipment. The main thing is that James Potter and Sirius Black have chain metal equipment besides wands, the first of which is the invisibility cloak. It can be said irresponsibly that Snape's understanding of the invisibility cloak is much higher than that of the 2 generations of Potter combined, so he was able to accurately find the inappropriate visual fluctuations in the bar. When he realized that it was Harry's invisibility cloak, he decisively said these words which were not true, but very objective. Anyway, even if the person who can use the invisibility cloak is not Harry himself, it must be his friend. What he said will eventually reach Harry's ears, and his goal will be achieved. After all, his former enemy lived in the same castle as himself. For the sake of Dumbledore and Kaysen, he was already being very considerate by not secretly using dark magic to curse Sirius. If he did not cause any trouble, he would be too generous. But Harry, on the other side, was different. He followed a wizard who was leaving the bar, walked out through the briefly open door, and soon returned to a remote place that the other little wizards had agreed on in advance. "How about it, Harry? What did you buy?" Ron and Neville already felt themselves drooling a little. "I didn't buy anything." Harry pulled off the invisibility cloak and threw it roughly to the ground, but the invisibility cloak was so light that it didn't even make sound. "What's wrong, Harry?" Hermione, who was sitting in the corner reading a book, looked up and asked curiously. "I forget it. I'll tell you." Harry was a little hesitant at first. He knew very well that if his friends knew what he had just heard, they would definitely stop his plan, but now he really needed someone to talk to. Harry briefly told everyone he had heard in the bar and took a deep breath. "What do you want to do now?" "Kill him," Harry said firmly. "How can you kill a little wizard in the 3rd grade?" Hermione was tough for once. She wanted to use this tone to force Harry, at least to let Harry know his own weight. "Why can't I kill? Besides being a wizard, I am also a human being. I have hands and feet. I don't need a wand. I can use a knife, a gun, and I can even bite with my teeth." Neville and the others looked at each other and asked, "Don't you have any other plans? For example, wait a few years until you have learned enough and then go find him." "Then why don't I just wait for him to die of old age?" Harry complained. Hermione closed her eyes weakly, and soon she opened them again. "Listen, Harry, you are a little crazy now. You know that? You don't want Sirius to die now, but to die. But I don't know what your motive is. Do you want to go to another world to accompany your uncle and aunt? Or do you think that this shows that you miss them very much?" Neville patted Hermione on the back awkwardly. "That's a bit mean." "Harry won't listen to anything without being mean right now," Ron explained. "Oh, you are really good at talking. Your parents are still alive, and you have been raised in a sugar jar. Of course you can't understand me," Harry said sarcastically. "You can go find Professor Kaysen." "Professor Kaysen is an orphan," Neville said again at an inappropriate time. "Ahem. Having an accident or not having seen your parents is different from having your parents killed," Ron reminded in a low voice. "Oh yes, that reminds me." Hermione reacted, and then circled around Harry and said, "Look at you. Your parents were killed by Voldemort when you were a child. Fortunately, they left you a lot of gold galleons. And now you are still hunting down Sirius, which can be regarded as fighting against evil forces. An orphan, rich, fighting against evil. Do you think you're Batman? Are you Batman?" Batman knows that it's a dead end for a child to go against evil forces, but he chose to improve himself. Why can't you do the same? Harry's heart was blinded by hatred, and Hermione's words were like a sharp knife, peeling away the hatred layer by layer. It took him a long time to regain his sanity. "Now, let's see what choice Harry, with his normal IQ, would make," Hermione asked, hugging her shoulders. Harry pursed his lips. "Which professor do you think is the best fighter?" "Professor Kaysen? After all, we haven't seen other professors take action. Of course, if you can convince Headmaster Dumbledore, I will also support you very much. At least now you are thinking about killing Sirius instead of asking Sirius to die," Hermione said with a sigh of relief. "Then let's go find Professor Kaysen, maybe tomorrow. Wait until he sobers up. Did he drink a lot? Maybe I didn't look carefully at the time." The next morning, Sirius was pulling a small cart with breakfast for 2 people on it. He was going to pull the cart from the 3-person office to the auditorium, load the breakfast in the auditorium, and then pull it from the auditorium to the office. It can be said that the shameless Kaysen squeezed the last bit of labor out of Sirius. When Sirius dragged his tired body back to the office with breakfast for 2, he just happened to hear the news about his only godson, Harry Potter, with whom he had a close relationship, although the relationship was one-sided now. What Harry Potter said made him feel as if he had fallen into an icy cave, and he immediately felt as if the sky was falling. "Professor, I want to learn magic." Sirius's dog's face was full of smiles. "What a good boy." Kaysen also asked curiously, "Why did you suddenly think of this?" "I'm going to kill Sirius Black," Harry said firmly. "Oh, woof, woof." Sirius almost bit off his own tongue as his dog mouth opened and closed. "Gifts for family members." Please, please, please. My inspiration for writing novels has not dried up, but my inspiration for painting has dried up. I don't know what to paint. Oh, kill Sirius. Did someone tell you something? Kaysen looked at Sirius, who was lying on the desk with a wronged look on his face, and then looked at Harry and asked, No one told me anything. Sirius is coming to kill me now. Isn't it normal for me to kill him in advance? Harry said seriously, Tell the truth. Kaysen said, Yesterday, I put on my invisibility cloak and wanted to go to the Three Broomsticks to buy some cooked food, Harry said a little embarrassedly. Kaysen pinched his nose bridge helplessly. How should he explain such a thing? If it was some other secret matter, he would just lie. Or if it weren't for that guy Karkaroff, Sirius and Harry would have cried and hugged each other to recognize each other by now. But in the current situation, he couldn't be honest because he still needed to use Peter Pettigrew to lure Karkaroff out. He couldn't lie because Sirius's affairs should have been known to everyone back then, and Harry would be able to find out as long as he asked someone. Want revenge? Kaysen asked. Harry nodded seriously. I'll show you a few ways. Severus Snape is the master of dark magic under Voldemort. Voldemort, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald are not here. In terms of combat intelligence and killing efficiency, he is currently the strongest. Professor McGonagall, the Transfiguration Master, can use Transfiguration to turn a person into a corpse if she wants to. It is a legal killing curse. Professor Flitwick, the dueling champion of the year, very brave in fighting. Or you could go directly to Dumbledore, who would be more than happy to teach you. Harry scratched his head awkwardly. What about you, Professor? Kaysen touched his chin and said, I should be a little bit stronger than Severus. He made a pinching gesture with 2 fingers and said, My magic attack value is relatively high, but if we look at the efficiency of killing enemies, he is much stronger than me. Well, Professor, I think it's enough for me to learn a few tricks from you. There's no need to look for them. Harry said with a smile. It's not that I don't want to teach you. It's just that you just can't learn my magic. Kaysen said helplessly. Professor, can you please demonstrate it to me from the most basic level? I want to see if I have the ability to understand it. After Harry finished speaking, Neville, Hermione, Ron, and the others also stopped pretending to be invisible and poked their heads over again. Kaysen shrugged helplessly. Okay. As he spoke, he waved his hand casually, and various elemental blocks appeared and flowed from his hand. This is my most basic talent. You can think of this as the basic operation of alchemy. After waving his hand to disperse all those things, various magic elements from the mysterious era appeared. These are also elements. Some elements can kill enemies directly, and some can be used for protection, but you still can't learn them. This belongs to advanced alchemy, and you also need to transform your body with alchemy. Forget it, you little wizard. Finally, he took out the new magic art spellbook and said, There are a few spells I configured in here. See how many you can use. Harry took the magic book and tried it. None of them worked. That's right, you can't learn it. Otherwise, why am I the professor of alchemy instead of the professor of defense against the dark arts? Am I not more reliable than Coral Lockhart? Although my alchemy skills are very good. Kaysen said proudly. Then, Professor, do you know those extremely destructive spells? I just need to learn some simple ones. Harry asked. I know nothing about spells. Kaysen said, crossing his legs and spreading his hands. Harry asked confused. Really not. Kaysen spread his hands casually. Don't disbelieve me. I didn't hide anything from you during our 3 years as teacher and student, and I don't intend to hide anything from anyone now. Have you ever seen me use the simplest household magic, like cleaning and repairing? I even use eternal shining light or fluorite for lighting. I don't know charms or transfiguration, let alone dark magic. Kaysen explained helplessly. Then, Professor, if I learn alchemy, when will I be able to have your basic operations? Harry asked without giving up. Well, I don't know. I have this talent, something I was born with. Then I can only go to Professor McGonagall? She will never agree. Harry murmured in despair. You could look for someone else, Professor Flitwick. I'm sorry, I often sleep in charms class. Severus? No, you will never agree to go. What about Dumbledore? Kaysen suggested. Thank you so much, Professor Dumbledore. Harry said embarrassedly. This doesn't work, and that doesn't work? Wait, what about Lupin? Kaysen said suddenly. Professor Lupin? Well, Lupin is absolutely good at the dark arts. Even if you can't learn all of them, just 2 or 3 of them will give you more than 2 moves against Sirius. Will Professor Lupin agree? Harry asked doubtfully. You should have listened more at the 3 broomsticks yesterday. Then you would have known that Lupin was one of your parents' best friends when they were young. Harry's eyes, which had been dimming, suddenly lit up like a light bulb. Professor Lupin is a good friend of my parents? Why didn't he tell me before? Kaysen coughed awkwardly twice, but soon he found a way to make up for it. Well, you're his friend child after all. As a professor, he certainly can't tell you. Otherwise, if he gives you extra points, it will be easily misunderstood as abuse of power for personal gain, special treatment, etc. Then why didn't I know about it before he became a professor? Harry asked. In the 1st grade, he was still a werewolf. I was afraid that he would infect you with the werewolf virus, and that there would be some rumors against you after he met you. Although he returned to normal in the 2nd grade, he still had a lot of enemies to deal with. He still didn't dare to look for you, fearing that his enemies would look for you if they couldn't catch him, just like Greyback during the holidays. Kaysen explained. Oh, I see. I understand, Professor. So shall we go find Professor Lupin now? Said Harry. Close the door when you leave, and remember to get me some fries from the kitchen next time you come. After saying this, Kaysen watched Harry and the others leave the office. He also quickly picked up Sirius, and a magic made him fly to Lupin's office. Tell him about the compensation I just gave to Lupin. Don't let it get out of hand. If anything goes wrong, your weekend break will be cancelled. Kaysen shouted. Sirius made an anthropomorphic OK gesture with his dog's paw. It was a brand new day again. Draco pushed open the door of the Alchemy office. He couldn't suppress the corners of his mouth when he was driving the boat, but he still pursed his lips seriously. There's no one else here. You can laugh out loud, Draco said as Kaysen approached. Oh, well, next time. Draco nodded and then took out a very delicate envelope-like object from his pocket. Professor, I would like to invite you to spend Christmas at Malfoy Manor. After hearing what Draco said, Kaysen just shook his head frantically. No, it's not anything else. The main reason is that I'm really not used to spending Christmas at someone else's house. Other things include eating and sleeping at someone else's house. Mind telling me why, Professor? Draco asked. This is a character issue and has nothing to do with anything else. I am a person with a strong sense of boundaries. After Kaysen finished speaking, he quickly added in his mind, in front of unfamiliar people. Oh, what do you do during your holidays? Draco asked. No. Then my father would like to invite you to visit our home and discuss alchemy. Although I think there must be some delicate alchemy device that he would like you to repair. Sometimes life is so casual. It is obviously the same thing, but you just need to change the way you say it. Kaysen naturally transformed the holiday into work in his mind. Rather than spending Christmas at the Malfoy family during the holidays, it would be more acceptable for him to work overtime during the holidays to visit the Malfoy family and repair the chain metal device. After all, you only need to do what you should do and say what you should say. You don't even have to eat. When you go home at noon, you'll still have time to order a Christmas pizza. Delicious. Then, Professor, will you come directly with me then? Draco asked. When the time comes, please make an appointment with Mr. Lucius and tell me. I will go there by myself. Kaysen said. Okay then. Kaysen watched Draco leave and took a sip of water from the cup. It had been a while since the new semester started, and he had observed many young wizards from Slytherin. Some young wizards may have a good family atmosphere because their families are not large, and they're not much different from normal young wizards. On the other hand, there are young wizards from large pure-blood Slytherin families. Those wizarding families basically have nothing to do with love. The purpose of reproduction is to pass on the family's glory and wealth. The young wizards who grew up in it naturally became family-centric. Of course, it's not wrong. It's an equal exchange. The young wizards accepted the favorable conditions of the family from childhood to adulthood, so it is reasonable for them to bear the family responsibilities. But it is a bit extreme for an AI machine to have its personality erased and eventually become just a flesh and blood machine. But I am just a professor, and I cannot rashly disturb their family affairs. You can only find those wizard families that are not extreme, and those little wizards who want to grasp their own true self in a reasonable position and give them a gentle push from behind. As for how far this little wizard can go, that is his own business. After all, we can't do anything extreme just for the so-called freedom of a little wizard. For example, a person is the heir of a large family. His parents love him, and he has grown up in sweetness and love. The only requirement of his parents is that he study knowledge and etiquette well and find a suitable partner for marriage. It would be best if they are in love with each other, but there is nothing to do if they don't like each other. At worst, they can just respect each other after marriage. Then at this time, a crazy professor came, shouting something about free will and money can't buy love, and then used supreme magic power to directly destroy his family's property and turned his parents into rouagie. At this time, the crazy professor said, although you have lost your money, your power, your fame and reputation, your wife who is well matched with you has left you, and your parents have become insignificant. But this is not important because you are free now. Pursue the things you really love. Then the crazy professor patted his butt and left, leaving him sitting alone on the ruins with a confused look on his face. What would he think at this time? You are crazy. Kaysen took another sip of water. Although Draco was a little bit naughty, it was normal for a child of his age, as he was in adolescence. And it can't be that bad. It's just a simple push by myself, and that's all I can do. After finishing thinking about Draco's affairs, he thought of Lucius Malfoy again. He had not met him very often, and in the few times they had met, except for the first time, the atmosphere was generally not particularly peaceful. So he also had to protect himself a little to prevent Lucius Malfoy from setting a hangmen banquet for him. After all, is it true that someone went to the banquet with explosives under his clothes? What's the difference between that and not bringing a gun to a meeting or a knife on a rainy night? Just eat it. Although he really didn't think that Lucius had the ability to keep him there, he still had to make the necessary preparations, called a sense of ritual. Before he knew it, Kaysen had finished teaching some more classes. Merlin in the sky also found the 0D white lace stockings from the bottom of his wardrobe. Snow began to fall from the sky. Little wizards and witches were coming in an endless stream from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade Station. Draco also arrived early for the home visit time. Apart from that, Sirius smiled and put a large bag of gold galleons on the desk. Lupin is visiting his relatives this Christmas, so I can only look for you, Sirius said with a smile. If you have something to say, just say it. Kaysen said, I want to buy a broomstick for Harry. I've already chosen it. It's this firebolt. Sirius said as he took out a flyer and put it on the desk. Oh, the top speed is 250 miles per hour. That's pretty lame. I gave Harry a cooler one before. Kaysen explained. How fast is yours? It's more than twice as fast as the firebolt, flying at over 700 miles per hour and capable of producing a sonic boom. Kaysen said proudly. Sonic boom? What is that? Sirius asked in confusion. Oh, I forgot you were illiterate. Please give me a gift, and please be gentle with me on the sonic boom. I failed physics in high school and in junior high school. The Sloppy Stick Man is back for a limited time. This picture shows the use of magic to transfer the sonic boom from the front to the tail of the broom, so as not to hurt the little wizard. So, am I the only one who likes Big Sister? Then what should I give? Sirius leaned on the sofa helplessly and said blankly, You ask me, who should I ask? But who knows, you can choose to go directly to Durmstrang and put Karkaroff's head in the toilet to drown him, and then come back and chew up Peter Pettigrew. In this way, you can choose to confess the truth to Harry directly, but you need to survive Harry's first move of Zero Frame, and then explain various problems and truths to him with witty words. But at least in my opinion, Harry found his last relative in the world on Christmas Day, which should be considered a great gift. What do you think? Kaysen said. Sirius was still sad. Dumbledore has already made arrangements. He will start closing in on Karkaroff when he arrives in England and steps on the grounds of Hogwarts. Most people don't even know where Armstrong is. Okay. Kaysen sighed helplessly. What are you going to get Harry? Asked Sirius. I gave him a special earplug that automatically filters out sarcasm and insults. Harry always uses it when he is with his aunt and uncle, said Kaysen. What a creative idea. How about I just give him some galleons? He doesn't lack it. I figured out. Sirius, who was lying on the sofa a second ago, suddenly reacted. No matter what you think of, you can't jump up and down like a monkey. Can't you just be a little like a human being? Kaysen said speechlessly, but I really thought about it. You know, when we were students, there were 4 of us. No, it should be 3. That coward didn't know anything at all. He was just a name. That thing is called the Marauder's Map. I should have thought of it a long time ago. The Marauder's Map was made by me, James, and Remus. It depicts the topography of Hogwarts and all the secret passages. It is perfect for night tours. Harry will definitely like this gift. Sirius said excitedly. Can you still find the map? Or did you take it home? Kaysen asked. We left the map at Hogwarts, so it's easy to find. Are there any naughty little wizards among the current students who are rarely caught wandering at night? Kaysen recalled and found the 2 people almost instantly. The Weasley twins, given their personalities, would not believe you even if they thought with their knees if you said you didn't go out at night. But it was rare to hear that they were deducted points for going out at night. Or they had never been deducted points for going out at night, at least in his memory. And it just so happened that they chose to stay in school this Christmas. Are you saying that the 2 of them were able to defeat Mr. Filch every time during their night walks because of the Marauder's Map? Asked Kaysen. At least ask. It won't hurt. You can even ask them to give the map to Harry as a favor. That's not the case. The Geminis may not have it. Similarly, even if they do have it, it still depends on their willingness to give the map away. Kaysen took out a slate with the magic names of each young wizard recorded on it and pointed at one of the Weasley twins. Soon they appeared in front of Kaysen in a boat. As for Sirius, he had already turned into a dog, lying on the carpet, squinting his eyes, pricking up his ears, and whining. What's up, Professor? Kaysen's face turned red. After all, it was still a bit embarrassing to ask for alchemy props from students. What's more, he asked for the alchemy props for another little wizard. Isn't this cheating? That is to say, Geminis have good personalities, but most people are not so magnanimous. Ahem, this is embarrassing to talk about. To be honest, do you have a prop called the Marauder's Map? The twins looked at each other. We think this might be what you're talking about. One of the twins took out a piece of old parchment from his pocket and spread it on the desk. The other took out his wand and pointed it at the Marauder's Map and said, I solemnly declare that I am up to no good. Soon, ink marks appeared on the old parchment as if they appeared out of thin air, as well as footprints one after another. Each of them had a small box on it, which was the name of the owner of the footprints. Professor, why are you suddenly talking about this? Let me guess, you're going to use this to do something bad too? Stealing Professor Dumbledore's wine? You're kidding. I don't even need a map to steal his wine. I can do it even with my eyes blindfolded. Kaysen couldn't help but say, Professor, did you say something you shouldn't have just said? The Weasley twins asked somewhat embarrassedly. Nothing, I came here to buy this map from you. Christmas is coming soon, and one of Harry's elders asked me to give Harry a gift on his behalf. Kaysen said awkwardly. The twins looked at each other and said, Well, we think Harry will like this gift. As they spoke, they pushed the Marauder's Map directly towards Kaysen. No. I've already prepared my gift, and the elder who gave this gift to Harry doesn't need those favors, so this map will be sent in your name. Kaysen explained. Oh, that's fine. Kaysen nodded, took out a small bag full of gold galleons from under the desk, and placed it on the table. Please go to the 3 broomsticks and bring me a glass of brandy. The rest will be your errand fee. One of the twins picked up the purse and waited. I have to say, Professor, from the sound of it, we see that you look more and more handsome. Kaysen coughed and said, If you keep talking nonsense, keep the food. That's not necessary, really. Gemini quickly refused and left the office quickly. Yeah, it's that simple. Kaysen said to Sirius, Are they really going to give the map to Harry? Sirius asked when he turned back into a human. Oh my God. Even if you don't trust Cassigny's, you have to trust Weasley, right? Don't you trust their family style? Kaysen said speechlessly. That's true. Sirius scratched his head awkwardly. After Kaysen sent the last gift via Owl in the Owl Shed, it was time for the agreed home visit. Since he had never been to Malfoy Manor before, he couldn't find the place for Interteleport. Fortunately, the envelope Draco gave him before was a port key, and he could activate it by tearing it up. With a tearing sound. I'm still not used to this feeling of a port key. Kaysen appeared in front of the gate of Malfoy Manor, rubbing his temple, and in front of him were the Malfoy family of 3. Draco stood behind his parents and stretched out a hand and waved silently towards Kaysen. "Long time no see, Mr. Malfoy, and nice to meet Mrs. Malfoy." Kaysen shook hands with both of them before walking towards the manor. "I heard from Draco that you are very good at architecture," Lucius asked suddenly as he and Kaysen walked side by side. "I'm not very good at this style. I'm better at some modern styles. That's why I've always wanted to renovate Hogwarts, but never started. I was thinking that when I have time, I'll go back to Manchester to further my studies. Maybe I can make some contribution to mankind and get a doctorate or something like that." "Manchester, a Muggle university?" Lucius questioned. "Oh, I have to say that I'm a frank person, so we can talk about it in advance, but if you don't have anything to say, I would like to say you finally started to talk about this topic, and I also happen to have a full speech in my mind, so if you want, we can shake hands here and then go home." Kaysen said frankly, "Since I invited you, I just want to hear the opinions of the few knowledgeable people in the magic world. Please feel free to do so." Lucius said. Kaysen nodded. "Thank you. Last semester, in 1992, the Basilisk Crisis broke out in Hogwarts. We didn't know that the notebook was lost from that manor. Well, we all know that it was from Malfoy Manor, but we don't care, and please don't take it to heart. At that time, in order to find out how the Basilisk came into being, I read a lot of history about the establishment of Hogwarts. Correspondingly, I also read about the history of the Malfoy family when they first came to England." Kaysen took out a small silver wine flask from his pocket and took a sip to moisten his throat. "I have no intention of digging into whether the Malfoy family is the so-called pure blood. After all, the ancestors of the Malfoy family were wizards when they came to England. And this manor belongs to the Malfoy's ancestor, Mr. Armand Malfoy, who worked for the king at the time. The king awarded this large piece of land to the Malfoy family. Forgive my wording, but we must respect history. Malfoy Manor has stood on this land for more than 10 centuries, right?" Kaysen looked at Lucius. Lucius nodded. "That's right. Then there is Lucius the First. Did he pursue Elizabeth? Although this is true, I still don't understand why you say this." Lucius asked rarely. "Because I'm curious. Before the Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, the Malfoy family was probably the most pro-Muggle wizard family. Why did it change at the speed of light and quickly develop a pure blood cult after the Statute of Secrecy was implemented?" Kaysen asked a naive question. "Because we are wizards and wizards are our compatriots. If we don't stand with our compatriots, do we choose to stand on the opposite side of our compatriots and stand with Muggles? Those who stand with Muggles can only be Muggles, unless you become a squib." Lucius explained. "That makes sense," Kaysen agreed. "And in fact, we can't say we are pro-Muggle, but pro-interest. Muggles can bring benefits to the Malfoy family. Shouldn't the Malfoy family, who occupy so much power and wealth, feel honored and proud?" Lucius continued, "Glory does not belong to you. Glory belongs to the majority of people whose wealth you have plundered." Kaysen couldn't help but retort. Several people walked to the castle gate, which opened automatically, and they walked into the reception room. Lucius arranged the seats and finally sat down. "To be honest, your words are too sharp. Let's change the subject. Is this the real reason you called me here?" Kaysen asked. "Yes, look at this." Lucius Malfoy took out a torn envelope from his arms and placed it on the table. Kaysen picked it up and pulled out the letter. His brows first frowned, then relaxed. This is a letter from Karkaroff. In the letter, Karkaroff asked Lucius about his recent life, the current situation in England, and the situation at Hogwarts. At the end, he stated the purpose of writing this letter. Peter Pettigrew has reappeared and is trapped in Hogwarts. He is going to rescue and recruit teammates. "Yeah, I know about this." Kaysen nodded. "I have a bad feeling. The past decade has never been like this year. The former Death Eaters have become active again. First it was Sirius, then Peter Pettigrew and Karkaroff. There are many Death Eaters who used to be rats living in the gutter, but this year they seem to have received some kind of signal and have become active again and are in contact with each other. Lucius saw Kaysen's strange look after he finished speaking, and he did not hide it. I know, I'm also a Death Eater, but it does not prevent me from feeling that things are not peaceful recently. After all, compared to the you-know-who, I don't have those grand ambitions now. You haven't seen his last moments when he'd already lost his mind. Are you tired of being a Death Eater? Kaysen asked. Lucius nodded, since the first time the you-know-who lost his mind. Thank you for your trust. So the reason you came to me is, don't you know what Dumbledore is thinking now? You are afraid that Voldemort will come back. After all, I have seen him twice in the past 2 years. After Kaysen said that, Lucius and Draco didn't react much, but Narcissa's eyelids twitched violently twice. That's what I meant. Lucius nodded. Dumbledore doesn't hate the Malfoy family. He's not even annoyed with you, so you can go to him in person without any worries. I remember Mr. Lucius. You were still a school director. Lucius breathed a sigh of relief after Kaysen finished speaking. It seemed that Lucius was not as calm as before, but his expression had become extremely stiff and he could not move at all. And now, Lucius finally got an answer that made him feel comfortable, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Yeah, although Dumbledore has many little flaws, he can indeed be called philanthropic. Kaysen also complained. Now, let's deal with the problem of this letter. Unlike Lucius, who had relaxed, Kaysen picked up an unexpected surprise of this trip to Malfoy Manor, a letter from Karkaroff. You all know what I'm going to say. Ask for gifts. What does Dumbledore want to do with this letter? Asked Lucius. In fact, I can take responsibility. Although I'm a little behind Dumbledore in social status, I can still handle the magic aspect. Kaysen said, so what do you want to do with this letter? Write him a reply and ask him to rescue Peter Pettigrew on Christmas Day? Of course, it would be even better if he could bring some Death Eater companions with him. Lucius nodded and took the envelope back. That's no problem. I think you must have other questions. You can ask me here directly, or you can go to Dumbledore. Do you really think you will make a comeback? It's not that I don't trust my own intuition. I just want to hear other people's opinions, Lucius asked. At least in the short 3 years since I came to the wizarding world, I have seen him twice. Lucius was silent. What does Dumbledore plan to do? How do you plan to protect the Malfoy family? Asked Kaysen. Right. Draco won't be in any danger at Hogwarts. As for the two of you, you can use a world map as a dart target. You will be very safe anywhere outside of England. After all, Voldemort's terrorist activities are at best village level, and he is not Grindelwald. Kaysen complained. Is this what Dumbledore meant? Asked Lucius. Kaysen cleared his throat. This is my own idea. If it were Dumbledore, he would definitely let you infiltrate the Death Eaters, live under the same roof with Voldemort, and risk your life every day to pass on Voldemort's information to him. After saying that, he glanced at Lucius, whose expression was a little stiff, and shrugged helplessly. He is just that kind of person. Can't you see it? Yeah. Lucius nodded, not knowing which plan he had chosen. Any other questions? Kaysen asked. What if you lose? Then you should take Draco away immediately and never come back to England. It's that simple. Lucius breathed a sigh of relief. I thought you were going to say that you won't lose, or that if you don't want to lose, you have to let us do something. Although I hate to say this, with your bloodline, it's already very good that you can choose to run away instead of following him when someone like Voldemort is causing trouble in England. What if you win? Lucius nodded and asked. Of course you guys come back and live your life in peace. I'm talking about the situation. Kaysen looked up at the sky and thought for a moment. What method would Dumbledore choose to restore the Ministry of Magic at that time? Would he become the King of Ideas? If he became the King of Ideas, what ideas would he come up with? More importantly, those stubborn purebloods were thrown into Azkaban along with Voldemort's downfall. A considerable number of purebloods will disappear from the wizarding world, and the term pureblood will no longer be mentioned. According to Dumbledore's character, he will support a new Minister of Magic, who may be of pure Muggle blood. But isn't this enough? Kaysen spread his hands. Narcissa reached out and took Draco's hand, squeezing it hard. Lucius, who had no one to hold his hand, nodded. That's enough. Well, is there anything else? Draco told me there's a broken chain metal object here that needs me to repair. Kaysen asked. Lucius looked at Draco. After all, he didn't remember saying this. However, he was not angry. Instead, he felt that his son had finally grown up. In order to trick the professor, his silly son even learned to lie to deceive others. Although this behavior would do more harm than good in the long run, at least his silly son finally got the little bit of true teachings of Slytherin House. Play hard. Next time, he should learn how to look at problems in the long term. Just like now, in order to protect his silly son's precious reputation in the future, he had no choice but to get up, go back to the storage room, pick up a chain gold object at random, and start be asterisk 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 G it. This is it. Not long after, he came out with a damaged black notebook. Oh, this guy is so miserable. Kaysen took the book and found that only a few runes were missing and they just needed to be redrawn. Soon as it was approaching lunchtime, Kaysen felt like he had a nail in his butt and he had to run away. If I don't run away now, I probably won't be able to leave. Although the Longbottoms beat the Malfoys in terms of hospitality, the Malfoys beat the Longbottoms in terms of shamelessness. If there is anything in my possession that the Malfoy family needs, I will not be able to leave without falling out with them. It's getting late. I won't bother you anymore. You don't even need to see me off. I'm leaving now. There's still someone stewing in the pot. Bye. With that, he quickly teleported away without waiting for Malfoy and the other two to utter a word. I remember there's a prohibition on apparition here. After returning to the office, Kaysen stretched his body vigorously. Sirius, who was sitting on the sofa, asked curiously, "What did you do at Malfoy's house? If Voldemort returns one day, they will most likely not choose to help Voldemort, but to run away," Kaysen explained. "Coward," Sirius said unmercifully. "Everyone has the right to cherish their own life. We can't simply call them cowards." Kaysen retorted, "Well, at least they won't choose to help the evil this time." Sirius said with a snort, "That's very good. You can't expect everyone to be as great as you, to betray their own class and truly fight for the majority." Kaysen responded, "I'm not as great as you say. Probably. What are the Malfoy family like? How many people do they have now?" Sirius asked in a mock casual manner. 3, Draco, Lucius Malfoy, and Narcissa Malfoy. Sirius subconsciously wanted to ask about his sister Narcissa's recent situation, but the awkward feelings made him embarrassed to say it out loud. Perhaps he didn't want to point out that he, a prodigal son expelled from the Black family, still cared about his relatives on the family tree. But unfortunately, for an ordinary person, it is still difficult to completely erase the feelings that come from the blood from his heart. So he chose a more clever way, which can of course be understood as bullying Kaysen for not knowing the chaotic marriage network of these pure-blood families. Who is Narcissa Malfoy? Why have I never heard of this person? Sirius asked in a pretentious manner. Draco's mother. Oh, what kind of person is he? Sirius asked. What kind of person? Kaysen looked at the ceiling. He was mainly chatting with Lucius at that time, while Narcissa was just sitting on the sofa with Draco to accompany Lucius. As for her personality, he really couldn't tell. But if I had to name one personality trait, she must be quite proud. Maybe because I subconsciously tilted my head upward, I could see her nostrils. Sirius pretended to nod casually and let out a sigh implicitly. The fact that he could still maintain his pride meant that his sister was still as annoying as ever. However, it also showed from the side that this sister did not receive any different treatment in the Malfoy family. However, it should be impossible for them to be treated differently. The Malfoy family is no longer a family of 5 or 4 generations living together. Now, they're a family of 3. In addition, Narcissa and Lucius can be regarded as childhood sweethearts, and they love each other. Even if they want to be wronged, they can't find it. By the way, how many days until Christmas? Sirius waved and took the calendar. Christmas, tomorrow. Kaysen looked embarrassed. Can an owl get from England to Northern Europe in one day? Don't worry, it's okay. Owls have magic. Sometimes they can't help but use space magic that they can't actively control. Otherwise, how could the Daily Prophet be so punctual every day? Sirius explained. That's good. By the way, why are you asking this? Oh, nothing much. It's just that Karkaroff will most likely come to Hogwarts to rescue Peter Pettigrew tomorrow. There may also be a large number of Death Eaters. Congratulations, you will be able to kill Peter Pettigrew tomorrow. But I suggest you use your wand instead of your mouth. Kaysen spoke casually, and at the end he seemed to suddenly remember something and put his clothes back on. Where are you going? Asked Sirius. A large group of Death Eaters will be here tomorrow. Shouldn't we inform the headmaster about such a big event? As he spoke, he appeared directly in Dumbledore's office. What do you want to say? Dumbledore said as he put the bottle of Haagen-Dazs with only one bottom left in his hand back into the drawer. There's a good chance Karkaroff will come tomorrow. Dumbledore nodded. I know. Lucius Malfoy just wrote to me. What about the little wizards? Do you have any plans to protect them? Dumbledore puffed out his chest proudly. According to my plan, they will never be able to set foot on the grounds of Hogwarts. What combat power does Hogwarts have now? Asked Kaysen. Professor McGonagall is at the Transfiguration Summit. A few of the younger generations of the Flitwick and Sprout families are back, so they're going back home for Christmas this year. Severus has gone home, and the other professors have families to support themselves, so now it's just you and me who can take charge. That's enough. Where's Lupin? Oh, during the morning when you were away, Severus, who was far away in the Muggle world, cast a total of 24 void curses on Sirius. As a neighbor, Lupin helped to resist it. He is now an ST. Mungo's because Madame Pomfrey has also gone back to celebrate Christmas. Dumbledore explained. Didn't he go to visit relatives? No, is it serious? He simply didn't want Sirius to bother him during the holidays. As for the injury, it's nothing serious. Severus still knows his limits. At most, he will stay for a few days until the curse wears off. Nasir, after confirming that Lupin was fine, Kaysen returned to his office happily. After all, Hogwarts would probably be quite busy tomorrow, so he had to hurry up and improve himself. It seemed that he had planned to make a more advanced magic book of new magic arts before. The other materials were very simple. He even copied the undead totem successfully. The only thing missing was something called the Wilderness Offering, which was dropped by a monster called the Wilderness Chimera. To summon the Wild Chimera, you need to find wilderness monsters all over the world and kill them to get their drops. Fortunately, he didn't have to go through the trouble of looking for monsters. He had previously made a super large chain goal device that could find anything in the entire world. Just search for the tags you need, such as Wild Hunter, Africa, Algeria, Western Desert. It even gives the exact coordinate numbers. I'm a total genius, Kaysen murmured as he soared into the air. He naturally didn't have time to leisurely buy a plane ticket, so he chose a more environmentally friendly and efficient way. Fly there by yourself. Strictly speaking, England and Algeria aren't too far apart, so by the evening, Kaysen had time to eat the burrito he'd bought when he passed through Spain. And it was only afternoon at this time. Kaysen slowly landed on the ground, eating the burrito in his hand, while seeing a very abstract-looking thing rushing towards him. He just waved his hand casually, and the thing soared into the sky, then fell down and died. Kaysen picked up the horn of the wilderness that he dropped. Strictly speaking, it cannot be considered the horn of the wilderness. It is just a substitute with the same attributes, and the Wild Hunter is also just a substitute. After all, where in nature could he find a square monster? That's almost it. Then a few more strange creatures rushed towards him frantically, and they were all thrown to death in the same way, leaving behind all the useful things on their bodies. Then came the much-anticipated synthesis phase, where the annoying tallwood was placed out, 3 wilderness horns piled on top, a lapis lazuli block placed on top, and then it was slammed hard. Done. Kaysen weighed the wild summoning slate in his hand and put it in his pocket with satisfaction. Then he set up an infusion platform in the wilderness, infused a large number of arcane stones, and then quickly rubbed a ritual brazier with his hands. The last thing to do is to destroy the magic infusion table. After all, this thing could really do something mysterious to the world in the wild. Leisure Kaysen, looking for gifts. Summoning the wild chimera is quite simple. Just put out the ritual brazier, then put the summoning slate on it, and then throw 3 wild horns into it. Although theoretically 3 different things are needed, the same thing applies. Just make do with what you have. If you can summon him, just ignore him. Soon, a burst of light came from a void and gathered towards the brazier, and the wild chimera appeared in front of him. Kaysen first tried to use the withered skull to hit it hard. There is harm, but the harm is humorous. Then came the magic of the mysterious age and the new magic art, but there was still no good way to deal with this numerical monster. In the end, Kaysen even tried Undercut, but the dog healed quickly. Damn, wait here, I'll teach you something about rules. Kaysen gritted his teeth and teleported away. Not long after, he pulled Dumbledore and appeared not far from the wild chimera. Give it Avada, Kaysen said viciously. Let's not talk about the Avada Kedavra curse for now. Why do you always find some square things? Dumbledore asked puzzledly. Do you really have to discuss this issue with me at this time? Kaysen asked somewhat embarrassedly. Okay, Avada will take the big bite. Dumbledore nodded, and a beam of fluorescent green light flew towards the wild chimera. Almost instantly, Kaysen saw that the whole body of this big guy turned red. Bang! There's just no solution to the conceptual problem. Kaysen gave Dumbledore a thumbs up and said, although I don't like this kind of spell very much, I have to admit that it is the wisdom of our ancestors, Dumbledore explained. Soon Kaysen picked up the wilderness offerings dropped by the wild chimera and waved to Dumbledore. The job is done. Said force field enveloped Dumbledore, and the two of them went straight back to Hogwarts. Well, although your method of teleporting is a little painful, it is indeed more comfortable than apparition or portkey, at least on a psychological level. Dumbledore said, experiencing this strange feeling. Well, do you want to learn? If you do, I can consider teaching you. I am now quite proficient in human body enchantment. Kaysen said as he upgraded the new magic arts spellbook on the workbench. I can't. Dumbledore waved his hand quickly. Wow, you don't distrust me, do you? Kaysen said. In fact, I trust you very much, but I still have Fawkes to help me. Dumbledore said dryly. Oh, if that's the case, just assume that I believe it. Kaysen shrugged helplessly. Soon he returned to his desk with the most powerful magic book on new magic arts, and was thinking about the new magic to be used tomorrow on parchment. Soon he slapped his forehead and cast 2 fairly decent group damage spells. The first one is centered around lightning and interaction, which is basically the idea of chain lightning, using the thunder element to connect each enemy together so that they all suffer together. It's a serious group damage control magic, but the only drawback is the insufficient damage. But this is not a problem. Kaysen also specially created magic for finishing off the enemy, including attraction, ignition, wind, cutting, deflagration, crushing, explosion, and finally gravity. The effect is roughly like using attraction to attract a large group of mobs together. First put them on fire, then cut them with wind blades and change them into flower cuts. Then use high fire to collect the juice, then smash them, explode them, and finally use gravity to knock them all to the ground to use as fertilizer. All done. But the imagination is very perfect, except that the making of the talismans is a little difficult. Most of them are first-level and second-level talismans. Some of them have been made before, so there is no problem with that. This lightning talisman is a level 3 talisman, the most advanced one in his small combo. The synthetic materials in it made Kaysen a little confused. What are these? But in the end, with the help of a series of thoughts, he was able to rub out the magic talisman. The so-called magic talisman making is not that complicated or so unreasonable. It's not like we're making an atomic bomb. Why take it so seriously? That's about it. How about I help out tomorrow? Asked Sirius. Don't worry, just go to Gryffindor Tower and control Peter Pettigrew as soon as possible. Also, don't kill him directly. Keep him and give you justice and freedom. Kaysen said. Sirius shook his head. That thing is of no use to me. Oh, yes, but Sirius Black, you probably don't want Harry to go home every time on holiday and live under the same roof with his aunt and uncle who hate him. He has to do all kinds of housework at home every day on holiday, get up before dawn and make breakfast. Sometimes he can't even eat enough, and I will spare his life. Sirius finally said sincerely. Very good. Also, Harry hates you very much now. If possible, it is best to wait until we have dealt with the things outside before you transform back into human form. After all, Harry probably hates you the most now, and Severus has to step back. Cason reminded. Oh, the most annoying one is that snotty guy. Sirius sneered. It's a grudge from our school days. Do you mind telling me what it is? He didn't tell me when Severus and I were drinking before. Cason asked. You want to listen? If you listen, I'll tell you. Go ahead. Cason said. In fact, it was 4 little wizards who came together because of their complementary personalities and similar temperaments. However, James and I were very young at that time, so we did a lot of ridiculous things. For example, when you were a student, you thought violence was a cool thing, but now when you think back on it, you realize that it seemed stupid. Remus was okay at that time. James and I could be called, school bullies. Some of our actions might not be that serious, just ordinary pranks, and some might be much more serious than this word. We two thought it was cool at the time, but objectively speaking now, we were pretty scumbags. Sirius paused here, as if waiting for Cason's response. And Cason lived up to everyone's expectations. If I were a professor at the time, I would definitely train you well. Oh, back to the point. When this violence started, we were looking for trouble and soon found our first target, Snape. Tell me why? Cason asked with a frown. I can't do anything if you ask me now to reconstruct my thoughts about my student days, but I do have some memories. It's just that Snape was unhygienic at that time. Although it seems that he doesn't care much about it now, and he didn't have many friends at that time, and his personality was not very good. He didn't talk much every day, and, Sirius felt a little embarrassed when he said this. What's wrong? Cason asked. Harry's mother, Lily, was Snape's only real friend at the time, and James was in love with Lily at the time. He was indeed a little precocious at the time. Although he didn't say it at the time, I just felt that James liked Lily in his first year, so it was natural for James to think that Snape was an enemy. And then you implemented school bullying? I understand Snape very well now, and he was able to remain rational. I feel ashamed of himself. Cason said helplessly. You can say that, but I think it's more accurate to call it a mutual fight. Even though that guy doesn't have many advantages, he's a good fighter. Sometimes the 3 of us weren't his match, but after that incident, we gradually gained complete control. That, Sirius nodded. James successfully pursued Lily. At that time, we learned a few spells, one of which was called the Upside Down Bell. After class, we found Snape to experiment. In short, we humiliated him. Then Lily came there and wanted James to let Snape go. But Snape was probably too angry and irrational at the time, and he had a quarrel with Lily in a hurry. Snape called Lily a mudblood then, and our feud has lasted until now. A series of self-righteousness and misunderstandings finally turned into a momentary anger of a teenager. And after you have restored your reputation, I will put up a sign in front of my office saying Sirius and dogs are not allowed in. After all, the bullying you did was unheard of when I was a child in the orphanage in elementary school. Pulling someone's pants in public? How could you think of that? When they were in the orphanage, they pulled their pants in the toilet. Don't talk to me for now, Mr. Scumbag. Sirius was a little embarrassed. We bullied Snape, which was wrong, but that doesn't mean Snape was right? He was hanging out with those Death Eaters at the time. Correspondingly, Severus was wrong, but you can't portray your bullying nature as correct. Bullying is bullying. The right thing for you to do should be to wait until he officially becomes a Death Eater and then send him to play the damn scales with the god of death, instead of school bullying and humiliation. Anyway, I look down on you. Cason responded. Yeah, and then he became a Death Eater, but I don't know how he's still alive today. It's F*** it up. Let's talk about the facts objectively. At least I don't agree with what you two did when you were students and professors. Cason said with a pout. I remember you and Snape had a good relationship, didn't you? Just because I have a good relationship with him doesn't mean I agree with his behavior of randomly deducting points from houses other than Slytherin. Similarly, just because I have a good relationship with you doesn't mean I agree with your bullying behavior. Kaysen explained. Well, but Lupin didn't do anything humiliating at the time. He just simply fought with Snape, so his relationship with Snape can be said to be the most peaceful. What does that saying go? Kaysen touched his chin. Hate the whole family. The relationship between the two of them is not that good now, but at least they can eat at the same table. Kaysen responded. Oh, I know everything. Can we skip this topic? Let's not talk about Snape. Let's talk about how I should clear up the misunderstanding with Harry. Sirius said, leaning back on the sofa. Tell Harry the truth, and he will forgive you. By the way, that mouse is Ron's pet. You'd better be quiet and not be discovered by any of them. No problem. Anything else? Sirius asked, waving his hand. If you feel like you have nothing to do right now, go check out the plant area and sprinkle some bone meal. Okay, Sirius responded helplessly. The next morning, in a group illusion, everyone in it can see each other, but outsiders cannot see them. One of the wizards, who was wearing a black robe and whose face could not be seen, asked in a low voice, Let's say, we broke into Hogwarts in broad daylight. Is it really okay? What do you know? In the eyes of those powerful wizards, the magic glow at night is most conspicuous. We don't have an invisibility cloak to cover it, so we have to choose daytime. Besides, it's Christmas now, Dumbledore and the 4 deans are not here, and I heard that there's only an alchemy professor in the castle. What can happen? The other said with a sneer. That's right. He's just an alchemy professor. How powerful can he be? He might not even be able to see us. Kaysen sat on a wall high above Hogwarts, looking through his monocle at a dozen small spots of light flashing with magical light coming out of the forbidden forest not far away. These small spots of light are not very big, and they look very easy to fight. The reason why they haven't taken action until now is that they are not sure whether there are other accomplices behind the forbidden forest. Until the end, this team of dark wizards was about to sneak into Hogwarts, and no magical things came out of the forbidden forest, so he simply teleported directly into the sky above the team. The spell that had just been edited last night was thrown down casually. Almost instantly, a deep blue wave with crackling arcs of electricity spread out from the center, connecting everyone in the electric chain, and then the second spell fell from the sky. A pitch-black singularity appeared above their heads, and the terrifying attraction drew them over without any explanation. Amidst the wind, fire, and thunder, the singularity seemed to feel that the time had come, and it transformed into a terrifying position and fell directly down. Karkaroff's magic light is not that weak. He should be on Dumbledore's side, but this land can still allow Hagrid to grow something. Kaysen landed and said, looking at the fertile soil under his feet. Meanwhile, in Gryffindor Tower, today there's only one head and hat. I call this hat a takeoff hat. Also, today is New Year's Eve. Happy present seeking. Listen, kid, don't be fooled by this guy. Peter Pettigrew, is the real murderer who betrayed James and Lily. I can even go to Kezenhith or Dumbledore to prove my innocence. It's just a matter of drinking some truth serum. Sirius held Peter Pettigrew's neck tightly with one hand, blocking him in front of him, and with the other hand he held the Neville wand that was automatically picked up, giving himself an iron armor to protect himself. Okay, put your wand down. We will only believe you after you remove the shield charm. Harry and his 2 friends huddled together. They found that they could not break Sirius's shield charm after a series of fierce bombardments. In the end, they were helpless, weak, pitiful, and helpless, and blocked the dormitory door. Oh, Harry, seriously, you might as well let me cast a killing curse on myself, so you don't have to do it yourself. Sirius complained subconsciously. And to be honest, you have seen my dog form, haven't you? If I really want to hurt you, I have many opportunities. I don't even need a chance. After all, you're still young, right? Okay, we believe you. Harry suddenly put away his wand. Neville and Ron beside him were confused for a moment, but knowing that they saw the window behind Sirius, they decisively put away their wands. They were now waiting for Professor Kaysen outside the window to break in and kick Sirius hard in the butt with his pointed leather shoes. Oh, I'm glad you trust me so much, kids. Sirius breathed a sigh of relief. So shall we go find Dumbledore or Kaysen now? You choose. Kaysen, who climbed in carefully through the window, sighed helplessly. No need. If you don't come to me, I will go to you. I know you can't solve the incident smoothly. Sirius couldn't help but blush when he heard what Kaysen said, and looked at the three little wizards who were still confused with some embarrassment. At this time, Harry and his friends were surprised to find that this Sirius didn't seem to be. At least he was trusted by Professor Kaysen. Otherwise, according to his habit of starting at zero frame, normally the Wither Skull should have flown in from the window before they could see Kaysen behind the window. Professor, what's going on? Harry asked. Didn't he tell you? Harry nodded. He just farted a lot. That fart is real, Kaysen said, nodding. Harry was a little confused. Clam, what I mean is that Sirius is really your godfather, and the one who actually betrayed your parents was Peter Pettigrew. Kaysen looked at Peter Pettigrew, who was being strangled by Sirius and unable to speak. Make him faint. Thump. The fat body fell to the ground. If you want to know the whole story, come with us, Kaysen said to the little wizards. Harry and the others looked at each other and nodded in sync. Come with me. Several people came all the way to Dumbledore's office. Snape, who was supposed to rest at home, was summoned back by Dumbledore. He was sitting on the sofa, staring at the unconscious Peter Pettigrew with disgust. The three young wizards tried to shirk their responsibilities again, but Harry finally gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Hello, Professor Snape. Snape glanced at the other two young wizards and snorted coldly. Weasley and Longbottom are impolite. Each of them will be deducted 5 points. Potter saw the professor fawning, so he will be deducted 10 points. Kaysen touched his lips awkwardly. He didn't understand why Snape had such a big prejudice against Gryffindor and Harry before, but now, I understand. I understand very much. Let us get down to business, Severus, said Dumbledore. Before that, where is Karkaroff? Kaysen asked, raising his hand. Do you really have to discuss this in front of the children? Okay, I'll be there later. Dumbledore nodded. And Harry, you obviously need to clear up some misunderstandings with Sirius. He waved his wand and extracted a little bit of the memory from Sirius' head and a little bit of the memory from Peter Pettigrew's head. After merging the two memories, he opened a cabinet. Inside the cabinet was an object that looked like a wash basin and was engraved with various strange inscriptions. A silver-gray liquid was flowing inside. Dumbledore threw the memory in his hand into it, and then waved at Harry. Put your head in. All three of you can, but it's a pity that Miss Granger went home for Christmas, and she missed an adventure through time. As the three little wizards put their heads into the basin, Kaysen signaled Sirius to remove the coma spell on Peter Pettigrew. Soon Peter Pettigrew's eyelids moved, but there was still no sign of waking up. Oh, why don't we just stop asking and just cut it into small pieces? Kaysen said threateningly. Isn't this bad? Dumbledore said gloomily. No one will know about this. Snape also stood up. Peter Pettigrew, who was lying on the ground, finally couldn't lie down anymore. He opened his eyes with a start and sat up from the ground. Although he was not particularly smart, he had a general understanding of these people. It was okay to be friends with Sirius Black, but if he was his enemy, he would have to sleep with one eye open at night, and it would be useless to beg him. Severus Snape, he probably wants to skin himself alive now, but it's useless. Dumbledore, although he looks like a good person, is actually the most heartless person. After all, the title of the White Lord is really widely circulated in the wizarding world. The last one, Kaizenes, well, unfortunately he didn't know what meant, so he had to give it a try. Just as Peter Pettigrew opened his mouth to face Kaysen, Snape appeared in front of Kaysen and kicked Peter Pettigrew in the face. TSK. Thank you, he does have bad breath. Kaysen thanked. You're welcome, Snape said as he pulled out a small bottle from his arms and threw it at Sirius. It would be safest to let him feed medicine to a stinky rat that hasn't brushed its teeth for more than 10 years. Sirius lived up to everyone's expectations. He first pulled out the cork and smelled it. After all, he had put in a lot of effort, so he didn't want Snape to send it away directly. After confirming that the potion bottle contained truth serum, he forcefully pried open Peter Pettigrew's mouth and poured the truth serum into the bottle. I think, Peter Pettigrew. We need a frank conversation now. Dumbledore walked over and said calmly. Kaysen sat on the sofa in the corner of the office, somewhat bored, picking at the clip with his fingers, listening as he did so, until the effect of the truth serum had completely worn off before he raised his eyelids. Can we go back to our homes now? Dumbledore shook his head. We also need to give Sirius back the honor and innocence he deserves. That's Fudge's business, Kaysen said, and then he noticed Dumbledore was staring at him. You're not going to ask me to go to Fudge? Is he really not going to try to murder me with an Avada bomb hidden in his office? He doesn't have the guts, Snape said simply. That's not a good idea. I think we should discuss this matter at our home ground. Let's call Fudge over, Kaysen suggested. That's fine, if you're really afraid of Fudge ambushing an assassin in his office. Severus? I still have potion brewing in the pot. Dumbledore looked at Sirius again and shook his head helplessly. This was the bad thing about Christmas. There were too few people available. In the end, he decided to go find Fudge himself. And in order to avoid irritating Fudge's fragile nerves, he also made an appointment in advance in a very disciplined manner. I've never seen you so polite, Kaysen complained. I used to be a gentleman, too, Dumbledore said as he took out a blank piece of parchment from the drawer and started writing with a quill. The atmosphere in the office seemed a little weird. Kaysen was sitting on the sofa. Dumbledore and Snape occupied 2 chairs. 3/4 of the Gryffindors had their heads buried in the cabinet, and Peter Pettigrew was lying on the carpet, like a dead dog, with only the rise and fall of his chest visible. Sirius stood there alone. He couldn't find a place to sit. After all, this place was too small compared to Kaysen's office. Soon Harry and the others took their heads back from the basin. Seeing this, Kaysen looked at Snape and then at Dumbledore. He never liked watching overly sentimental scenes. Fortunately, Snape shared the same idea as him, and the two of them left the headmaster's office naturally. How long do you think it will take them to stop crying? Kaysen asked, sitting on the steps. I don't know. Snape shook his head. If Kaysen didn't like watching sentimental scenes, it was because he had a lot of inner thoughts and was easily infected. So Snape doesn't like watching sentimental scenes because of his natural aversion, or of course, it can also be said to be jealousy. Like a bat's hatred of the light. I'm going back to make potion, Snape said and left the stairwell. Kaysen sat here helplessly for a long time. A long time, a long time. I don't know when Fudge will come, so I can help scare him here. After all, Dumbledore is still too obedient. For example, in the case of Karkaroff, Dumbledore had to wait until he actually came to the land of Hogwarts before taking action, instead of just killing him with a curse from thousands of miles away. But that's not necessarily the case. He never likes to treat other people as fools. Maybe this is the character setting that Dumbledore set for himself. Not long after, and without knowing what Dumbledore used to send the letter to Fudge, Kaysen was scratching his 10 fingernails when he saw a panting figure at the bottom of the stairwell, followed by a large group of people. He stood up and returned to Dumbledore's office. At this moment, Harry and Sirius could be described as a loving father and filial son, sitting side by side like real father and son. Fudge and the others are here, Kaysen said. Behind. He nodded. I thought you would bring him in. Dumbledore stood up, walked to the door, and slowly opened it. Haven't seen you for a long time. Although, when Cussin cut off Fudge's arm and Dumbledore chose to stand behind Cussin, he and Fudge could be said to have broken up. After all, their positions have been divided. But at the same time, Fudge also understood one thing. This is the wizarding world, after all. The power of an individual can sometimes be stronger than the power of a group, such as Dumbledore, Grindelwald, the mysterious man, and that damned Kesenhith. He used to think that Dumbledore was just an old man with a lot of fame, but reality taught him a bad lesson. But he still has one advantage. As a qualified politician, he can easily abandon his face, self-esteem, and even personality. Just like at this moment, he opened his arms. Of course, one of the arms was a chain metal mechanical arm, and a bright smile was on his face. Long time no see, Albus. Dumbledore showed a hidden smile. In this respect, Fudge was better than other politicians because he was really shameless. He had no bottom line of a normal person. As long as you were really above him, He would give up everything and concentrate on acting according to the will of the superior. For example now, I think I have made it clear to you in the letter. Dumbledore kindly took Fudge to the office, and then Fudge saw Sirius sitting on the sofa and a man who looked very much like Peter Pettigrew lying on the ground. In fact, I only told half of it. We did find Sirius Black, but we also found Peter Pettigrew and the truth that had been buried for a long time. Dumbledore smiled. Can you explain it more clearly? Fudge asked doubtfully. Perhaps you could just look into their memories. Dumbledore said. Yeah, Veritasrum will work too. Sirius said calmly. Before that, what I want to know is he Peter Pettigrew? Asked Fudge. Obviously, but I shouldn't tell you all this. You can ask yourself. Dumbledore pointed to the pensive not far away and took out 2 doses of truth serum from his pocket and handed them to Fudge, letting him choose. Fudge thought about it and handed one of the bottles to Sirius, who was still normal or at least sober. Sirius took the truth serum and drank it all in one gulp. Then let me ask you, Kaysen was still sitting on the sofa. He and Harry watched Fudge ask Sirius a series of questions, and then asked Peter Pettigrew a series of questions. Finally, after he got all the answers, he looked at Dumbledore. I need to explain to you, this is not just a question of right or wrong. It is a political issue. So, Dumbledore asked calmly, ask for gifts. I will tag the big guy who made the picture in the comment section. Of course, that big guy can also post his own comment. I will give him a great review. Finally, as the new year begins, Loushing wishes all readers a great new year. Readers fill in the blanks here. Please forgive me for not being good at saying blessings, but you should all be able to feel my blessings for you. And finally, Loushing wishes everyone a happy new year. Ahem, if you have red envelopes, gifts, etc., you can give them to Loushing. Never too much. This is a political issue. It was Barty Crouch who sentenced Sirius Black. If it was someone else, I could easily help. Mr. Black overturned the verdict, but Barty Crouch was a ministerial contender with me at the time, but he failed. So what does this mean? Harry asked Sirius in a low voice. Sirius rolled his eyes and looked at Kaysen again. So what does this mean? Kaysen rolled his eyes at them helplessly, thinking that they didn't even know this, and he would definitely laugh at them after Fudge left. Then he still lowered his head and picked his fingers, but his ears had already pricked up, waiting for Fudge to say something. So what does this mean? Ron finally asked bluntly. What? Fudge looked at Ron. Why can't you help overturn Sirius's case when it was Barty Crouch who made the decision? Because I competed with him for the ministerial position before, and he lost to me once. If I bring up his past mistakes again, then I will give people the impression that I am vindictive and relentless, which will be detrimental to my re-election, Fudge explained. Everyone in the office at least believed this reason, except Ron, who still acted as a mouthpiece for everyone present. But you put the Dementors into Hogwarts and had an arm chopped off. In this case, you can't be re-elected anyway, right? Fudge looked a little embarrassed. After a long while, he finally said, I see your red hair. Are you from the Weasley family? Arthur Weasley's son. Ron was about to answer when Kaysen gave him a subtle kick, which finally pulled him out of his mind of chasing after Fudge and making him realize that his father still had to work for him. Then he thought of a solution. I am a child of the DeCure family, Rosen DeCure. Kaysen was a little confused. Why had he never heard of the name DeCure in Hogwarts? In fact, it was strange that he had heard of it. Decubal was a rival for promotion of Ron's father, Arthur Weasley, and he didn't have any children for the time being. Oh, yes. Thank you for reminding me, Mr. DeQ. I have to say that you don't look much like your father. Fudge paused and glanced at Ron's red hair. Of course he knew DeQ, but he had never paid attention to whether he had children. After all, he was the Minister of Magic, not the Director of Intelligence. However, he still knew about Mrs. DeCure, because Mrs. DeCure was also an employee of the Ministry of Magic, and when they were working as clerks at the grassroots level, they happened to be in the same group with Arthur Weasley. Poor Mr. DeCure. The loving DeCure couple far away in the Ministry of Magic had no idea that their reputation had been ruined, while the main culprit, Mr. Ron, hid in the dark, concealing his merits and fame, and began to grin grimly. He had already enjoyed his father's promotion and salary increase, holding him high above his head, kicking Percy and punching the twins. Bill and Charlie were not worth mentioning at all. Ginny. But Ginny is different. She is still the little princess of the Weasley family. Unlike Ron's daydreams, the atmosphere in the office was still weird. Although Fudge finally agreed to Dumbledore's request after Ron's pursuit and slashing, he also came up with his own sinister little trick in response. I want you to help me get re-elected as the next Minister of Magic. Fudge looked at Dumbledore seriously. Kaysen in the corner curled his lips helplessly. I think the English wizarding world is going to die. The limited edition of Kaysen is Kai Sai. Fudge's mouth twitched uncontrollably, and he finally stood up awkwardly. Of course, this is just a business. You have the right to refuse. Then he stood up and was about to leave. Sirius shrugged. After all, for him, it was just a matter of being a dog for a few more years, staying in Kaysen's office for a few more years, and then asking the next Minister of Magic for help after Fudge stepped down. But Kaysen is different. It takes great courage to live under the same roof with a man who looks like a dog. After all, this is England. And he was still waiting to put up a sign on his office door saying "Serious" and "Dogs Not Allowed," and he couldn't wait for years. Soon his clever brain started working. Why don't we just kill Fudge here? This way we don't have to wait for several years for Fudge to step down. We could just wait a few days. Fudge, who was pretending to leave, turned around and looked at Kaysen in confusion. After all, although this man with thick eyebrows and big eyes cut off his own arm, objectively speaking, he still admired this behavior of not fearing power for the safety of the little wizard's life. After all, he was young once. But this person is openly proposing to kill himself here. Is this right? What's even more get up is that Dumbledore didn't refuse right away, but instead kept his eyelids drooped as if he was in deep thought. I need time, he finally said helplessly. That's it. I knew you would be our most sincere friend, Dumbledore said with a smile. What about the re-election of Minister? Fudge asked. Dumbledore lowered his eyelids. It wasn't that he wanted to refuse, but he remembered the conversation he had with Lucius Malfoy yesterday. Lucius Malfoy was definitely the most senior Death Eater, and he kept in touch with most of the Death Eaters, including those in Azkaban. Moreover, in this situation, it seemed intuitively clear that there was no one in the entire wizarding world who was more talented than his Malfoy family. Since Malfoy has a premonition that the wizarding world is about to become uneasy, combined with the series of troubles that have occurred since Harry entered school, it is foreseeable that the future will indeed be uneasy. He still remembered the prophecy Grindelwald had given him before. He only said one word at a time. The storm is coming. I remember that the Ministry of Magic has a rule that when there's a major crisis in the wizarding world, such as a war, the Minister of Magic will be automatically re-elected. Dumbledore said, there is such a rule, but the greater possibility is that I will be driven out by the masses, and then they will replace me with a more radical minister. After all, this so-called re-election system has only been used a few times. Fudge said with a bitter face, it's easy. Can't you just become radical? That's easy, but where can I find a war for the wizarding world? Dumbledore smiled, but said nothing. Fudge looked as if he had been refuted. I need to find this crisis myself, right? Dumbledore still smiled, but said nothing. No, he did say something. The storm is coming. If you want to escape, it is safer to resign. If you want to continue to be re-elected, that is another matter. Fudge's face turned blue and red, and he was struggling with his conscience for a long time. In the end, the desire as a politician overcame his desire to survive. I'm not going to quit. Congratulations, Mr. Minister, and be prepared. Dumbledore smiled. If you can tell me what the so-called war is, Fudge said dryly. One day you'll know. As Fudge left, Sirius gradually began the so-called countdown to restore his reputation. What followed was a simple Wisingamot vote, which was still very simple. Well, Sirius and children, perhaps you could go somewhere else, said Dumbledore. Sirius looked at Kaysen, who shrugged and said, the office door is not locked. Go ahead, but remember to lock the door after you go in. Some young wizards will come and chat with me. Soon there were only 3 people left in the office, Kaysen, Dumbledore, and Peter Pettigrew, who was lying on the ground still unable to move. Dumbledore waved his wand, and Peter Pettigrew became stiff like a mummy. Then a tall cabinet not far away was opened, and another mummy floated out. Well, it's not the mummy, but the old acquaintance Karkaroff. After throwing Peter Pettigrew into the cabinet, he removed the binding spell on Karkaroff. I'm still curious. Why did you come to Hogwarts? Dumbledore asked with a smile. I really just... Before Karkaroff could finish his words, he was interrupted by Dumbledore. He glanced at Kaysen, who pointed at himself awkwardly. I don't look like someone who is good at torture, and don't you know how to extract other people's memories? Dumbledore opened one eye and glanced at Kaysen. Pure fighting. All right. Blocks and redstone appeared in Kaysen's hands, and soon an end candle was stuck on a sticky piston, followed by a simple high-frequency device that made the end candle move back and forth quickly. What is this for? Asked Dumbledore. Just put Karkaroff in a fixed position in this machine. Woo-woo-woo. Karkaroff, who was pretending to be dead, actually broke free from Dumbledore's control with great willpower. Although only his mouth was broken, it still gave people a great shock, mainly because the sound Karkaroff makes is so damn awesome. May I tell you now? Dumbledore smiled. Why torture me when you could just extract my memory or use legilimency? Karkaroff roared. Because I need your help, your sincere help, said Dumbledore. How do you want me to help you? Do you remember your master? Voldemort, Tom Riddle. Dumbledore's voice at this moment was like a devil. Yeah, he's going to kill me. Kaysen, what position do you need? You know it's impossible. The Dark Lord can see it. You just have to say yes or no, Dumbledore said simply. Karkaroff looked at the end candle that was moving madly with the piston beside him, and then looked at Dumbledore. Pull me up. Dumbledore released the restraints on him and held out his hand to him. You made the right decision. I think we need an unbreakable vow. Karkaroff gritted his teeth. Kaysen, you come as a witness. Forget it. Go get Severus. When Karkaroff heard Severus' name, he subconsciously felt that something was wrong, but he quickly realized that no matter where Severus was undercover, it had nothing to do with him, and he didn't need to know so much. It's enough to be able to survive, at least for now. Soon, Kaysen brought Snape to the office, and then the latter saw the slightly embarrassed Karkaroff. Karkaroff also prayed to Merlin in his heart, praying that Snape must be on Dumbledore's side, otherwise he would be dragged out to be sacrificed on the first day when the Dark Lord returned. But soon he had no time to think about all these things. As Dumbledore and Karkaroff held hands tightly together, a lot of unequal agreements came out of Dumbledore's mouth and Snape's wand and turned into rays of light that wrapped around their arms. Karkaroff could only hope that he would be able to pull out his wand and kill himself before Voldemort could kill him. As Karkaroff was released, Kaysen asked curiously, is this unbreakable oath really useful? I'm not questioning the oath, but there's still many logical loopholes in what you just said. I reminded you, but you didn't care. Dumbledore pulled out a wet towel from the desk and wiped his hands. I never thought of asking him to really help me do anything. He is just a tool to interfere with Tom's command and judgment. When necessary, I can use his life and false memories to command Voldemort. And by the way, let Severus gain Tom's trust. You have a very dirty heart. Does Grindelwald know? He speaks as if his heart is pure. Dumbledore complained. If I have nothing to do here, I'll leave, said Snape. Please feel free to... Oh, and take this with you. This is my Christmas present to you. However, the sky over Spinner's Inn was covered with a lot of bird nets by muggles, so the poor owl had to turn back. As Kaysen watched Dumbledore take out a large bag of candy from under his desk, he always felt that he had forgotten to send it to Snape and was making up for it now. And Sirius had told him before that owls could use some small space magic, and his owl did not return empty-handed. Snape obviously realized this and looked at Dumbledore with disgust. Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. Okay, you have to be considerate of the memory of the elderly. I have forgotten everyone, not just yours. Kaysen touched his nose with a look of disgust. Harry had just shared with him the wool socks that Dumbledore had given him. Tactical Kaysen, family. asking for gifts on the second day of the Huxian New Year. What a thief. I can't believe it. Sirius is actually the real hero, and Peter Pettigrew, the one who betrayed Harry's parents. What does it mean to be shot in the back with 12 Avada Kedavra curses and then diagnosed as suicide out of fear of punishment? When Hermione was looking at the expedited version of the Daily Prophet at the homecoming dinner, her expression changed strangely. No one cares about this. Maybe some Peter Pettigrew was too thick-skinned and accidentally bounced off and finally hit him in the back. Ron said, picking up a chicken leg from the long table. I still can't believe it. Of course I don't mean any other meaning. Harry, what is your godfather like? Is he good to you? Or is he like your uncle and aunt? Hermione asked. Well, Sirius is great. The first thing he did after he was cleared of all charges was to sign Harry's application to go to Hogsmeade. Then, to compensate for the loss of my pet, he bought me the most expensive owl in the pet shop. Ron answered quickly. Oh, that's a good thing, isn't it? Of course it's a good thing. In fact, not only Ron, you all have gifts. Every one of us has a gift. As for your gift, Sirius put it in Professor Casson's office because he said that we don't think it's appropriate for a girl to have a gift. Harry said somewhat embarrassedly. Yeah, it seems like he doesn't trust us and is afraid that we will secretly open it and take a look. Neville added. Understandable. Hermione added. The dinner ended quickly, and when I woke up, it was a new day. There were a few fewer Dementors in the sky than the day before. I wonder if they were taken away by that disobedient little wizard to feed the Wither. However, Casson was not worried about this. He had long anticipated that some young wizards might want to raise a complete Wither, so he deliberately added a few small functional runes on the shell of the Wither amulet. For example, the Wither's shell will consume the Wither's energy all the time, keeping the Wither in a half-dead state. At the same time, after the shell is damaged, the Wither will be directly hit hard, with overflowing damage, ensuring that it will directly dissipate in the world. Casson's mood complemented the increasingly bright sky. He finally put up a sign at the door of his office, which clearly read, No Sirius and Dogs Allowed. What does this mean? Isn't Sirius a hero? Hermione asked confusedly, looking at the sign. Harry scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm telling you in secret, don't tell anyone else. Sirius is an illegal animagus. Hermione nodded. Of course she knew what animagus was. A wizard used a very complicated ritual magic to give himself a second form, an animal form. But what does animagus have to do with this brand? Sirius's animagus is a big black dog, said Harry simply. When Hermione heard this, she understood. You mean the black dog in Professor Casson's office who likes to drive a boat and lick Professor Casson's face? Oh, I suddenly don't want this gift anymore, Hermione said embarrassedly. After all, it's a token of his love. If you don't like it, give it to your friends. Neville advised. Yeah, it's a waste. Sirius is not just rich. Combined with his animagus, he is a wealthy man. Ron added. All right. The four little Gryffindors gathered again and appeared in front of Casson one by one, rowing their boats. Are you here to get the Christmas gift package? Casson asked with a smile. Professor, how did you feel after knowing that Sirius was the dog? Hermione asked curiously. He has his shortcomings, but he's a good person. Overall, he's not bad. Casson waved his hand, and the gift for Hermione that was placed in the cabinet flew out. Take it apart and have a look. What's inside? Even Sirius is afraid that we will open it secretly. Ron came over and asked. You'll know after you take a look. Hermione said as she opened the gift box. Inside was a book. After she opened it, she found that it was filled with all kinds of women's clothing. From dresses to summer and winter swimwear, we have everything. Is this an illustrated book or a magazine from that clothing store? Hermione casually touched one of the dress pictures with her finger, and the next moment a surge of magic flowed from the book along her hand and covered her entire body. Almost in the next second, Hermione in a dress appeared in front of them. I still don't understand why Sirius didn't let us keep the gift for safekeeping. Was he afraid that we would secretly dress up as women? Harry said, not understanding but greatly shocked. Of course, they don't understand Sirius's distrust of them, and they are shocked because this dress-up book is so damn cool. They want to play it. Oh, this is made by the alchemist ours. It cannot be put into mass production. If you want to buy it, you can only ask him to customize it. This one costs at least 3,000 galleons. Kaysen was surprised at Sirius's generosity, and even more surprised at how much money Sirius had. Can you make gold? Oh, I have to say. Hermione clicked on the picture of the dress again, and the dress on her body was taken back with magic, and she was dressed in her own clothes again. I take back what I said before. I love this gift so much. Harry, remember to thank Sirius for me. Oh, I will, Harry said, then looked at Kaysen. Professor, is there a men's version of this dress-up book? Yes. Do you want me to give you Al's business card? Kaysen took out a wallet from under the desk, which was full of business cards. Can this book be a little cheaper? Harry asked cautiously. More clothes are more expensive. Fewer clothes are cheaper. How about I take you to see him? He should give you a discount. Kaysen replied. No, Professor, this is not necessary, really. Harry waved his hands. He could tell with his toenails that this kind of thing would cost a lot of favors. Well, of course, if you don't want to use my name, you can also use Dumbledore's name. He has too many lice and is not afraid of medicine. I mean, he has a lot of face. Kaysen said with some embarrassment. The Quidditch match will be held not long after Christmas. Harry once again began his hustling Quidditch training. Also, because the Quidditch players all had the Wither Amulet given by Kaysen, the sky over the Quidditch pitch was always clearer than the sky over other places in Hogwarts during Quidditch training. Therefore, not only the players who need training, but also many little wizards come here to take a walk and play with the help of the light. Because there are players riding on flying broomsticks in the sky. If a Dementor really chooses to fly low to take advantage of its prey, any player with a Wither Amulet can just make a righteous dive and scare the Dementor into a soul-hunting dog. Gradually, the Quidditch field attracted more and more young wizards. After all, it was the safest place in Hogwarts besides the castle this semester. After all, although the Wither Amulet and the Patronus spell do not seem to be too difficult at first glance, they do require a lot of talent. Those who know how to do it will know it inexplicably, and those who don't know how to do it will know nothing at all. In this respect, the Wither Amulet is slightly better than the Patronus charm. After all, the Wither charm can be compared to science, which has a fixed plan, and the Patronus charm, followed by what Professor Lupin said. Recall your happiest memory, then find that feeling and chant the mantra. Happy memories. We are all little wizards, not dark wizards. Everyone has some chanting spells. There are only a few words in total. There's no problem. It's this damn feeling. What the hell is this feeling? I think it's like when you go home for Christmas and find your parents are discharged from ST. Mungos. I think this so-called feeling is also a kind of happiness, but it is not a concrete emotion, but an abstract feeling. You can start from this aspect. In a library, Hermione was giving a lesson to Neville, who had been slow to learn the Patronus charm. Although Neville successfully made the Wither Amulet, he still wanted to make some progress. After all, although Kaysen and Lupin agreed that as long as one of the Wither Amulet and the Patronus charm passed, the other subject would automatically pass as well. But this was only a pass in terms of procedure. In Professor McGonagall's eyes, this was far from a pass, and all the necessary self-examinations, deductions, and confinement were required. Fortunately, there is still time now. The more you can learn, the better. It will always be helpful for the final exam. Okay, I've written all this down in my notes. I'm going out to watch the Quidditch match. Are you really not coming with me? Neville said after closing his notebook. Slytherin and Hufflepuff, when Gryffindor comes on stage, just remember to call me. I'll continue reading. I'm a little dissatisfied with my current Patronus charm. Hermione still looked at the book and answered without raising her head. Well, be careful. Yes. Hermione agreed readily. There were not many people in the library today. In fact, she was the only one there. Even Madame Pants confirmed that Hermione, the only little wizard present, was an obedient child, and then she happily came to the Quidditch stands to watch the game. After all, there are only a few people as curious as Hermione in this world, and most of them are just ordinary people. Fortunately, there was no one else in the library, which made things convenient for Hermione. After all, Neville was here just now, and it was not convenient for her to do some things. For example, from lunch until now, The socks in her boots have been accidentally slipping down, which is undoubtedly very uncomfortable. She subconsciously wanted to bend down to take off her shoes and adjust her socks, and then her arm accidentally hit the bench, and it hit her tendon. Although it didn't hurt much, it still caused her arm to lose feeling. Why is my luck so bad today? She took out the dress-up book given to her by Sirius from the bag on the table in a somewhat embarrassed manner, turned the page to the page about shoes, picked a pair of slippers at random, and clicked on it. Magic changes life. It's so convenient. After successfully changing her shoes, Hermione closed the book and put it back in her bag with her other hand with some difficulty. In the process, she accidentally touched the quill that she had used when explaining the Patronus charm to Neville. "Oh, what bad luck. I'll pick it up later." Poor Hermione had no idea what a colorful evening she would experience later, just like now. As the evening bell rang, she finally put away all the books she was reading and placed them back on the bookshelf. When she returned to her seat, picked up her bag, and was about to leave, a feather pen on the ground tickled Hermione as if it was blown up by the wind. This made her subconsciously shake her feet, but she didn't realize that there was an edge of a bench next to her, and her toes hit the inner edge of the bench hard. The severe pain in her toe made her quickly hook her foot up, and then it hit the bottom surface of the bench heavily. After a series of small accidents completely destroyed her balance, she finally leaned back as expected. Crack! There were still a few people in the library in the evening. A few Hufflepuff wizards came over and helped Hermione up. They made sure she was okay before slowly leaving. Hermione endured the severe pain in her ankle. That's right, she was not okay, but she just answered subconsciously. When she realized that her ankle was injured, it was too late. The words had already been spoken, and it would be embarrassing to take them back. She had no choice but to endure the pain in her ankle and leave the library. She quickly transformed herself into a crutch and staggered towards the medical wing. I must talk this over with Hermione. I'll say that Malfoy is a useless idiot. He was even shaken off his broom by Cedric. Isn't he pure lung fog? Ron said to Harry and Neville with a chuckle. Indeed, Harry and Neville couldn't help laughing, until the three of them walked around the library and still couldn't find Hermione. They looked at each other in surprise. It was not in the Quidditch stands, the auditorium, or the lounge. They even asked their classmates to check the girls' dormitory, but still it was not there. Do you remember what Professor Trelawney said in the divination class? Ron murmured. The three of them looked at each other. Oh no, it's going to be bad. When Harry and the other two hurried to the hospital wing, they found Hermione without asking, because her crying was so loud. The moment the three of them actually saw Hermione, they all widened their eyes in confusion. I take back what I said about Professor Trelawney being a liar. Ron muttered. Me too. She's a true genius. The three of them sincerely admired Professor Trelawney. Do you have to tell me about this? Even if you say it secretly behind my back. Hermione wiped the sparse tears from the corners of her eyes, and her originally bright eyes automatically turned into a dead fish look as she complained. Oh, I'm sorry, but actually, it's a little funny. Ron said as he walked over and flicked the two small horns that had grown on Hermione's forehead with his fingernails. They pierced her skin, but luckily Madame Pomfrey quickly gave Hermione a painkiller and applied a special ointment. It's not only funny, it's cool, really. You should use paint to paint these two horns red. It's a pity that Halloween has passed. Maybe next Halloween, you can continue to drink the bone spirit a little. Harry also came over and made a joke. Is there any way to remove this horn? It won't leave a scar, will it? Hermione felt a little better. Neville is the only one among you three who speaks human language. The other two of you, he. As she spoke, she looked at Harry and Ron with disdain. It shouldn't leave scars. The damage caused by bone growth is probably just physical damage. Ordinary potions should be able to heal it. Harry comforted. Oh, I hope so. But now I don't know how Madame Pomfrey will remove my two horns. Maybe some magical potion. Hermione replied with a sigh. Harry, Ron, and Neville all looked at each other obscurely when they heard this. And in the blink of an eye, a 3-3-team voice message came out. This is a whole prank. Can. No problem. The next moment Ron spoke directly. I don't know, but when we came in, we saw Madame Pomfrey holding two huge hacksaws, and we didn't know what she was going to do. Hermione's little face suddenly turned pale. Hacksaw? Well, there's a saw and a steel rod. Like a carpenter, Harry added. Hermione forgot to wipe her tears for a moment. She looked up at the ceiling in a trance, and a strange scene appeared in her mind. A terrifying big iron frame fixed her head in place. And then Madame Pomfrey held a hacksaw in one hand and her own horns with the other hand and sawed them fiercely. After sawing, she was afraid that it would be uneven, so she rubbed it with a file and finally polished it with sandpaper. From now on, she could only have two pale circles on her forehead. Almost everyone says the first thing they see about me. What's wrong with your forehead? Or hello, have you polished it? It's over. My life is over. My future is gone. When Madame Pomfrey came in, she saw Hermione, who was like an empty shell. She looked at her three friends with some confusion. What happened to her? After the three children finished talking, Madame Pomfrey took out a bottle of potion helplessly and said, "Young wizards nowadays only learn practical magic, not theoretical magic. This is the case. Drink it and you'll be all right." Hermione took the potion and looked at Madame Pomfrey, who had nothing in her hands. "Don't my horns need sawing and filing? Do you know why some people cannot regenerate their bodies after being attacked by dark magic and their bodies are damaged, or why muggles experience phantom pain after their limbs are severed?" Madame Pomfrey did not answer immediately, but asked. The four little ones all shook their heads. Hermione seemed to have forgotten her two horns and regained her sense of being in class. Because of the soul, when black magic damages the body, it also damages that part of the soul. Therefore, conventional methods that use the soul as a benchmark to simultaneously repair the body cannot restore the body. Only a specific counterspell can be used. When a muggle's limb is broken, the body is damaged, but the soul remains intact, so the so-called phantom limb pain is some kind of abnormality in the soul. Madame Pomfrey explained. Hermione reacted. "So my two horns have no soul? Then will this potion alone work?" Madame Pomfrey nodded. "But this will be a little painful, because its principle is to destroy your body while letting your body grow again, based on your soul. I don't know if you have studied Muggle biology and the metamorphosis of insects. The effect is similar, so I need to make a cocoon for you." After listening to Madame Pomfrey's explanation, Hermione felt sick all over. As a top student in both Muggle and magic, she certainly knew what abnormal development was. In short, the insect melts itself into liquid in the cocoon and then reassembles. Can't we use other methods? Like using a saw or something? Madame Pomfrey shook her head. The painkiller can only be used to relieve pain in the muscles and skin, and your two horns are full of nerves and blood vessels. You can't stand that kind of pain. Then this potion. Hermione looked at the potion in her hand, still looking resistant. "It only takes one night, Miss Granger, and this is Hogwarts. We have magic. Of course, we can't really turn you into liquid and then reassemble you. Destruction and reassembly are done at the same time. Relax." Madame Pomfrey comforted her. "So, the cocoon you mentioned? That's for hygiene, poor child." Madame Pomfrey waved her wand casually, and a bubble expanded from Hermione's body from the inside out. "Drink it." "Oh, I have no other choice." Hermione swallowed and drank the potion in her hand. "Ice cold and sweet," she commented. "You need to get some sleep next. After all, this kind of pain, like the rate of pi, is very unbearable. It's better to get some sleep." Madame Pomfrey said, raising her wand again, and after Hermione nodded, she lightly nodded, faint. "So, where's classmate Granger?" In the alchemy class, Kaysen looked at the obviously empty seat and asked Harry and the others. The three of them looked at each other. Of course, they wanted to save face for poor Hermione. After all, they were all good friends. But no one could resist the weird desire to share, so they used a more obscure way. "Professor, do you remember the prophecy we told you?" Kaysen understood, and of course he remembered it. After all, an outrageous prediction probably wouldn't be very accurate. But a prediction that was so outrageous had to be written down. It didn't matter whether it was accurate or not. It was mainly for fun. "That's nothing we can do. But since we have one less student in this class, let's review a little more quickly. Everyone take out your notebooks. I will ask questions one by one, and no one can escape. Kaysen showed a devilish smile and said with a sneer, "Meow, meow, meow." The little wizards looked at Kaysen with wide eyes, looking helpless. After class, at the entrance of the medical wing, Kaysen was holding a few pixel carnations in his hand. He wanted to see Hermione's current condition. After all, it was normal for a professor to care about the physical condition of his students. He definitely didn't want to see what was going on with Hermione's horns. It's just that the corner of his mouth always unconsciously turns up, giving people a weird feeling. Actually, it was fine originally, but if Hermione saw it, she would probably laugh at me. So, UB asterisk 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 D. Get down here now. Kaysen frantically fiddled with the corners of his mouth, trying to smooth them out, and soon his efforts paid off. Ooh, hold on, hold on. He tried hard to keep the corners of his mouth at a flat angle, but unfortunately, it made the two muscles in his neck tense. He walked into the hospital wing and greeted Madame Pomfrey softly, then asked where Hermione's ward was and walked in. Hermione is seen in a big bubble, reading a book that is also wrapped in a bubble. There are no small red horns on her head, but only two abnormal protrusions. The one who has emerged is the one who has made a name for himself. "Hello, I'm glad to see that you're okay," Kaysen said as he put a few pixel carnations in the vase on the bedside table. "Yes, Professor, it would be better if the corners of your mouth could be a little flatter," Hermione said with a wry smile. "Oh," Kaysen touched the corners of his mouth that he couldn't help but curl up and pursed his lips helplessly. "I am shocked by you now. You know the mysterious power from the East. You are now rising to prominence and have the potential to become the Minister of Magic." "Oh, thank you, Professor. Although I know you were just trying to cheer me up." Hermione nodded. She looked at Kaysen, pursed her lips, and said, "Professor, why do I feel that you are a little disappointed?" Really?" Hermione nodded seriously. "Okay, I'm just, curious, just pure curiosity," Kaysen said somewhat embarrassedly. "Oh, I remember, Professor, please open the drawer of the bedside table. My small bag is inside." Hermione sighed and said in a SOSO tone. Kaysen took out the small bag and waved it towards Hermione. "On the outermost layer, there's a photo that Madame Pomfrey took of me. You can keep it as a souvenir." Kaysen quickly pulled the photo out of his small bag. It was a magical photo that moved. In it, Hermione had two cute little white horns on her forehead, and she was looking at the camera crying. "No, no, no. I can't accept this, and you will definitely regret telling me your dark history in the future. I suggest you show it to your parents. After all, this kind of small embarrassment in school can greatly enhance your relationship." Kaysen explained. "Oh, I hope," said Hermione listlessly. Kaysen also helped put the photo back into the bag and put it back into the bedside table. "Okay, I won't disturb your rest. If I stay for another second, there's a possibility that Madame Pomfrey will come out of the door with a deadly weapon to chase me." Kaysen stood up and looked at Hermione, who was rising and living in the school dormitory again. He had to take off the hat on his head to express his apology. "Take good care of your injuries." Hermione looked at the childlike professor speechlessly as he left the ward and turned another page of the book in her hand. Crash! The next morning, Hermione had been discharged from the hospital. Kaysen went to join in the fun. After making sure that Jungron was not there, he returned disappointedly after seeing another white and clean forehead. He still hoped from the bottom of his heart that Hermione could unlock a new form, such as the two small horns being able to retract and grow again anytime and anywhere. How cool! But no matter how cool that is, it is not as important as eating nowadays. Kaysen is studying a very unruly potato. This potato is so smooth that Severus, give him a sharp attack. Kaysen, who finally broke through the defense with his knife, pushed the plate towards Snape, and soon a wave of magic flashed by. He got back his 2 potatoes, 0.5. "Severus, you are really good at cutting potatoes with such great precision." Lupin tried hard to put on a kind smile, but his words sounded like a mockery to Snape's ears. I don't think I have your permission to call me Severus, Mr. Lupin, Snape said dryly. Oh, okay, Professor Snape, I just wanted to apologize. I didn't have time to do so before. Lupin explained somewhat embarrassedly. Are you alone? Said Snape, glancing at Lupin. I can only represent myself now. Childish. Snape snorted. Lupin nudged Kaysen with his leg in a subtle way. What does this mean? What it means is that although he has accepted your apology in his heart, he did not show it because he is at Sundara. Although he will still mock you in the future, he will not hate you or have murderous intentions towards you. You are just strangers now, not enemies. Kaysen translated diligently. Kaysen. Snape's knife banged against the plate. Oh, I'm full. I still have to prepare for class. Get out of here, brother. Kaysen ran away. Then an owl flew in from the window and placed an envelope in front of him. There were 4 people at the Gryffindor table with the same envelope, and there was another one next to Lupin. What is this? Snape asked, which was rare. Oh, Sirius Black asked me, Lupin, and Harry to go to his house this weekend. No more eating, let's go. Snape stood up suddenly and walked towards his office with the black robe whirring behind him. Mechanical priest version of Kaysen. I wish all readers who see this picture can travel through Warhammer 40k as soon as possible and dedicate their value and loyalty to the Emperor forever. Please give me a gift. Disclaimer: I'm not a reader. I am an author. By the way, I have to take a day off tomorrow, brother. I have a lot of things to do during the new year. I'm sorry. What's wrong with him? Lupin asked puzzledly. I didn't understand it before, but since Sirius told me about your school days, I understand it very well. Kaysen replied. Yeah. Poor Professor Snape was so angry that he cried, and before Lupin could finish his words, Kaysen interrupted him speechlessly. He has a reason to hate you. Okay, I'll go see Harry and the others. They should have received the letter as well. Lupin put down his cutlery and walked towards the Gryffindor table. Well, I'll go see Severus, Kaysen said as he stood up and walked towards the basement. After a while, both of them returned to their seats. How's it going? Kaysen asked. We'll have some fun this weekend. Lupin was subconsciously a little excited, not realizing that theoretically he was now in a cold war with Sirius. TSK, TSK, TSK. Sunday morning. Hello, Professor. Harry and his friends appeared in front of Kaysen, who had just woken up and came downstairs. Because of the heavy flow of people, he hasn't locked his office for a long time. The little wizards sometimes come and take a walk, drive a boat, go on a date, or bring breakfast to Kaysen. As for those sophisticated magic machines and chain gold creations, they were firmly wrapped in thick glass walls. Since he decided to open the office to let the little wizards come here to stroll around, he had to take corresponding measures. He was not afraid of any mistakes in the chainmetal device. After all, to him, those big guys had no gold content at all and were just building blocks. However, it is very dangerous for young wizards, so it is better to wrap it up. It will not affect its use anyway. Well, where's Lupin? He hasn't woken up yet. Kaysen yawned and sat down on the sofa weakly. He's still eating. This is your breakfast. Neville handed over the full brown paper bag. Thank you. By the way, please help me cast a cleansing spell. I have run out of shampoo, and the new one hasn't arrived yet. Kaysen said casually. No problem, Professor. Neville took out his wand, muttered something quickly, and then a stream of light flew towards Kaysen. The cool feeling gave him a shiver, and he quickly regained consciousness and breathed a sigh of relief. Magic changes life. It's convenient. Soon Lupin finally finished his meal and came over dressed. Is there anything else? If not, let's go. Kaysen shook his head. We can go now. As he spoke, he enveloped several people, and the Enderman teleported and several people suddenly appeared. 222, Baker Street. Aren't we going to Grimmauld Place? Something doesn't seem right here. Hermione looked out the window with some confusion. In fact, I don't know where Grimmauld Place is. I've never been there before, so I can't just teleport there, and... Kaysen looked at the sofa where he used to sit and saw another person's print, and there was a strange sound coming from the bathroom. Sherlock. He rushed into the bathroom on the first floor and soon came out pulling a man wrapped in a bath towel, leaving Lupin and the little wizard stunned. Hermione thought about it and decided to turn her back, but soon she felt it was unnecessary and turned back. There's nothing I can do. Peanut brought his girlfriend home, and I have nowhere to go. Sherlock sat on the sofa helplessly and explained, "Oh, so I should thank you for visiting my house." And Harry put a drying spell on him. Kaysen said angrily. Harry nodded, took out his wand, and chanted a spell. As the warm magic fell on his body, Sherlock touched his already dry hair. Wow, magical magic. The moment these words were spoken, the four little wizards widened their eyes, because they realized that this strange neighbor who appeared in their professor's house was actually a muggle. And Lupin still watched this farce calmly. Quite interesting. At this time, Sherlock, who had felt the magic, looked at Kaysen again. You said a drying spell, which should be a general term, not a proper spell name, and you chose to let this young gentleman cast the spell instead of doing it yourself. Oh, it seems that there's a big gap between your magic and theirs. If you're not interested, you can check why the trash can at my door was always full of trash instead of staring at me left and right. Kaysen said speechlessly. Oh, there's no need to check that, because sometimes Peanut collect a lot of garbage and he will throw it into your trash can. Sherlock replied, You just paused? You actually made that garbage, right? That's the contribution of both of us. I should have provided you with a formaldehyde package when I was decorating your house. Kaysen said speechlessly, Don't worry, we will open the windows for ventilation. Well, I remember you didn't have the key to my house. Kaysen sat down helplessly and decided to get to the bottom of it and see how many evil things the great detective in front of him had done. You asked Peanut to help you take care of the money tree at home. Sherlock said concisely. So you took the opportunity to make a copy of the key? No, I just changed the lock and put the new key on your keychain. Wardfa. Ahem. Kaysen. There are children and children. Lupin quickly helped Kaysen to retract an insult. And your jacuzzi is nice. Kaysen's face was embarrassed again. So the public bathroom is not enough for you? What kind of damn bathtub is worth breaking into and picking the lock? Because I discovered the hidden function of that bathtub, I'll take you to see it. At this point, Sherlock suddenly became excited and pulled Kaysen upstairs. The people on the first floor only heard a burst of laughter, then silence, followed by the sound of quick running and a terrifying vibration. Sherlock, wrapped in a bath towel, ran downstairs quickly without even putting on his clothes and ran towards the next room. In response, Kaysen ran downstairs with the bathtub in one hand, rushed out of the house, took aim for a moment, and threw the bathtub out. Hearing the sound of breaking air, Sherlock looked back, did a quick calculation, and decisively chose to lie down, and then was covered tightly by the bathtub. Oh, mad fact! Sherlock's muffled voice came from the bathtub. The little wizard who witnessed all this swallowed his saliva. Professor, you are simply Superman. Professor, is he okay? Harry and others asked Lupin. It's okay, I guess I'm just trapped in the bathtub. Lupin explained. But Kaysen did not walk back immediately, but walked towards number 221. Not long after, a black SUV drove out from the garage of number 221. When passing Sherlock, who was trapped under the bathtub, he honked the horn politely. Get in the car. When he stopped at the door of his house, he honked the horn again to signal several people to get in. Professor, why don't we go directly to Grimmauld Place? Instead of taking a car, Ron asked as he sat in the back. Because although I know the name of Grimmauld Place, I don't know where it is. I have to find a map. Kaysen said and handed the map to Lupin in the co-pilot seat. Then Professor Lupin doesn't know either? Aren't you and Sirius friends? Harry asked curiously. During school, Sirius and his family didn't have a good relationship. So if we chose to go to someone's home to play privately, we wouldn't choose Sirius's home, especially after he ran away from home and moved out of the Black Mansion. So we didn't know where to go. Lupin said as he carefully searched on the map. Here, I found it. Kaysen leaned over to take a look. Not far. Noon. Number 12. 11. 13. Hey, it must be said that the people here are all damn mathematical saints. Haven't they felt that something is missing here after all these years? Kaysen sighed with amusement. You also don't understand. We just need the letter that Sirius wrote to us. In addition to being a letter, it is also a medium for the Fidelius charm. Lupin took out the letter from his pocket and took a look at it. Then he raised his head, and an old dark building appeared in front of him. Others followed suit, saw the building, walked up to the door, and rang the doorbell. So the doorbell of the oldest pure-blood family is an electric bell? Neville complained after sticking his head out from behind. It seems so. Besides, the ancestral home of the oldest pure-blood family is in the Muggle community, which is quite humorous in itself. Kaysen added. As soon as he finished speaking, the door opened, and a sinister house elf with bones that looked like steel wires sticking out from under his skin appeared in front of them. His name was Creature. It was those dirty Muggles who built the city with the Great Black House as its center. It wasn't the Black House that was built in the Muggle city. Hi, you're here. Come in quickly. Didn't this old guy say anything to you? Sirius walked down from upstairs, opened his arms in a Y shape, and greeted them. No. Kaysen shook his head and carefully walked around the old elf. It wasn't until most people had passed Creature that it was Hermione's turn. Hermione smiled politely at Creature, and then he stopped her with his hand. The Great House of Black cannot tolerate the entry of a mudblood. Before Kaysen and the others could react, Sirius walked over angrily and kicked Creature hard. This is my guest. Watch your mouth. Obviously, if the old master was here, this dirty, Creature obviously wanted to say something else, but Sirius sealed his mouth with magic. I'm sorry, Hermione, this guy really spoils the fun. Don't take it to heart. He said to Hermione apologetically. It's okay, they're all poor people. Hermione obviously didn't take this little episode to heart. Sirius led a few people to the living room and sat down. Well, this big house really doesn't give me very good memories, so I invite you to come here and let you take a look at this house. If you like anything, just move out. Then I will cancel the protective spell here, sell it, and then buy a house on Privet Drive. Harry, you don't mind, right? Harry shook his head quickly. Of course not. Then can I live with you? Sirius nodded with a smile on his face. Of course, but you can't be too far away from your uncle and aunt. The protective magic that Lily, your mother, cast on you relies on blood relationship. You can't be too far away from your blood relatives. Oh, they just want me to stay away, Harry muttered. You can't say that. You can't be irresponsible for your own safety just because they hate you. Kaysen explained while looking at Creature, who seemed to be covered with lice not far away with confusion. That's right. Professor, what are you looking at? Several people looked in the direction where Kaysen was looking and saw Creature placing the tea tray neatly on the ground. Then he used his hands to pick at his mouth, and his whole body was twisting as if he had lice. Does he want to talk? Sirius. Let him go and see what he has to say. Hermione whispered. Okay. Sirius nodded and looked at Creature again. But if you dare to speak rudely to my friends again, I will chop you off vertically. Soon Creature regained the right to speak, and he shouted angrily, Prodigal, how dare you defile the great Black Mansion and want to sell it to Muggles? You have betrayed the ancestors of the Black family. They are all ashamed of you. Sirius leaned on the sofa nonchalantly. What's the big deal? It's like this house is so good. There's no lighting and no ventilation. This is the Black family's heritage. Kaysen sat on the sofa and smacked his lips. Although it was not nice for an outsider to say this, he still felt strange seeing Creature, a slave, feeling sorry for his master's wealth and glory. Fortunately, Creature is a house elf. There probably aren't any such people in real life. Even though he can barely get enough to eat, he still feels pity for those high and mighty people, not knowing that those people don't need it at all. As for Creature and even the entire house elves, he could only comment. They were born to be slaves. They couldn't stand up after kneeling down. They were pure cows and horses. While Kaysen was brainstorming, the quarrel between Sirius and Creature also came to an end, and an outsider was needed to help completely end this abstract quarrel. So, Kaysen, please give us your judgment. I knew it. I don't know what to draw. The whole expression pack is so cute. And can you give me some gifts? Kaysen touched his chin. What does it have to do with me? Hermione pushed him implicitly, and he finally responded, Oh, here it comes. He casually patted the sofa he was sitting on. It's a Muggle brand. They even made mattresses for the Queen. He stood up again and casually touched the wallpaper on the wall. It was founded by William Morris in 1861, which is less than 150 years ago, but it is older than Dumbledore, which is worthy of praise. And let me think about Grimmauld Place. I learned about it when I was in school. Construction began here in 1815, and it's not right that this is the center point, as Creature said. The center point of Grimmauld Place is Grimmauld Chapel, and number 12 was also built by Muggles in the beginning, but now it seems that it was taken away by the Black family. How do you know? Hermione asked quietly. I saw the design drawings of the square in the library when I was in school, Kaysen responded. So, if it is true as you said, Mr. Creature, that this building embodies the history and glory of the Black family, then their history and glory is at best. Kaysen patted Hermione on the side halfway through his speech. The latter rolled his eyes and muttered something. After hearing Hermione's answer, Kaysen said in one breath, only 178 years. I am counting from the day when Grimmauld Place was started, not the day when it was completed, and certainly not from the day when the building passed into the hands of a certain Black ancestor. Otherwise, I might have to subtract another 30 or 40 years. That's it. A house that's only over 100 years old isn't even as old as the Malfoys' castle. Why are you still sitting here? Take anything you like, otherwise it will just be a bargain for the next tenant. Sirius said casually. Master Sirius, don't you care about the honor of the Black family? Creature asked sadly. A bunch of lunatics and dark wizards. Where is the glory? Sirius curled his lips, and after a while he turned around and glanced at Creature. As a master, I don't care. I don't need you, a house elf, to pity me or the Black family. As he spoke, he walked towards a wall not far away where there was a family tree drawn on it. He squatted down and pinched a raised part of the wallpaper, then suddenly tore off the entire wallpaper. Throw this garbage out later, don't scare the next tenant. That's your family tree, right? So, Lupin reminded hesitantly. What's the big deal? The ones I liked were all killed by them. I'm very generous of me not to bear grudges against the remaining ones. Sirius said casually. Besides, why are you still standing there? Just do what you like, learn from Kaysen. He has already started to stuff the sofa into his ring. It was only then that everyone noticed that a considerable number of leather sofas were missing from this huge living room. Why are you looking at me? Do you think this brand of sofa is cheap? Sirius is spending so much money. Why don't you move in quickly? Kaysen said quickly after a moment of silence. Harry and his friends felt a little embarrassed. After all, they were still children and did not have the thick skin of adults. However, under Kaysen's leadership, they also started an adventure trip, which was called Searching, but was actually just strolling. Hey, Kaysen, wait for me. Sirius watched Kaysen take the coffee table away and quickly followed him. Thank you so much for what you did just now. Just don't blame me for offending the Black family. Kaysen responded. What's the big deal? What I just said was from my heart. What kind of honor can there be for a family made up of a bunch of lunatics and dark wizards? Sirius said in a consistent manner. Are you planning to buy a house on Privet Drive? Do you have a favorite decoration style? Kaysen asked. Well, just ordinary English countryside. I like that kind very much. Sirius replied. As a young master, you like the pastoral style? Kaysen was a little curious. Because James's house had a pastoral style at the time, Sirius fell in love with the decoration when he first went to James' house. Lupin added quietly. Anyway, I think that style gives people a very comfortable feeling. After all, whether it's here or Hogwarts, it gives people a cold feeling, but James's house gave people a very warm feeling back then. Sirius said a little embarrassedly. Like Hufflepuff? A little brighter than Hufflepuff. I know, I was just talking about that temperament. Yeah, that's right. Have you found a decoration company? Kaysen asked again. Sirius's brain crashed for a second. How about you come? Give me the floor plan. I haven't had time to buy it yet. Notify me when you buy it. No problem. The few of them continued to rob wherever they went. Of course, the robbed here refers to Kaysen and Lupin, until the two of them came to a slightly gloomy wall. Wow, what are you going to do with all this? Kaysen asked when he saw a bunch of house elf heads hanging on the wall. Let's burn it down later, Sirius said succinctly. Sirius, the floor in your house is nice. Lupin squatted down at some point and said while looking at the smooth and delicate floor under his feet, "Can you please stop being so ridiculous? How can I sell the house if you dug up the floor for me?" Speaking of selling the house, has your house been registered with the Land Bureau? Kaysen suddenly asked. What Land Bureau? Who are you going to sell this house to? Kaysen changed the question. Selling it to muggles, what's wrong? Oh, it's okay. Let's continue strolling. Lupin said quickly, standing behind Sirius and winking at Kaysen. Oh, let's go. Bang. Avada. Wardhair. Midhafa. Aussie. Alpaca. The three people who heard this strange sound all had stiff expressions. Is anything going to happen to them? Lupin asked quietly. I think something went wrong. Kaysen covered the two of them with his shadow and teleported over. When they got there, they found that the four little ones were already standing on either side of a corridor with Creature at loggerheads. What are you doing? Creature, are you being rude to my guests? Sirius yelled directly at Creature. Creature didn't. Creature was preventing a few bad boys from stealing Master Regulus's relics. Creature roared. Oh, what relics did he leave behind? Sirius scratched his ears indifferently. After all, there were too many relics of Regulus. More than half of this house could be considered as relics. Creature can't show you. Hurry, Sirius said helplessly, still in a carefree manner. Let me see. Kaysen ignored Sirius and Creature's fierce competition. He went straight behind Creature and looked at the little thing he was holding in his hand. Soul. The label on the little thing was reflected in his eyes. Oh, this is... Kaysen murmured and stretched out his hand. The powerful and precise attraction directly drew the small locket in Creature's hand into his hand. Give it back to Creature. Creature quickly cast a spell at Kaysen. Creature. Sirius was furious and took out his wand. Crucio. As Cruciatus fell on Creature's body, Creature's magic also fell on Kaysen's body. However, unlike Creature, who was lying on the ground wailing after being affected immediately, that magic was like a drop of water falling into the sea, without even causing a ripple. Professor, are you okay? Several little wizards came up to Kaysen and asked. I'm fine, Sirius. Please stop. I need to ask him a lot of important things, and there's a reason for this. Kaysen said, remember your identity. Sirius said viciously to Creature. Kaysen waved his hand to signal Sirius to calm down, then squatted down to show Creature the locket in his hand. Did your previous master tell you who this locket belongs to? Creature. Before Creature could finish his words, Sirius took out a small bottle from his pocket and roughly stuffed it into Creature's mouth, then grabbed his head and shook it. Then he looked up at everyone and said, It's just truth serum. Kaysen was silent for a long time. After all, he has taken on the responsibility of taking care of you. I think you should be nicer to him. You're just too kind. This kind of guy is not worth it. Sirius shook his head. Okay, who's this locket? Master Regulus's. Creature said in a trance. Where did it come from? Master Regulus stole it from the Dark Lord. As soon as he finished speaking, most people present had strange expressions. They all knew who the Dark Lord was, Voldemort, but he was a little curious about Regulus. Logically speaking, an ordinary Death Eater probably wouldn't have the courage to steal Voldemort's things. Sirius thought even more. He knew clearly how fanatical his brother Regulus was about Voldemort. Why would such a fanatical Death Eater steal things from Voldemort, whom he regarded as a god? Tell me everything you know about the locket, Kaysen continued. Master Regulus took Creature to a place where the Dark Lord placed the locket in a stone basin filled with liquid curse. The next time, Master Regulus took Creature to that place. Master Regulus drank the liquid curse and gave the locket to Creature, asking him to destroy it. Creature said calmly, What about Regulus? Asked Sirius. Dragged into the water by the Inferi. You're going to let your master be dragged into this by the Inferi? Sirius was very upset this time. He could almost be said to be roaring. Put a stunning spell on Creature, Kaysen whispered to Lupin. Lupin nodded, and the next moment Creature fell down in a daze. Sirius, who was halfway through his roar, suddenly lost his target and looked at Kaysen and the others in a daze. Now is not the time for you to study the family rules, but this thing. Kaysen pinched the locket in his hand with 2 fingers. This is a Horcrux. Horcrux? Sirius asked in confusion. Horcrux. Lupin was alert. ABA, what does that mean? Nothing. You guys continue playing. We're going to go find Dumbledore. You guys take your time and have fun. Kaysen and Lupin looked at each other tacitly, then quickly sent a few little wizards upstairs, and then used Ender Teleport to catch Dumbledore in a few seconds. You said it was something important? How important could it be? Dumbledore adjusted his glasses, and before he could finish his words, Kaysen took out the locket. Look, Voldemort's Horcrux. This matter is indeed very important. Dumbledore exhaled and took the locket. Where did it come from? Sirius repeated what Creature had just said. He is also a hero. Dumbledore exclaimed. What? Sirius didn't understand for a moment. Or perhaps he didn't dare to understand from the beginning. He was afraid that he had wrongly accused Regulus. The brother he had despised for so many years was a hero. For the justice in his heart, he sacrificed his life and stole Voldemort's Horcrux. Isn't this enough to be called a hero? Dumbledore asked back. Oh, Regulus? Sirius didn't know how to speak for a moment, as if he couldn't feel the existence of his throat. Wake up, Creature. We probably have something very important to ask him. Dumbledore ignored Sirius and looked at Kaysen and Lupin and said. Lupin nodded, and soon Creature woke up, but the effect of the truth serum had obviously not worn off, and he still looked like an empty shell. Creature, let me ask you. Today, Kaysen Nguyen really didn't know what to draw, and then I played a game of online Red Dead Redemption. So, I just drew my online outfit of Red Dead Redemption. That weird triangle on the shirt collar and waistcoat is a mask, and I really don't know how to draw it. Sirius sat blankly on a chair in the corner, and no one knew what he was thinking. Kaysen sat on the other side, looked at Sirius across from him, and looked at the locket in his hand. He looked again at Creature, who was slumping on the ground, and at Dumbledore and Lupin, who were silent. What should we do now? Asked Lupin. Destroy the Horcrux and find the body of Regulus Black, Dumbledore replied. Is it possible for us to rehabilitate his reputation? Asked Sirius. I remember Regulus. To him, none of this mattered. He didn't like being in the spotlight. He just needed recognition from his brother, although he never got it. Dumbledore's calm voice was like a sword stabbing directly at Sirius' throat. On the other side, Kaysen had already taken out the enchantment book, and a disappearance curse shrouded the pendant. Finally, a purple light flashed, and the pendant disappeared with it. On the other side, Sirius waved at Creature. Do you remember the place where Regulus took you that year? Creature cried and nodded. Creature has never forgotten. Then let's go. Take us all there. Sirius pulled Creature up and then put his other hand on Lupin's shoulder. Creature's other hand was held by Dumbledore, and Kaysen also supported Dumbledore. With a roar, everyone came to a cave. Is this the place? Asked Sirius. Not really. It's just that the space here is more stable than other places. Perhaps the house elves can still use apparition, but it might be a little stretch to bring so many of us. Dumbledore murmured after closing his eyes. This is the entrance. We need to feed the stone wall there with blood. Creature pointed in a direction, and a door frame instantly appeared there, with rocks still inside. Sirius nodded, and without saying a word, he took out an exquisite dagger from his pocket. He reached out and grasped the blade, then pulled the dagger out violently. The next moment, blood gushed out of his hand and dripped onto the ground. Soon he randomly smeared the blood in his hand on the stone wall, and soon felt the bloody stone wall slowly opening. Kaysen, who was walking behind, remained silent as he watched Sirius's act of self-mutilation. He also stopped Lupin, who was about to rush forward to help bandage the wound. If a person thinks he has done something wrong, or has let someone down, he will punish his body unconsciously or consciously. This will make his spirit feel better. Let him be. Listening to Kaysen's explanation, Lupin nodded and sighed helplessly. Soon, they all walked out of the cave and saw a huge black lake. There should be other means besides apparition here, said Lupin. Yeah, actually, there's no need to find any means. The space here is indeed stable, but not too stable. It can still be manipulated, Kaysen said as he released his stance to cover a few people, and then looked towards the center of the sea, where he could see a large area of black magic gathering in his monocle. As a burst of purple light scattered, several people came to a smooth stone slab. That locket was stolen by Master Regulus from the stone basin in the center. Creature said hesitantly, "But where is Regulus?" "I'm here to find Regulus," Sirius said anxiously. "You should take a good look around you, Sirius. I think Regulus has sadly become one of them," Dumbledore said calmly. It was at this time that Sirius rarely spared a bit of his attention to look at the water surface not far away. The surface was calm, but through the water he could see the intertwined bodies inside. "This is an inferi." Lupin looked at Sirius, who had been silent for a long time. Although he felt reluctant, he still reminded him under Dumbledore's gaze. "I know. Kaysen is good at comforting minor quarrels because he often experienced those in the orphanage school when he was a child, so he can analyze the children's psychology very well and prescribe the right medicine. But when it comes to matters of life and death, he loses this advantage. He has never experienced the separation of life and death, so he cannot effectively comfort others at such times. After all, if you can't even empathize, how can you comfort us? Sirius is a strong man, but we need to clear this thing from him now. We need to know whether Regulus left any backup plans. This is for his sake." Dumbledore patted Kaysen on the shoulder and comforted him. "I know, and I think the person you should really comfort is Sirius," Kaysen said as he took out the enchanted book of the Vanishing Curse again. After casting the Vanishing Curse over the basin of strange liquid, the strange liquid disappeared as the Vanishing Curse took effect. However, in the blink of an eye, the liquid surged out again, without a single drop missing. "Why is that?" Dumbledore pondered. "Because that is not the true power of the Vanishing Curse. Bring me an inferi," Kaysen shouted at Lupin. Soon an inferi was fished out, and Sirius came over to take a look. He carefully identified it for a long time before finally confirming that the inferi was not his brother. Only then did he feel at ease and let Lupin hand it over to Kaysen. The latter holds the disappearance curse in one hand and the binding curse in the other hand, and uses the binding curse to bind the disappearance curse and the strange liquid in the stone basin together. In this way, as long as the corpse that is bound to life disappears, the corresponding strange liquid should also disappear. This is the real purpose of the disappearance curse. The previous ones are all beggar versions. "Come on, Avatar," said Kaysen. On the other side, Dumbledore looked at Lupin, who was holding his wand and preparing himself mentally, and Sirius, who was frantically looking for his wand, and smiled as he took out his wand and pointed it at the inferi, who was walking towards him in a daze. "Avada eats big melon." As the half-dead corpse was hit by the rule-based death curse of Avada Kedavra, it collapsed to the ground, and the strange liquid in the stone basin disappeared in an instant and never reappeared. "What's that?" Sirius asked in a dry voice. "Another locket identical to the one that was destroyed." Kaysen reached out and took out the locket, but this locket was not a Horcrux. He opened it casually and saw a yellowed parchment inside. He quickly closed the locket. This should contain Regulus' suicide note. He placed the locket in Sirius' palm and said, "Oh, thank you." Sirius carefully put the locket in his most secret and intimate pocket, then rubbed his face vigorously. "I have to find a way to get my brother's body back. You guys go back first." Dumbledore shook his head. "This is not a good idea." Sirius was silent for a moment. "Perhaps you can help?" "Thank you." "Perhaps a summoning spell," Lupin said, and he took action, took out his wand, waved it, and said, "Regulus Black." Sadly, nothing happened. It seems, well, he may have lost his name. Now he is just an ordinary inferi. Sirius said in an extremely unpleasant tone. "Feel sorry. No, it's not your fault." On the other side, Kaysen had already taken action. He took out the new magic art spellbook and edited it for a while, such as a simple large-scale interactive attraction magic. After Kaysen edited the magic, he directly shot the spell at the nearest corpse. As the corpse was hit by the magic, the interactive magic took effect, and all the corpses were instantly connected to the magic. Then they floated up from the water together, attracting and repelling each other to maintain a relatively stable array. Sirius almost instantly found his brother in mid-air. Regulus, the brother who was usually serious and would at most just smile quietly and never act rudely, was now roaring at them like a wild beast with his fangs and claws bared. Kaysen followed Sirius's gaze and waved his hand to control Regulus's movements to a slight but not violent limit, allowing him to fly towards Sirius. Is he? Sirius looked at the familiar face flying over and nodded. Yes. After getting the answer, Kaysen directly used the singularity magic he had used before. Soon, a large number of Een corpses were attracted by the singularity in the air and formed a huge meatball. The next moment, with a bang, the flames suddenly exploded, and there were raging flames everywhere from the inside out, until finally, with a bang, a black thing with a little bit of grease floated evenly on the entire lake. Let's go back. Kaysen asked Sirius. Several people teleported to the backyard of number 12 Grimald Place. Sirius turned around and looked at the old house. I suddenly don't want to sell it. Here lies a shining honor, and it belongs to Regulus. Soon the four little ones in the room came out, and as Dumbledore brought out an exquisite coffin from somewhere, a brief funeral was held in the backyard of Black's mansion. During dinner, Sirius held Regulus' suicide note but couldn't read it. Finally, Dumbledore took it and read it. He is a hero. After all these years, he is still better than me. But this time I am willing. Sirius rubbed the corners of his eyes vigorously, secretly wiping away the tears that seeped from the corners of his eyes, and then smiled brightly again and said to everyone, "Cheers!" Dumbledore was the first to raise his glass. The others also raised their glasses. None of them said the name they wanted to toast, but they all knew it was Regulus. As dinner was over, everyone went back to their homes. Sirius planned to take a nap and head straight to Privet Drive tomorrow morning. He planned to buy a house as soon as possible before the end of the semester and asked Kaysen to renovate it into something awesome. While Kaysen was packing his clothes, Lupin suddenly started whispering with Sirius. After a while, Lupin waved at Kaysen and said, "Kaysen, do you have any adventure plans for this holiday?" Kaysen scratched his head. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any, but according to my experience, even if I don't go out of my way to find trouble, those things will come to me on purpose. So if you have any adventures planned this year, could you take us with you, the three of us, plus Harry? Sirius asked. Oh, Harry, are you planning to abandon us? Ron said bitterly. That's an adventure, not a spring outing. It's already very reluctant for them to take a little wizard like Harry with them. And even if they really take us, will our parents agree? Hermione explained. Oh, that's right, Ron and Neville said dejectedly. Even so, Kaysen, who saw everything clearly from a distance, did not intend to take them with him. Strictly speaking, he did not even want to take Harry with him. But this time there were two more male mothers in the team, and they could take care of Harry. Well, there is basically no configuration loss, if you round it off, if you plan to go out for an adventure this semester. Kaysen agreed happily. As for Harry's safety, he was not too worried. If he, Lupin, and Sirius couldn't protect Harry alone, then what kind of wizards and professors at Hogwarts would they be? They should just find a street lamp and become a pendant. Then we have a deal. If you have any plans, you must tell us. Lupin said, holding Kaysen's shoulders. Of course I can, and Interteleport is different from apparition. It doesn't require physical contact. Kaysen explained. Oh, I'm used to it. Lupin took his hand away awkwardly. Dumbledore, who was standing by, also came over with a smile on his face, holding a bag of automatically picked-up desserts in his hand. Remember to bring your principal with you. He hasn't gotten on the bus yet. Oh, if you don't come, I will think you will stay here for one night. Kaysen complained halfway. As for the second half, he couldn't say. After returning to the office, the little wizards also returned to their dormitories, leaving only Kaysen and Dumbledore. Why don't you leave? Oh, are you going to chase a poor old man away just like that? Dumbledore said bitterly. Then why don't you speak? Dumbledore couldn't help but blush. All I can say is that I need you to do something immoral. Kaysen sat up straight. I'm suddenly not sleepy anymore. What are you going to do? Ahem. Isn't there going to be a Tri-Wizard tournament next semester? The first event is related to dragons. I need you to make an alchemy tool that will allow us to control the dragons. Dumbledore said slowly. Wouldn't that be cheating? Kaysen asked after realizing what was happening. This is the tradition of the Tri-Wizard tournament. Not only us, but Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will also do this. However, we at Hogwarts are still one step ahead of them. They have to wait until the eve of the competition to know the real events of the competition. Dumbledore excused himself. Oh, okay, as a part of Hogwarts I will, but controlling a dragon. I'm not good enough, Kaysen said with a frown. Can't you make something useful, like a chainmetal device? Mind control, or something? Kaysen looked at Dumbledore with dead eyes. When did what you said appear in the alchemy textbook? It's no use asking me this. I don't know alchemy. Oh, the old man is useless. As the headmaster, I can't even help the professors. I'd better find a high tower and die there, so as not to waste air. Oh, Dumbledore's body suddenly hunched over, and he walked away helplessly. Kaysen put the sofa he brought from Sirius's house down according to his own taste, and then sat on it comfortably. Not long after, Dumbledore came back. Since we can't control the fire dragon, then there's no problem in strengthening our players. Dumbledore asked dryly. It's my duty, Kaysen said with a smile. That's no problem. Dumbledore stretched and walked away. The next step for Kaysen is pure enjoyment. For example, he would soak his feet comfortably in a basin of hot water, then find a well-ventilated corner to exercise, and finally take a nice shower with his sweaty body. Lie on the bed and fall asleep comfortably. As for the so-called homework and lesson plans, there is no need to worry about them. They are like water in a wet sponge. Normally, it will not flow out no matter where you put it, but there will always be some if you squeeze it. Until the next day, after returning from get out of class. The little wizards were very serious about their studies. So serious. Well, they all came to the office after class. Professor, guess why I came to you? A little Slytherin wizard appeared in front of Kaysen in a boat. What's the matter? You finally succeeded in your confession, and you want me to give you some advice. Kaysen looked at the fourth-year Slytherin pure-blood wizard in front of him, named Frings. Some time ago, he noticed that he was always flirting with a half-blood which from Hufflepuff named Aisha, so he asked about it out of curiosity, and then he passively became a military advisor. Flynn smiled shyly. I'm not sure, or maybe she doesn't trust me. She always thinks that I confess to her just for fun, not sincerely. Kaysen raised his eyebrows. Why does she think so? She thinks that after I graduate, I will definitely accept the marriage arranged by my family. In fact, this is a stereotype. Not all pure-blood families will accept marriages. As for my future, I don't know yet, Flynn said awkwardly. I'm giving you a fair suggestion. If Elsa hadn't asked anything and had just accepted it, then you shouldn't have been so hypocritical. It's great for you two young people to enjoy the sweetness of love while you're still young. But now that she's asked, this matter has become serious. Since she asked you directly, it means she wants to date you and get married. Have you ever thought about marrying her and staying with her for the rest of your life? Kaysen asked. Of course I do. I'm not that kind of jerk. So what is your family's attitude towards you? Can you withstand the pressure from your family? Kaysen continued to ask. Attitude soft? Most of them don't interfere with me much, and they're not bad people. After all, not all purebloods are Death Eaters. Pressure? I'm not sure. Flynn's thought for a moment and gave a mixed answer. Then do you want to resist the pressure from your family for Elsa? What I want to say is that Elsa is only from a mixed blood family, which means that if you really want to be with her, you not only have to resist the pressure from your parents against you, but also against Elsa's family. If I can, I would, Frings said firmly. Then I wish you good luck in advance. Kaysen said with a smile. Frings scratched his head in confusion. But Professor, you haven't taught me what to do yet. Kaysen smiled and said, this thing doesn't need to be taught, and it can't be taught. I just asked so many questions just to confirm your determination. Now that you have decided to protect Aisha and the others from wind and rain, the next step is to persevere. Of course, if it's teaching, there is still a little bit of it. You need to have your own money. Otherwise, your parents will cut off your pocket money. What's the point of persisting? People have to eat. Frings nodded. It's that simple. It won't be easy when you really do it, you naive little wizard. Kaysen looked at Frings with a smile. As for the so-called Slytherin ideology and morality course that he boasted about back then, if Draco was at the elementary stage and he had planted a seed of free thinking in him, then Frings had already graduated. He already had the consciousness to resist the family arrangement. Of course, this so-called resistance to the family arrangement did not mean that he had to refute everything or directly become a so-called unfilial son like Sirius Black. That still seemed a bit extreme. After all, Sirius had nothing to say about his friends, but for a stranger, it was best not to get too close to Sirius when they met him. As for the so-called rebellion against the family, you just need to have the idea. As long as you have this idea, even if you cannot succeed temporarily, then when the family is truly handed over to the new generation in the future, it will not continue to follow the path of the old generation. Change is something that even a little bit is valuable. Professor, why do I feel like I've just come here to talk to you? Frings didn't know what to say next. You think it's useless. I can only use repetitive words to brush you off, right? Kaysen said bluntly. Frings was a little embarrassed, but finally nodded. Because I can't teach you this. This is your family affair. If you're really dissatisfied with a certain behavior of your family, you should resist it yourself instead of looking for a so-called outsider to help you with advice. Kaysen said while pointing at himself. After all, what's the saying? Fights in your own family are family affairs. If outsiders come in, the conflict will escalate. By then, your father will have to use Avatar to punish me. Flynn pursed his lips. I promise that won't happen. I'm just giving an example. Okay, Professor. So I still have to find a job? Kaysen looked up at the sky. You can also let Aisha support you. Hey, this is also a solution. Kaysen's smile was a little awkward for a moment. Well, forget it. Don't you plan to find a job or something? If my father really interferes, who would dare to hire me? Or Professor, do you need an assistant or something like that? Asked Flynn's. No shortage, no need, no need. Professor, do you think there is any progress in developing a fully automated alchemy workshop? Kaysen raised his eyebrows. Fully automatic? In fact, in this regard, the Muggles' fully automatic technology is several levels stronger than the Wizards'. It is basically not in the same dimension. However, because most of the alchemy materials have magical radiation, it will damage the Muggles' machinery, so fully automatic is not too simple. As he spoke, he used small wooden blocks to assemble a gear in his hand. Unless you abandon Muggle electrical information technology and use old things wholeheartedly, such as power transmission. Professor, why don't you continue? Flynn asked puzzledly. But Kaysen did not answer immediately. He watched the system that had been dead for a long time reappear in front of him. The mechanical power module of the Shuancy version has been unlocked successfully. Professor, Kaysen responded, don't you want to learn automation? Frings nodded. Then study hard next semester. Kaysen gradually smiled and patted Flynn's shoulder. Anything else? Frings shook his head. Professor, I know that geniuses all have a quirk, but your quirk is a bit scary. I don't dare to tell you anything now. I'm leaving now. Bye. Flynn's left the office with a thump, as if he had a motor. Kaysen took the gear in his hand, found a pencil and inserted it into the hole in the middle of the gear, then took a bottle of water and poured it on it. Nothing happened. I think it can be used as a water wheel. As soon as he finished speaking, the gears, no, it should be a smaller version of the water wheel, started to turn. What the hell? Kaysen finally understood what the mechanical power meant. It turned out that he didn't need to go to university to study physics again during the holidays. He just needed to have enough imagination. This mechanical power can also fill the gap in the magic world's lack of large-scale machinery. Those machines that require complex circuits will be interfered with by magic, but this kind of action that purely uses force transmission does not care about those things. It was just a coincidence that Flynn just said that there was no large-scale automation in the magic world, and then mechanical power came. Moreover, this module can do more than just automation. Thanks to the power of my thinking and the mechanical power being able to adapt, well, to magic power. Magic power can even be used as the energy source for mechanical power. It is not an exaggeration to call it the first industrial revolution in the magic world. I'm so awesome. Boom, boom, boom. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore happily made himself a cup of milk tea. Before he could let it cool down and drink it, he felt a strange vibration in Hogwarts. As for the source of the vibration, he could figure out where it came from even with his knees. He subconsciously tried to apparate, but failed. Apparently, Kaysen's office was no longer accessible to apparate. Poor my old bones. Dumbledore could only retreat and apparate to the door of the office, only to realize that a lot of little wizards had gathered here, as well as professors watching the excitement. After he walked into the office, he found that the space-based dragon-slaying cannon that originally served as the office chandelier had been lifted up from the root by a huge mechanical arm. The floor-to-ceiling windows had also been lowered early, forming a huge platform. People stood there looking at the space-based, dragon-slaying cannon that was extended from the office to the outside. The child is so quiet. I was wondering why he's been so quiet lately, and sure enough, Dumbledore looked at the huge mechanical arm made entirely of pistons and gears with some curiosity. He did not quite understand how this purely physical structure could support such a large weight. What puzzled him even more was that such a big thing did not look like magic at all, but rather very scientific. Soon after the experiment of the giant robotic arm was completed, Kaysen controlled the robotic arm to put the space-based dragon-slaying cannon back on the ceiling of his office, and then dismissed the little wizards who came to watch the fun. Oh, is this alchemy? Dumbledore walked to Kaysen's side and looked at the operating table in front of him, which was made up of a huge number of small pull rods and buttons. Albus, don't you know him? Professor McGonagall asked curiously. After all, in her eyes, there was nothing that Dumbledore didn't know, including alchemy. Oh, alchemy! I'm not particularly good at it, really, Dumbledore said with a blushing face. Well, that's right. The elderly always have to give way to the young. Professor McGonagall nodded. So, Kaysen, now I think you can explain it. Is this some new alchemy you've been researching? I guess so. I don't know if you have ever been to various mechanized and automated factories of muggles. It's impossible that muggles are automated while wizards are still working in manual workshops, right? There has to be progress, right? Kaysen said as he restored the entire office to its original state and explained. I think you are hiding something from me. Dumbledore said quietly. I can also find a way to make Hogwarts stand up. Kaysen said after a moment of silence. Dumbledore, other professors. Professor McGonagall. What does it mean for Hogwarts to stand up? Professor McGonagall asked excitedly. It means exactly what it says. You'll understand if you live another 38,000 years. Kaysen explained. So, is there a specific spell? Asked Professor McGonagall. It's highly unlikely, but there should be a specific way to activate it. Professor McGonagall, do you have any ideas? Kaysen asked. If you have any questions during your magical transformation, be sure to tell me. Professor McGonagall said seriously. Yeah, I will. Kaysen didn't know why Professor McGonagall's reaction was suddenly so strange, but he finally nodded and agreed. Anyway, Professor McGonagall has said that we should tell her any problems, so this sentence is basically equivalent to telling her any difficulties and problems and letting her solve them. How can I not agree to such a wonderful proposal? After a while, several professors went back to their homes. I don't know why the professors of the required courses were so leisurely. Sometimes I felt that the professor of the elective courses, was much busier than them. However, the biggest idler in the entire Hogwarts stayed shamelessly. Have you thought about your adventure plan? Dumbledore asked with a smile. In fact, there may not be such an event this year. I just told them before that if I go out, I will take them with me. Kaysen answered as he put down the robotic arm and kept adjusting it with a huge wrench. So you have nothing to do during this holiday? Asked Dumbledore. Do I look like a cheap person? I'm working for you for nothing instead of staying at home to rest during the holidays. Don't worry. This job is definitely no worse than your adventures. You can eat, drink, have fun, and watch dragons on public funds. This time, the Ministry of Magic will fund a survey of dragon farms across Europe to select dragons suitable for the first stage of the Triwizard Tournament. Dumbledore said with a smile. Eating and drinking on public funds. Kaysen glanced at Dumbledore. That's right. We're going to investigate pretending to be a boss. Right? How much is the funding? 300 gold galleons a day. F***K. Is the Ministry of Magic so corrupt? Kaysen was a little surprised. The entire English wizarding community has at most 6,000 people. How much of the people's wealth have they extorted? Kaysen was a little surprised by this number. After all, it seemed that the Ministry of Magic did not treat the money seriously at all. Gold galleons are the currency used throughout Europe and America. They are much stronger than you think, and they are real gold, Dumbledore explained. Have you decided to find that fire dragon breeding farm? Kaysen asked. The dragon farm in Romania will do. Ron's brother Charlie is an acquaintance there, and we can ask him to help us get there. No problem. You can go. Kaysen said unceremoniously with a smile. Oh, okay. Dumbledore shrugged and walked out of the office. In a blink of an eye, after the final exams. Those of us who are planning to apply for the civil service of the Ministry of Magic and those of pure Muggle descent should stay. After collecting the papers, Kaysen stopped nearly half of the people. It's embarrassing to talk about this because I cut off Fudge's arm during the Dementor incident at the beginning of this semester. Everyone knows this, right? I don't like to talk about others behind their backs, but now I've decided to say a few words for your sake. Fudge is a narrow-minded person. He is probably still holding a grudge against me for cutting his arm. And you have been my student for such a long time, you are bound to be made things difficult for him. So I will show you some ways ahead of time. Kaysen took out a piece of chalk from his pocket and wrote a few names on the blackboard. Nymphadora Tonks is your senior from Hufflepuff House. She has a good relationship with Professor Lupin. Those who want to apply for the Auror office can form a small group with her as the leader. This way you won't be bullied easily. After all, people always bully the weak and fear the strong. It doesn't hurt to have more friends. Also, she doesn't like people calling her Nymphadora. Just call her Tonks at all times. Castley, I don't know if you still remember her, the crybaby girl. If you applied for the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, you can ask her to help take care of you. It seems that she has entered a management position now. She is really an excellent little wizard. As for the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, if you have any questions, go to Bradburn. He can help you get familiar with the work as quickly as possible. After all, it's very busy there. If you're bullied, go to him. As for the Department of Magical Games and Sports, go to Cadrell. I'll warn you in advance that you will have achievements next semester. After Kaysen finished speaking, he took out a wine flask from his pocket and moistened his throat. Next are the pure Muggle wizards. We have all graduated. I will not use repetitive words to fool you. To be honest, the English wizarding world discriminates against Muggle wizards. This is a fact. If you think you're not particularly tough and cannot survive the oppression of the entire wizarding society and still want to find a decent job, I will show you a way. He wrote another name on the blackboard. Lem Hardy is still your senior, of pure Muggle descent, and now works as a secretary in the Prime Minister's office. You can find him and form a small wizard group in the Muggle world with him as the center under the management of the Muggle Prime Minister. However, if you take this path, you still have to continue to learn Muggle knowledge. After all, you don't want to be the Prime Minister's staff or secretary on TV news in a few years, and the assistant has only a primary school diploma. You can afford to lose face, but I can't, Kaysen said as he stood on the podium without lifting his feet. He just waved his hand to signal the little wizards to get out of here and not hang around in front of him. Thank you, Professor. Penelope walked up to the podium and hugged Kaysen, who shrugged helplessly. After all, this was not the first time, and he could handle this kind of problem with ease. Let me go first. Penelope let go obediently. I showed you a slideshow of the East before. Did you know that the deer turns back? Make one. Penelope nodded and turned back like a deer. Kaysen took a deep breath and kicked Penelope's, but hard, kicking her out of the classroom. He did not forget to shout at her. Throw away all your sadness and reluctance once you leave this classroom, and look forward to the future. Just like me, If you can't bear to leave me, I will kick you without any hesitation." "Who else?" Kaysen said, spreading his arms into a Y shape and smiling. Soon, after the last little wizard was kicked out by him, he finally returned to the office and began the painful process of marking test papers. The exam was completed in the morning, and the test papers were graded in the evening. He had just raised his head and had not yet thought about finding a drink to moisten his throat when he saw a familiar figure appear in front of him. "Oh, Percy, what's wrong?" Kaysen asked Percy, who had been standing in front of him for an unknown period of time. "Mr. Percy or Mr. Weasley, what should I call you?" Kaysen asked. "Just call me Percy, Professor," Percy said, looking a little nervous. "Oh, what's the matter?" Kaysen was a little confused. Of course he knew Percy. He was not only the head of Gryffindor, but also Ron's brother. His excellence was unquestionable. And when he listened to Professor McGonagall chatting, he heard that Percy was also an absolute test king in his past, the kind that needed a time-turner to attend classes. However, it seems that he only persisted for one semester. In the second semester, he cut most of the elective courses and only kept the courses that would be of great help to his future development. That's right, Percy is the best in all aspects. In his third year, he took elective courses. In his fourth year, Percy had already made plans for his future and started to act on them. He was undoubtedly fierce. However, because of this, Kaysen and Percy had never met in the alchemy classroom, and this could be considered their first face-to-face communication. "Professor, I heard from my classmates that after the alchemy exam was over, you kept the young wizards who were going to work in the Ministry of Magic and introduced them to your connections?" Percy asked. Kaysen nodded. "After all, Fudge and I don't get along very well. Fudge knows that they are my students and have a good relationship with me, so he will probably make things difficult for them. I have to help and take responsibility." "Ah." Percy looked at Kaysen in surprise, and it took him a moment to realize that at the beginning of this semester, the professor in front of him rushed into the Minister of Magic's office and cut off one of Fudge's arms. "Anything else?" Kaysen asked politely. At this moment, Percy wished he could travel back an hour and slap himself in the face for coming to visit and make connections without even doing some research in advance. Kaysen's connections are indeed extensive. There are many outstanding students and friends in the entire wizarding world. However, his enemies are also top-notch. The first one to come is Fudge, the big boss of the Ministry of Magic. Who can stand this? After Fudge's arm was chopped off, he might have to save face when he saw Kaysen. Although he had the title of so-called pure blood, it was basically of no use. After all, his family had no property and no power. The title of a pure blood was not even good enough to sound good. He had the title of one of the so-called 28 holy bloods, but in fact he was called a pauper. In this situation, if Fudge knew that I had come to Kaysen to pay homage to him, wouldn't I be bullied to death by Fudge? And I was the one who took the initiative to pay homage to him. The others were all Kaysen's students. No matter how you look at it, they were on the same ship with Kaysen passively, but he was the one who took the initiative to jump onto this pirate ship. Kaysen looked at Percy with amusement. After all, that little expression was so wonderful and a little obvious that it was hard not to understand. Besides, he also learned about this classmate Percy from Professor McGonagall. In short, he is a power-crazy person. He has shown the characteristics of a power-crazy person since the moment he became a superior. Not only is he eager for power, but he is also very capable. Since he became a superior, let alone managing everything in an orderly manner. After all, it is not something that a human can do to manage Granado in an orderly manner. But all the instructions given by Professor McGonagall were completed very well. Such an official-obsessed person might have heard from somewhere that he would introduce seniors to the young wizards after the exams. So he came here to take advantage of the situation, but he probably forgot about his grudge with Fudge. I was reminded of this by myself only now, and looking at his expression, I must be very angry. "Percy, anything else?" Percy shook his head quickly. "No more, no more." It was fortunate that his neck was made of flesh because of the amount of shaking he did. Otherwise, his cervical vertebrae might have been broken. "If you don't have anything else, just leave quickly. Are you planning to join the Ministry of Magic?" Kaysen asked. Percy nodded blankly. "Then you must stay away from me. Otherwise, fudge might make things difficult for you. By the way, no one else will know that you came to see me today. Don't worry about that." Percy continued to nod like a zombie, and it took him a while to react and walk on his feet. "Oh, by the way," Kaysen spoke again as he watched Percy about to leave. "What?" Percy asked stiffly. "If you're worried, you can scold me when Fudge is around. I won't mind," Kaysen said with a smile. Percy pursed his lips, swallowed implicitly, then bowed sharply to Kaysen, quickly got on the boat, and left. "This little wizard is so interesting. He has so many tricks up his sleeve," Kaysen murmured with amusement as he watched Percy gradually go away. A brief interlude passed quickly, and the little wizard's final grades and graduation grades were filled in the transcript. For important exams, such as a graduation exam, they would get as much as possible, and if they really couldn't get any, they would just give some neat marks. Until the test papers were finally sealed and archived, and the house elf was asked to help deliver them to Madame Pants. The office also welcomed a new guest. "Are you still not going to take down the sign at the door that says Sirius and dogs are not allowed?" Lupin asked as he sat in front of him. "He doesn't come to Hogwarts usually, so he's just hanging around somewhere," Kaysen said casually. "Okay, let's not talk about this. Dumbledore told me that we're going to the Dragon Farm in Romania this holiday." Lupin continued. What's wrong?" Lupin took out an envelope from his pocket. "Didn't I only sign a one-year professorship contract? And Dumbledore has already found my next job without telling me." Kaysen took the envelope and looked at the seal, which showed the symbol of Longchong, Romania. "Then you really made a seamless transition," Kaysen exclaimed. "What do you mean by seamless connection?" Lupin asked in confusion. "It means that you might have to come to Hogwarts next semester. Didn't you know about the Triwizard Tournament when we were talking about Karkaroff in the headmaster's office?" The Triwizard Tournament. Lupin recalled that there was indeed such a thing, and then he looked at the new job at his hands, the envelope from the Dragon Farm, and Kaysen's words that he would probably be able to make a seamless transition and would return to Hogwarts next semester. "The Triwizard Tournament has something to do with dragons," he said in shock. "Obviously, what Dumbledore does is a win-win situation." Kaysen pointed to the envelope. "On one hand, you could get the high salary of the adoption farm, and on the other hand, you can open up a lot of convenience for Hogwarts. How great is that? Isn't this cheating? Isn't this the tradition of the Triwizard Tournament?" Kaysen said immediately. Lupin was silent for a moment and then nodded decisively. It was a free job, and he could also help Hogwarts at the same time. Why not do it? "When do we leave?" Kaysen adjusted his monocle and said, "Tomorrow morning, bring Sirius and Harry to my office." "Oh, are we going to go abroad by magic this time?" Kaysen subconsciously looked up at the sky. If a small airplane made with mechanical power could be considered magic. That's right. The next day, Lupin and Harry appeared in Kaysen's office with large bags, which made the latter a little confused. "Why can't you use a retraction charm or something like that? You could learn from Sirius in this regard," Kaysen said, pointing to the door far away, where only a small black dot of Sirius could be seen. Sirius tilted his head, and he actually heard it, and responded, "What's the retraction charm? Aren't you going to take your luggage?" Kaysen asked sarcastically. "No need. I have gold galleons and British pounds with me. I can buy whatever I need directly from wherever I go," Sirius answered as a matter of course. Harry, who was relatively wealthy, and Lupin, who was working class, looked at Sirius in the distance as if he were a capitalist. "Where do we get going? Portkey or Fireplace or something?" Lupin asked after this little episode. "By plane." "Why don't we meet directly at the airport if we're taking a plane? Why do we have to come here?" Harry asked puzzledly. "Who says there are only planes at airports?" Kaysen said as he took out a small remote control from his pocket and pressed a button. Not far away, a small plane made up of various wonderful wooden structures and redstone machines lit up. "Oh my God, I thought it was a work of art." Lupin looked at the wooden plane in front of him, a little stunned. After all, that normal person... Forget it, Kaysen can't be called a normal person in any way, but can this thing really fly? Your plane has wings on both sides and propellers on top. Isn't the composition a bit too complicated? Lupin stroked his chin and looked at the small plane carefully. It didn't seem particularly reasonable, no matter how he looked at it. It was neither magical nor scientific. Oh, don't worry about it. It can fly anyway. And Sirius, I'll let you into the office just this once. Come in quickly. Kaysen shouted to Sirius, who was standing outside the door in the distance. And then he decisively sat in the driver's seat of the plane. Lupin still didn't understand. Why is the rest of the plane oak-colored, but there are red patterns on the propeller? Because I thought painting it a little red would make it turn faster. Kaysen said casually while sitting in the driver's seat. Soon, as Sirius ran over, Lupin's eyes became more puzzled, because the two propellers on the plane began to turn slowly, and then the two blades got closer and closer. Kaysen, if I'm not mistaken, the two propellers seemed to be about to collide. Lupin shouted hurriedly, "Hey, why are you panicking? If I say this plane can fly, it will fly." As soon as he finished speaking, the two propellers inevitably collided with each other, and then passed through. What the hell? Lupin almost popped his eyes out, looking at the two propellers that were so clearly visible in the model with a confused look on his face. No, Kaizen, are the two propellers of this plane real? This time, it was not only Lupin, Sirius, and Harry also had doubts about the authenticity of the propellers. If you're really curious, just touch it and try, Kaysen said, looking for trouble. Lupin reached out and touched it with a try. How is it? Are you sure it's true? Kaysen asked with a smile. Wait. Lupin was aroused. He shook his painful left hand, switched to his right hand, and walked towards the propeller on the other side. How is it now? Kaysen asked helplessly, looking at Lupin, who seemed to have a tendency to self-abuse. I believe the authenticity of these two guys, but why is this thing wearing out the model? This is unscientific. This is a special child. Kaysen explained, although there was no difference between explaining this and not explaining it. After the other three people were on the plane, he took out the small remote control and pressed a button at random. The huge floor-to-ceiling window slowly fell down under the control of the mechanical arm and piston, forming a huge runway. I can only say that if James were still with us, he would definitely enjoy this adventure. Sirius sat in the simple seat on the simple plane, looking left and right. Although this plane was full of all kinds of unreliable things everywhere, for Sirius, he really liked this tune. If an adventure is safe and without any safety risks, wouldn't he be used to it? This evaluation is another strong proof that there are few foreigners. Is he adventurous? Harry asked. Yes, your dad is having a lot of fun, just like Kaysen. I used to think that Kaysen was a very reliable adult, but when I saw the plane he made, I realized bringing you here to join us in the adventure might not be a very good idea. Sirius responded loudly. I don't think so. We still have Lupin. Harry shook his head and said, What are you looking at Lupin for? Sirius looked at Harry with an expression that said you're still too young, and the latter subconsciously glanced at Lupin sitting in the front passenger seat, only to see that Lupin was holding a gearbox and accepting Kaysen's Snape-style insults at a loss. What a gift. Lupin, you are a genius. Your brain is not much bigger than a troll, but it is much smarter than a troll. May I ask which alchemist or mechanical master is your master? How can you dismantle the gearbox of my plane with your bare hands? You are the real mechanical priest. This is a feat that has never been seen in normal human history. You really should apply for a Guinness record. And why are you still holding that gearbox? Is that poor gearbox your wife or Tonks? Put it back to me quickly. Harry looked at Lupin, who was frantically putting the gearbox back in a groove, and looked at Sirius, who was sitting next to him, wearing sunglasses and ready to welcome the free sky, and Kaysen, who was frantically stepping on the accelerator and shifting gears to make the propeller go faster and faster. As the plane started to move, taking off on the huge glass runway, Harry looked back at Hogwarts with some sadness. Can we really come back alive? In the sky, accompanied by the rumbling sound of the engine, Kaysen also explained his travel plan to everyone. Let's go to the Netherlands first. There's only a sea between there and England. We could go there to try which one is better, snow peas or fuchsia beans. Then we can go to France to get some bran to try. And by the way, go to Spain to see if we can bring back a ham. Then we'll take the air route and head straight to Italy. I want to see if I'll get beaten for eating pineapple pasta pizza and iced American coffee on the streets of Italy. After Italy, we'll go to Greece, Croatia, Switzerland, and Germany, and then we'll go to Romania. We'll drop Lupin off there and sign a contract with them, and then we can go home and rest. Harry, who was sitting in the back, raised his hand slowly. Professor, why don't we go directly to Romania instead of taking such a long tour? Because the Ministry of Magic pays us on a daily basis. The more fun we have, the more gold galleons we get, Kaysen explained. Wow, how much does the Ministry of Magic give a day? Asked Harry. 300 gold galleons. How about we take a trip to Asia? It's not far anyway. No, that won't be enough. Sirius counted on his fingers and shook his head. It should be plenty, right? Harry asked doubtfully. No. This year we just happened to catch the Quidditch World Cup. I bought the tickets. They're very expensive. Kaysen looked back at Sirius. The price that he said was expensive must be really expensive, although this sentence was a bit like nonsense. Should we shorten our trip? Harry was a little worried that he would not be able to make it to the Quidditch World Cup. Don't worry. I just calculated that if we stay in each country for 3 days, there is enough time, unless the plane disintegrates in the next second and rushes us into the Bermuda Triangle. Sirius said nonsense. Kaysen, who was sitting in the driver's seat, said stiffly, Lupin, please help me give that stinky dog in the back seat a few good beatings. Lupin clicked his tongue. Isn't this a bad idea? But he didn't stop at all. He unbuckled his seatbelt, turned around, and punched Sirius twice. Are you okay? Although Harry subconsciously wanted to laugh, he felt that it was not particularly polite, so he had to temporarily pretend to be polite and asked. It's okay. Sirius responded to Harry with his lips, and as he spoke he unbuttoned his coat, revealing 12 men's magazines covering the entire year of 1992. Kaysen, who was sitting in the front, listened to their mumblings and looked back. Then he reached out and took a copy in confusion because he seemed to remember that this magazine was only published in 2004. How could it be so many years in advance? It's not a good idea to read this while you're flying a plane, right? Sirius gave one book to Harry and one to Lupin, then looked at the one in Kaysen's hand and asked awkwardly, I understand you very well, but can you please not teach Harry a bad lesson? This magazine is too adult for a 13-year-old boy like him. As he said that, Kaysen took the magazine that made Harry blush and threw it at Lupin. Professor, I think, Harry said somewhat embarrassedly, there are 2 main tasks in life. Do you know what they are? Kaysen ignored Harry and asked back, What? Eating and bitter. I see you are like this now. Kaysen turned back to look at Harry halfway through his words. You're probably full now. Harry felt a little embarrassed listening to Kaysen's cryptic yet explicit words. I understand. Boys of your age must have a few copies of Little Lou Bay under their beds. It's normal. But could you please keep your professor's attention while you read this? Kaysen began to persuade him earnestly. Harry seemed to have a sudden inspiration. Do you want to see it? Kaysen's expression was a little stiff. Who do you think I am? I read the Alchemy journal. Lupin will punch Sirius twice again and let him be disrespectful to his age and corrupt the flowers of the wizarding world. After Sirius was hit hard by 2 punches this time, Kaysen also thought that he couldn't be partial to one and leave Harry alone for the long journey. He naturally took out an alchemy journal from his ring and handed it to Harry. Read this if you have nothing to do. After Harry took the journal, he looked at its size, then looked at the remaining magazines in Sirius's clothes, and decisively picked up one at random and put it in the alchemy journal to read. Kaysen, who was sitting in the front, flew the plane for a while and looked back. He was very satisfied to see Harry staring at the book intently. This motionless gaze had already reached the realm of reading, comparable to the beauty in the book, but it was still not enough. After all, those alchemy masters can really make their own golden house in the book. They can really rub gold with their hands. Kaysen continued to fly the plane with satisfaction, humming a song. After humming for a while, he looked back and saw Harry still there, reading the alchemy journal honestly and seriously. My face turned red when I saw it. Harry, are you hot? He asked. Harry touched his face and found it was indeed very hot. It's quite hot. Is there air conditioning? Kaysen shook his head. I'm just an ordinary alchemist. I don't have those advanced technologies, and naturally, I don't have high-end goods like air conditioners," he said and stretched out his hand to Harry. Just as the latter subconsciously clenched the book in his hand, square cubes of ice fell out of Kaysen's hand like an ice maker. "Wow, I just happened to bring whiskey." Sirius excitedly took out the bottle and glass from his pocket, put a piece of ice in the glass, poured the wine, and was about to drink it himself. But then he remembered Kaysen, the only one working at the moment. "Come here." He handed the wine glass to Kaysen's mouth. "No need." The latter refused, and looked at Lupin and nodded involuntarily. It was very good not to drink while turning on the computer, and not to turn on the computer while drinking. The next moment, Kaysen betrayed Lupin's trust. "I built an automatic wine cabinet on the plane." He pressed a button on the center console and said, "Whiskey on the rocks." Almost the next second, a glass of iced whiskey was handed to his mouth by the robotic arm. The two people sitting in the back seat were stunned. Harry was curious if it was really impossible to make an air conditioner with such amazing technology. Sirius, on the other hand, was full of envy. After all, the voice-controlled mobile wine cabinet was really damn cool. "Is it really safe for you to fly a plane?" Lupin asked the only person present the question. Kaysen glanced at him speechlessly. "You must be kidding. I'm an old driver." The next moment, a bolt of lightning struck the two propellers of the plane in broad daylight. "The little spaceship is coming." Bang! With a loud bang, Harry quickly stuffed the magazine tucked inside the Alchemy journal back into Sirius' arms, while Kaysen looked up blankly through the small glass window above at the two absent propellers. "What now?" Lupin asked. "Can it still fly without a propeller?" Kaysen touched his chin. No. But I see that large Muggle planes can fly without propellers." Sirius came over and asked, "Who knows? Maybe there are a lot of balloons in the plane's engine." Kaysen complained, adjusted the operating table, and then held the operating panel. After all, although the wings of his small plane were very short, he thought it should still be able to glide for a distance. "What are you doing?" Sirius leaned forward again. "I thought maybe this thing could take us paragliding to Holland." Harry blinked. "Why do I feel a little unsafe?" "Harry, please say less and just believe it." Kaysen quickly corrected Harry's wrong remarks at this moment. After all, the plane was seriously injured at this time, so it was necessary to coax the plane and absolutely could not say that the plane was useless. After all, the plane at this time is not only physically fragile, but also mentally fragile. If you say the word broken next to it, it is very likely that it will really break down. "Oh, I'm just curious, Professor, can an airplane without wings glide?" Harry asked. "You're talking nonsense. Of course a plane without wings can't glide." As soon as Kaysen finished his words, the originally stable cabin suddenly took a sharp turn, which was basically equivalent to being pulled vertically to the ground by Lord Nyo's power. "What's going on?" He subconsciously turned his head to look to both sides, only to see that the two wings of the plane had disappeared long ago. It was really the power of thought that kept it gliding just now. But after Harry asked whether a plane without wings could glide, and Kaysen denied it without even a second thought, the power of thought on the plane disappeared. The wonderful creation was captured by Lord Nyo's power, and the small plane was about to be treated as a toy by Lord Nyo and smashed into the sea. "Hey, there's no hope. How about I take you guys to a safe place and teleport you to make other plans?" Kaysen asked. "We won't die, will we?" Harry leaned forward. "Won't. Then just wait. Can this plane be converted into a submarine?" Sirius immediately turned into the king of ideas and suggested, "You can give it a try." Kaysen touched his chin. "Well, that makes sense. Who says that an airplane can't be modified into a submarine? And there is no need to worry about the airtightness of this small airplane. A simple modification is enough." Just as Kaysen was thinking about how to set up the submarine's lurking position, the entire cabin had already fallen directly into the sea, causing a huge splash and sinking into the sea. "Professor, look what that is." Harry pointed at a blue building and asked Kaysen who was thinking in his mind. Kaysen, who was disturbed, looked in the direction of Harry's finger in a trance. The next moment, his forehead was directly pressed against the glass window. "Huh? Undersea temple. But he soon realized that this underwater temple should be a substitute version of the previous Wild Hunter, because this so-called underwater temple is round. Maybe it's just an ordinary lost underwater city or the ruins of Atlantis. There's nothing to be surprised about. Wait a moment while I replan the power system. As he spoke, Kaysen took out a cubic meter of gold bars, and the entire cabin immediately fell to the bottom of the sea. Then he teleported out of the cabin. Since there was this low-profile version of the underwater temple in front of him, there should be no need for the so-called lifting setting. He could install 2 tracks and a few mechanical arms on the cabin, and it would be complete. When the time came, he would just need to collect the gold blocks, and it would be done. As he teleported back into the cabin, a simple underwater terrain vehicle slowly moved towards the underwater temple. Along the way, Kaysen looked at the underwater temple, which was basically one-to-one with the one in my world, and could only sigh at the strange coincidences in this wonderful world. After all, Final Destination and F Fashion both appeared many years in advance. So what was so surprising about an underwater temple? Unless he gave me a drowned corpse with a trident the next moment. Then Lupin's surprised voice came from the side. Are there also inferi here? Kaysen followed Lupin's gaze with an embarrassed expression. In the center of the underwater temple, a blue humanoid creature with a trident stuck in its chest was floating there quietly. However, the creature's ankles were tied with an iron chain, and it could not float up. Dead. Although it looked like a corpse, Kaysen always felt that the thing seemed to still have some rationality, although it was very weak. You can't say you can't live, but you can't die, and you're under the high pressure of the seabed all the time. It's the most desperate way to die. Kaysen complained, but the Enderman still teleported out and swam over slowly. He first reached out and pulled out the trident, feeling the magic within it with some surprise, and then looked at the blue figure in front of him. How should I grant you complete liberation? After thinking for a long time, Kaysen wrote in the water with runes. After all, runes in the field of magic are basically equivalent to mathematics in the field of theoretical science. Both are the foundation of the foundation, so they can be used as basic communication. Of course, this cannot be counted in Hogwarts. Most of the knowledge taught in Hogwarts is applied magic and has little to do with theory. This blue drowned corpse could actually understand runes. He just glanced at the trident in Kaysen's hand and shook his head. Destroy it? I actually want to keep a souvenir. Kaysen continued writing, but after finishing writing, he held the trident with both hands and decided to use his super strength. The drowned shook his head. Instead of destroying it, it's killing you with it. Kaysen continued. This time the drowned nodded. The next moment, the trident pierced the drowned corpse's heart directly, and then Kaysen suddenly slashed upwards, crushing the entire upper body of the drowned corpse. Wow, how cool! Several people in the cabin expressed envy as they watched this scene. Kaysen returned to the cabin and played with the trident in his hand. I found a treasure during my trip. This is a real ancient alchemy creation. This thing is pretty cool. Hey, this pattern. Sirius leaned forward and looked at the triangular inscription in the center of the trident flashing in Kaysen's hand. What happened to this inscription? Sirius tilted his neck. This inscription feels like a very ancient organization. Lupin also leaned forward and said, It does look like the symbol of the Brotherhood of Templars. What are you talking about? Kaysen and Harry looked at each other and asked in confusion. It's an ancient magic organization that is hostile to wizards, but it should be extinct now. As for this trident and the drowned corpse holding the trident before, there should be traces of that organization in the past. Maybe some unlucky wizard was captured by them, and then he was made to suffer forever in this way. Sirius explained, There is such an organization. Never mind. What else are you looking at? Kaysen asked. Let's go back to land. There's nothing to see. Harry shook his head. Then go back. Kaysen turned the steering wheel, and the track vehicle moved in one direction. By the way, with so many of us crowded in such a small place, won't there be a shortage of air? Lupin suddenly asked an important question. I forgot about that. Kaysen slapped himself on the forehead. Then he took out 3 flower pots and planted 3 pixel saplings on them. Breathe into them, and they will give you oxygen. After the 3 of them took the flower pot, They looked at the sapling that looked like a sticker. They didn't know whether they should express surprise. However, when they thought of the square trees in Kaysen's office and the various pixel-style personal chain gold creations, maybe I just like that tune and cultivate it on purpose. The three of them hypnotized themselves, and one of them held a small flower pot and exhaled slowly. The next morning, on the beach full of people, a wooden-tracked vehicle slowly drove out from the sea, and the next moment it was targeted by cameras one after another. Kaysen was the first to walk down, frowning as he looked at the unfamiliar beach and said in confusion, "Oh my Merlin, where is this? Is this still Holland?" A bearded man not far from him, who also understood English, looked at him in confusion. "Of course this is not the Netherlands. This is Italy." As soon as the bearded man finished speaking, Kaysen quickly took out a globe. After examining it for a long time, he sorted out his logic a little, then returned to the crawler and said awkwardly, "We may have traveled through space." Kaysen took out a globe and pointed to a narrow strait between England and the Netherlands. "Last night, we were supposed to be in this strait. And then?" Lupin asked in confusion. "Then we went around the Netherlands, France, Spain, and Portugal in one night. We went around twice, and finally we crossed half of Europe and arrived at the beach in Italy." Kaysen took a deep breath and said, "Where's the globe? Show it to us." Kaysen handed the globe to a few people, and the three of them pointed at the globe with their fingers. "So, this is not scientific. How we traveled through space." Sirius said exactly the same thing as Kaysen. "Bang, bang, bang. Welcome to Sicily, gentlemen. Is this your homemade submarine?" A man in uniform walked over, patted the roof of the tracked vehicle, and asked with a frown, Yes, we are from England. Maybe we were washed here by the waves by accident." "Oh, do you think I believe it?" said the uniformed man with his half-moon eyes wide open. "Well, I'm a student at Manchester University, and he's my younger brother." Kaysen patted Harry's head and then pointed at Lupin and Sirius. "They are professors, and they brought us here to study." "Yeah, right, study." Lupin nodded and squatted down calmly to tie his shoelaces. He was ready to give the uniformed guy a beating at any time and then turn in a bolt. 5 traffic lights and a beach. For him, only 3 footprints are needed. "Oh, where's your ID?" the uniformed man asked casually. Kaysen pretended to search his pockets, then used the ender ring to take out his student ID. The man in uniform took the student ID and frowned. "Your date?" "Ahem. I wasn't good at studying and accidentally got held back." The uniformed man looked at the elegant clothes of several people with strange eyes. One of them had a clear stupidity on his face, one had a good smile on his face, one didn't look very smart, and there was a child. "Forget it. Your car can't be on the road. Maybe you need to find a tow truck." The man in uniform thought about his salary and how much effort it would take to stuff these people into the police car. He simply waved his hand and asked them to disappear from his sight. "Thank you, generous sir." Kaysen quickly closed the car door and stepped on the accelerator, and the car began to move slowly. A few people drove the car to a place where there were not many people. After Kaysen quickly dismantled the car, they walked onto the road and began searching for a pizza shop on the street. After all, they also wanted to experiment whether eating pineapple pasta pizza with iced American coffee would get them beaten on the streets of Italy. It might be painful, but it's fun. A few of them took a taxi and told the driver directly that they were from England and wanted to eat the most authentic pizza, and asked him to lead the way quickly. When the driver heard what Kaysen and the others said, he readily agreed. After all, he wanted to see people from a food desert tasting the most authentic Italian pizza. And making exclamations like amazing is also a top entertainment method in a boring life. Soon, they walked into an old pizza shop, and the driver came over to watch the fun with a smile on his face. "Try it. This is the best pizza restaurant in Italy. By the way, the espresso here is also very good." The driver did not forget to recommend it. "No problem." Kaysen nodded and then called the front desk clerk directly. "I want a large-size pineapple pasta pizza and 4 cups of espresso. We will add ice water and drink it as an iced Americano." Snap! This is the sound of glass breaking. I have to say that the previous Wunwu Case side story has already made me a little stressed, so now I have developed a habit. When I write a side story, I will clearly remind you that the following story is shorter and has a clear outline. It is non-toxic, so please feel free to consume it. In the previous chapter, I came up with the idea of the Holy Blood Brotherhood on the spur of the moment. After being reminded by readers, I did some searching and found that there really is a Holy Blood Brotherhood in Warhammer 40k, so I changed it a bit and changed it to the Templar Brotherhood. We work in the dark. Reader fills in the blank. Okay, it's just a name made up by the Knights Templar and the Assassin Brotherhood. Choo choo choo. Can the four of us really finish 9 of the largest sized pizzas? Harry said helplessly as he looked at the densely packed pizzas in front of him. There's nothing I can do. Who knew I'd run into the Mafia just by eating pizza? Lupin said bitterly. This is what happened. After Kaysen and his friends ordered the Italian high blood pressure set meal, a Mafia leader who did not want to reveal his name and was enjoying authentic Italian pizza in the corner kindly invited the 4 people to his table and thoughtfully ordered 9 kinds of the most authentic and largest Italian pizzas for them, as well as 4 large pots of espresso. And he kindly helped them pay the bill. The only requirement was that they finish all the pizza and coffee. I'm very suspicious. What the hell? Where's the pizza? Harry was still talking bitterly in the last second, and the next second he saw that 3 of the 9 pizzas disappeared in the blink of an eye. Huh? Do you think I'm not hungry after driving all night without sleeping? Kaysen took a big gulp of coffee and washed it down with the pizza, then began to explain. What about you two? Harry looked at Lupin and Sirius again. The latter was a little helpless. You drooled while sleeping last night, but the 2 of us actually blew carbon dioxide into that damn sapling all night. After Lupin finished speaking, he took another piece of pizza and said to the Mafia members standing behind him, to be honest, it tastes really good. Brother, don't you want a piece? No. The Mafia member swallowed helplessly as he looked at these 3 adults who looked like they hadn't eaten in 8 lifetimes. This feeling was just like slapping someone in the face and then feeling good about it. There was no sense of accomplishment at all. Okay then. Lupin quickly devoured another piece of pizza. Less than 10 minutes later, Kaysen burped for the last time, and the 4 of them swaggered out of the pizza shop. A certain godfather who was sitting in the corner walked over and exclaimed, "This is what young people are like." On the other side, the 4 people who had eaten their fill began to look for the next game. At Kaysen's request, they decided to find a place where they could have a good drink, and soon they found a quiet tavern. That pizza is delicious, but I ate it in a hurry. Lupin untied a few holes in his belt, breathed a sigh of relief, and took another sip of wine. Comfortable. If you can't eat so much, why don't you retreat? It's just a few Oblivion charms. Sirius asked curiously. After all, he thought Lupin could eat so much pizza. Please, Sirius, we haven't received proper approval to go abroad. If you're caught by the Italian Ministry of Magic, you will have to go back to Diagon Alley to do voluntary labor. Sirius looked at Lupin with a strange look in his eyes. What's wrong? Sirius shook his head. I was just checking to see if you were drunk. Where's the Ministry of Magic in Italy? Kaysen poured himself another glass of wine. What do you mean? Italy doesn't have a Ministry of Magic? Sirius nodded. Indeed not. Lupin should know about this, but he may not have remembered it at the moment. Anyway, it is a historical issue left over from Italy. Did you learn bad things from Dumbledore and become a Riddler? Kaysen asked doubtfully. Haha. This is quite unpopular historical knowledge, the kind that is not tested in the history of magic. Of course, if you want to know, I can tell you about it. Sirius drank a glass of wine to moisten his throat. In the southern part of Italy in the 11th century, there was a special magic organization called the Templar Brotherhood. What was special about them was that they believed in God. There is a fundamental difference between wizards like them who believe in gods and ordinary wizards like us. After all, we talk about Merlin stockings and Merlin's pants every day just to express our surprise, but they really need to pray to that god every time they cast a spell. Kaysen nodded. So the Italian wizarding world is now controlled by the Brotherhood of Magic? There is no Ministry of Magic. Of course not. They only exist in history because they once helped the church launch a witch hunt against wizards. Sirius saw Kaysen's weird expression halfway through his words and explained, "The reason they are hostile to adult wizards is that they think wizards use magic but do not respect the god of magic. Muggles don't have magic, and young wizards can still be shaped. In their eyes, they're lost lambs who need their protection." "Oh, go on." Kaysen nodded and said, "They once participated in a witch hunt, which indirectly affected the implementation of the Statute of Secrecy. After the implementation of the Statute of Secrecy, the entire European magic community began to isolate the Brotherhood of Templars and the entire Italian magic community. Beauxbatons in France even recruited students from other countries, bringing all the young wizards who had awakened magic in Italy and their families to France. In this way, this so-called brotherhood gradually declined because there were not many young wizards left after Beauxbatons robbed them of their young wizards. They had no new blood and began to abduct and brainwash underage wizards." Burp. "Is it so dangerous here? And why is there no such part in the history of magic?" Harry just asked in confusion, without any doubt about his own safety. After all, the three adults around him, if you say they are unreliable in doing things, maybe, but no one would believe that they are unreliable in fighting. Sirius drank the last half of the wine in the glass. Unofficial history. "So you Hiccup told us so much? It was just Hiccup to tease us." Harry's voice instantly rose an octave. Kaysen patted Harry's head and said, all right, just treat it as a story. We ate 9 large pizzas from that mafia godfather for free, and use it as a way to digest it." Harry burped again. "You guys are too high on food. I'm burping from eating too much. How about you drink some shun-shun?" Sirius had just finished speaking when Lupin slapped him in the face. "It's okay for you to take him to read pornographic books, but now you're taking him to drink. You're really not qualified to be a godfather." In a short half hour in the bar, Harry basically kept burping without stopping. In the end, the adults had to find a hotel in advance and book 4 rooms for Harry to rest first, while the other 3 found a sunny and ventilated corner in the lobby on the first floor and took out their playing cards. "Afternoon. Are we really going to play here for a whole day?" Sirius said helplessly as he looked at the cards in his hand that were so rotten that they couldn't be any worse. "What else do you want to do?" Lupin said as he placed 2 more gold galleons in the middle of the table. "Don't you think it's a waste of our youth to just play cards here after coming out with great difficulty? This is Sicily with luxury cars, fine wine, beautiful women, and everything else. Shouldn't we 3 grown men go out and gallop on horseback?" said Sirius as he unbuttoned his collar. "No, I don't have any worldly desires. Falling in love will only slow down my exploration of alchemy." Kaysen shook his head. "Where's Remus?" Lupin blushed. "I've had a good chat with Tonks these past few days. I have a strange feeling that she seems to like me. I'll go find Harry. He will surely inherit his father's adventurous gene of riding a horse. By the way, I can find him a young love bud here," Sirius said as he stood up and walked towards the elevator. "As a godfather, can you be more serious?" Kaysen picked up a gold galleon from the table and threw it at the back of Sirius' head. Sirius, who staggered after being hit, bent down to pick up the gold galleons and rub the back of his head. "I was just kidding. I'll calm down and we'll go to the beach to bask in the sun." After saying that, he threw the gold galleons into his pocket without any courtesy and got on the elevator. After about half a minute, a loud bang suddenly sounded in the ears of Kaizen and Lupin, followed by Sirius' voice. "Did you use the disillusionment charm? What's the hurry?" Lupin asked puzzledly. "Harry is lost." Sirius suppressed, but crazy voice exploded in their ears. Kaysen and Lupin looked at each other, and the next moment one of them walked toward the front desk to check the surveillance video, while the other and Sirius walked toward the fire escape and apparat to Harry's room to see if there were any clues. Soon, Kaysen at the front desk looked at the surveillance camera for a long time. They played cards for a total of 1 hour. In this 1-hour surveillance video, no one entered Harry's room. He took a deep breath to keep his facial expression from breaking down in front of outsiders, so as to avoid the front desk staff asking him too many questions. The next moment he walked into the staircase, he teleported directly to Harry's room. Either Harry failed in his sleepwalking cosplay as man, or a damn wizard did it. Sirius and Lupin were holding their wands and carefully checking the entire room. There is indeed a magical fluctuation here, but we don't know where his track to. Okay, one of you goes back to England to find Dumbledore and ask him to check if the remaining Death Eaters know our whereabouts. One of you stays here to hold your post. The Italian wizarding world doesn't have a Ministry of Magic, but there must be someone to manage it, right? Kaysen said quickly. Beauxbatons recruits students in Italy, so France sometimes interferes with the Italian wizarding world, Sirius reminded. Then I'll go find the French Ministry of Magic. After saying this, Kaysen teleported away from the spot. French Ministry of Magic. Kaysen came to ask for help this time, so he naturally couldn't just show up in the Minister of Magic's office with a sword in hand to greet him physically. Instead, he had to use a more gentle approach. He received the reservation form at the front desk, and then found a lucky person who was waiting for the appointment manager. Which number are you? The lucky guy scratched his head. I'm a next one. What's wrong? That's fine, let's switch. Kaysen exchanged the reservation forms between the two without hesitation and casually gave him 2 kilograms of gold. Go and queue up. After finishing the job, he didn't care about the confused, lucky guy, nor did he care whether the things in the minister's office had been discussed or not. He just walked in with a physical unlocking spell. Mr. Morgan, it is not wrong that the young wizards in Italy are all taken over by France. Mr. Morgan, the French Minister of Magic, looked at the familiar face that suddenly broke in. He recalled the Daily Prophet of England and felt that the rheumatism in his arm seemed to be acting up. Morgan nodded. That's right. Since France has inherited this benefit, does it also need to bear this responsibility? Now my student Harry Potter has been kidnapped by a wizard in a Sicily hotel in Italy. The French Ministry of Magic will definitely be responsible, right? Kaysen said with a stiff smile. Morgan looked at the alchemy professor in front of him who didn't play by the rules at all and nodded subconsciously. After all, if he shook his head, he would probably have to ask where Fujita's alchemy prosthesis was made. Please tell me what happened. He disappeared from the hotel room within an hour. I've checked the surveillance records. No one has entered that room, and he hasn't walked out. It can only be magic. Now I need information on all individual wizards and wizard groups in Italy. I also need you to let the Aurors help us. Kaysen said in one breath. No problem. Morgan took a deep breath and said stiffly. Thank you, Mr. Minister. Kaysen rarely spoke human words. Oh, thank you. I have asked the head of the Auror office to come here. Now I will find the archives of the Italian wizarding world for you. You can find almost all individual wizards and wizard groups there. Morgan stood up and searched the bookshelf behind him for a while, and finally took out 2 huge file bags. The slightly larger one is the personal file bag, and the smaller one is the group file. Thank you for your help, Mr. Morgan. Kaysen opened the group file directly. After all, he didn't think that Harry, who was only 13 years old, would make enemies with a single person. Dumbledore would solve the problem in England, and he would solve the problem in Italy. Still not looking for individuals, but looking for groups. After all, maybe the wizard criminal gang wants to do the whole kidnapping and extortion business, although the probability is not high. Then he just turned to the first page, frowned, and translated the French and English briefly, and he saw a name that he had just become familiar with. Temple Brotherhood. Choo, choo, choo. You said pizza. Choo, choo, choo. Who researched it? Lamb, undefiled, lift up your right hand. In his daze, Harry heard a peaceful voice. He raised his right hand for some reason. The next moment, a sharp pain in his wrist made him subconsciously want to scream, but the sound was forcibly held back by another more strange magic at his throat. There was another hymn-like song, but I couldn't make out the specific lyrics. What's going on? Harry sat up from a cold stone slab with a grin and subconsciously rubbed the back of his head with his right hand and suddenly found that there seemed to be something hard on his wrist. He quickly looked at his wrist and saw a small silver-white crack there. Just as he was wondering, the magic wand suddenly jumped out from his wrist. What the hell? Harry cursed in panic. Although I didn't know why my wand was stuffed into my wrist, I didn't know how it was done. There was a small red strip at the end of the wand connecting to my wrist, so it didn't hurt. But now is not the time to think about those trivial things. The best news is that the wand is still in his hand. He looked up and saw a stone house, a stone bed, an old wooden table that needed pads for the legs, and a chair with half of its armrest missing. A door that looked shabby and like it could be opened with a kick. But that would be too loud, so Harry chose a more secretive approach. Era. He was halfway through reciting the spell when he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his wrist, causing him to subconsciously retract his hand, and as a result his wand accidentally touched the wooden door. The next moment the wooden door creaked open. Hiss! Now I know why they're not afraid that I will run away. Harry looked down at his wrist. His wand had already gone back into the silver gap. The severe pain just now seemed like an illusion. After flexing his wrist, he tiptoed through the door and walked out. Then he saw a man in a black robe reading a book at the door. After hearing the voice, the man looked up at Harry, gave a smile that was objectively quite kind, and continued reading the book in his hand. You won't catch me? Harry asked this cerebral palsy question as if his left and right brain were fighting each other. Keep going straight. The man looked up at Harry strangely and pointed in the direction ahead in fairly standard English. Thank you. Harry nodded awkwardly. Right now, the situation was stronger than him, and because of the severe pain from casting the spell, he probably couldn't use magic unless the wand on his wrist automatically turned into a hidden blade and hit the man in the neck. I must learn the art of transfiguration well when I get out. Harry murmured in his heart and walked forward. He passed many ordinary stone houses along the way. Until he reached the end, he saw a stone house that looked bigger than the other houses, and there were bursts of noise coming from inside. In addition, you also need to learn French. This was Harry's second thought. He was now standing in front of the stone house. He was thinking about whether he should go in or turn around and run. However, he immediately abandoned the second idea. This was a forest, and he couldn't use magic now. He might be caught before he could run more than 100 meters. Aren't you going to come in, kid? An old voice came from inside the house. Now I have to go in. Harry sighed and walked into the house. What do you think magic is? An old man wearing a maroon coarse cloth robe sat on the ground without any image. What? Innate talent. Harry was stunned for a moment and answered casually. Almost. But can fate be so selfless? Give you such powerful power for no reason? The old man twisted his neck and said, Oh, you know the answer? I don't know. I just think that since the gods have given us this power beyond that of ordinary people, do we also need to bear the corresponding responsibilities? The old man asked. Oh, what responsibility? Harry scratched the back of his head subconsciously. A lot. Protecting muggles, preserving nature, being self-disciplined and polite, repaying kindness, and believing in God. Including kidnapping children? Harry asked a pointed question. God will forgive us because we are redeeming you. Wow, the religious spirit of atonement. So putting my wand in my wrist is for my own good. Harry knew the situation was stronger than him, but he just wanted to talk trash, even if it meant getting beaten to death. Magic is a gift from God, so we naturally cannot use magic recklessly. Using magic for personal convenience and gain, unreasonably harming the weak, and using magic without believing in the true owner of magic are all not allowed. The old man explained. It sounds like you're a sect that believes in God. Excuse me, could you be the Brotherhood Templar? Harry asked tentatively. Oh, I thought they deleted us from the history books, said the old man in surprise. Actually they did. Harry muttered softly. That means they are afraid. Really? I mean, can you really beat them? Harry looked at the old man's arm sticking out from his sleeve and clearly saw a silver mark on his wrist, so he asked again. Just a bunch of chickens and dogs. The old man shook his head. You mean you used this thing to beat them into a pulp? Harry showed his wrist. After all, he doubted whether this kind of painful spell casting could really beat those normal wizards. Of course. Are you very skeptical? The old man stretched out his hand, and an old-looking magic wand slipped out from his wrist, with a small flame coming out of it. Oh, my classmate can do this too. Harry felt embarrassed for the old man in front of him. This is the difference in understanding. The old man stood up and walked to the oak barrel in the corner of the room. He filled a glass of wine with a rusty goblet and placed it on a table. Then blood strangely oozed from the tip of his wand, flowed into the wine glass, and merged with the wine. Harry swallowed. What the hell is this? We believe in the Trinity, magic, gods, and blood, and this is the sacred blood, the magical blood, given to us by gods, the old man explained. Oh, I respect that, but I'm sorry, I'm underage and can't drink, Harry said, taking a step back. Of course I know. This is for me. Harry breathed a sigh of relief. I squeezed orange juice for you, the old man said in a shocking tone. Ah. Harry stared in amazement as the old man took out from somewhere a juicer that was not much cleaner than the cup in the hogshead bar, and there was orange-yellow liquid inside. Another glass of blood-stained orange juice appeared in front of Harry. Please drink this glass of orange juice. It represents that your magic and your bloodline will be deeply bound to the gods from now on, the old man said without forcing. Oh, can I choose not to drink? Harry took a step back again. You may think that we are a closed and backward wizard organization. Please don't refute me. I can see that. But please rest assured that the Temple Brotherhood just doesn't focus on physical enjoyment, but you can get rest for your mind and soul. Harry frowned, but soon his brows relaxed again because he saw a figure wearing a monocle appeared behind the old man. With his backing back up again, he immediately began to demonstrate his language skills. To be honest, I am very skeptical. I can help you solve your problem. The old man did not notice anything unusual and continued smiling. You said that your Temple Brotherhood is much more powerful than ordinary wizards? Then why do they occupy the whole of Europe, while you're just in this small woods? Harry once again asked a headache-inducing question. And you said that you want to protect ordinary people because that is the responsibility of people with magic. Then why weren't you there when Voldemort persecuted Muggles in England 13 years ago, but instead it was those so-called ordinary wizards who betrayed God, Dumbledore, and the Ministry of Magic who fought Voldemort? Harry once again killed the conversation. And I remember that you once cooperated with the church to launch a witch hunt. You used sweet words to the young wizards while burning the adult wizards to charcoal. So is the God you believe in the same as the God of the church? If so, why doesn't God give magic to the believers who truly believe in him? Instead, he gives it to ordinary wizards who don't believe in him. If not, then why are you connected with a group of people you think are pagans? Aren't you really ambitious people who are kneeling down to lick the 2 gold coins from the church? On the one hand, you are begging for mercy from the powerful church with the gold coins, and on the other hand, you are attacking ordinary and scattered wizards and eliminating dissidents. But once ordinary wizards unite, you will be like rats in the gutter, hiding in the woods of Sicily, talking about so-called groundless responsibilities. In fact, you're just villains who snatched little wizards from their parents and relatives. You are not even as good as the church in the Middle Ages. At least their churches really gave candies to children, but your church trains one magic scout after another. It seems that the statute of secrecy has completely become your fig leaf. Because of it, you can hide in this grove with a clear conscience and do whatever you want without worrying about the believers below asking you why you don't go out and kill all the pagans. You can directly say it's because of the statute of secrecy, but the sad thing is that the statute of secrecy is indeed your enemy, an armor that ordinary wizards have unintentionally compiled for you to protect you. Compared to people like you, rather than joining you, it would be better for me to take my wand and fight Voldemort alone. At least I might be able to curse him before I die, and maybe even tear off a piece of his flesh. You guys are sucking the stinking pus and blood from the dark side of Muggles, while brandishing the butcher knife at innocent wizards. In comparison, Voldemort is much more magnanimous. At least he never hides the bad things he has done. If you ask me, the most regrettable and incomprehensible thing on this innocent land of Sicily, Italy, is why that sick Mount Etna didn't just explode in the middle of the night and melt you all into the world's most smelly obsidian. Harry said all this in one breath, and then sadly discovered that there was nothing here that could moisten his throat. The old man took a deep breath and was about to refute Harry again when a small silver wine jug flew out from behind him and landed steadily in front of Harry. "Thank me. Today I poured you grape juice instead of wine." Kaysen reached out and patted the old man on the shoulder. "Shouldn't we have a good talk about adult matters?" The old man sighed and looked at the silver mark on his right wrist. Kaysen behind him and Harry in front of him both knew that it was his wand. The old man just looked at the silver mark on his right wrist, then dropped his hand the next moment. Then he suddenly raised his left hand. There was a larger silver notch on his left wrist, and a silver blade suddenly stretched out from it, like a hidden dagger. The Brotherhood of the Templars, you should call it the Brotherhood of the Assassins. Kaysen pinched the hidden blade that was flying towards him with 2 fingers and said with a sneer, "Maybe because I'm old and I've heard a lot about your name, Professor Kaysen." The old man sighed and murmured, "To this day I still don't know how a person like me who plays with alchemy got such a big reputation." Kaysen picked his ear with his little finger helplessly. The Brotherhood has always been lenient towards talented people. Listening to what the old man said, Kaysen put his hand that had just finished cleaning his ear back in. He was now deeply wondering if this group of people involved in a cult had also gone evil in their brains. After all, compared to this old noob in front of him, he should be the one begging him to go easy on him. "What do you want to say?" The old man smiled and said, "I will give you a chance to join the Brotherhood of the Temple." Kaysen nodded. He shouldn't have said a single word to this idiot, but at this point, he still had to show some basic courtesy. "This way, you can withstand my 9-shot spell." The old man smiled and said, "Then you can join. In that case, I'll bring the space-based Dragon Slayer cannon." Kaysen said, and then he started at 0 frame. "I'll help. I am taking the 3rd test today. Please bless me." The old man blocked the first probing attack and said with a grin, "The death of the body is not the end. If you really want to kill me, you still need to defeat me in terms of will." The old man shook his head. "Yeah, you're right, alpaca." The next moment, a simplest withered skull directly drilled into the old man's chest. The next moment, this old man who didn't even deserve a name slowly withered and turned into ashes. "Professor, I think you're a little too quick." Harry raised his wrist with a bitter look, the silver mark still remaining there. "Hey, take out your magic wand so I can see what this is," Kaysen asked, squatting down. Harry nodded, and with just a thought, his wand was spat out with a blood vessel still attached to the end. "Damn, that's so cool." Sirius appeared behind the 2 of them at some point and exclaimed in admiration as he looked at the wand connected to Harry's blood vessels. "Have you finished cleaning up those guys outside? You're just wandering around here," Kaysen said with a twitch on his scalp. "Well, it's all done. Lupin and the French Aurors are counting the bodies outside now, so they don't need mine," Sirius said aggrievedly, and then looked at Harry. "This thing is really cool, but this thing hurts. It hurts so much that I can't even cast an unlocking spell now," Harry said with a gritted teeth. "Then let's find a way to get rid of this thing," Sirius said with a changed expression in an instant. "The Godfather's love is deep." Kaysen sighed and began to study the vein on Harry's wrist. "Is there anyone alive out there? If there are no survivors outside, old Dang would be the last one to die," Sirius said helplessly. The 3 of them fell into a strange silence for a moment, but fortunately Lupin, who came in from outside, broke the atmosphere. "We can go back now. The next step is the work of Dumbledore and the French Ministry of Magic. Are there any survivors?" Kaysen asked. "No." Lupin shook his head. "Okay." Kaysen sighed, but he quickly patted Harry on the shoulder. "Trust me." As soon as he finished speaking, the magic field enveloped the few people, and they returned to the hotel almost instantly. "What's wrong with Harry?" Lupin was very sensitive, and he noticed that Harry was shrouded in a faint feeling of suicidal desire. It should be a special magic transformation of the Brotherhood of the Temple. Harry is now integrated with his wand. After Kaysen finished explaining, Lupin came over curiously to take a look. Until he saw Harry's veins and the wand, he also said that sentence. "Wow, what a cool chicken." "You two said almost exactly the same thing," Harry said helplessly. "Yeah." Kaysen looked carefully at the connection between Harry's wand and blood vessels through his monocle. "With my attainments in human chain metal, I have two pieces of news to tell you. One is that your human chain metal is irreversible. You must be careful to remove your weapon in the future, because when the wand flies out, it is very likely that your blood vessels will be pulled out and then bounce back. Harry simulated the scene in his mind and felt a chill. What about the good news? Kaysen raised his eyebrows. The good news is that I attended medical courses when I was in school. I think my skills are pretty good. I can help you remove the pain nerves in this section. Ah, Harry was a little dazed. Professor, how many classes have you taken? When the medical students were studying cadavers, I was decorating cabinets for them. I took a look in my spare time. They happened to be talking about pain nerves at that time. After Kaysen finished speaking, he waved his hand casually, and tiny squares firmly controlled Harry's arm. I'm sorry, Harry. Please get some sleep. As soon as Kaysen finished speaking, before he could even take out the anvil, Lupin quickly cast a stunning spell on Harry. Oh, it seems that we have a good understanding of each other, Kaysen said, and took out a small diamond sword. Lupin came over and asked, Do you know medicine? Kaysen shook his head. I was just teasing Harry. Although I know medicine, I know alchemy. I just reshaped Harry's wrist and added a few small details. Then why do you use that blue knife? Sirius came closer and said, Flesh and blood are weak, and you've heard of alchemical ascension. I can't really let Harry die by being Expelliarmus, so I have to give him some means of counterattack. Sirius listened to Kaysen's human-like language while watching his increasingly wild tactics. Finally, he broke down and turned his back. How bizarre, he exclaimed. Is this really just a small detail? Another Lupin, who had turned his back early, echoed. The two of them just listened to the horrible sound that sounded like renovation work. They wanted to leave, but were worried. They wanted to watch, but were still heartbroken. So they stood there passively for half an hour in such a conflicted state. Half an hour later, Harry woke up, and then he looked at the silver mark on his wrist. Why does it feel bigger? Because it now has two modes, Mode 1 and Mode 2, and a passive mode, Kaysen explained. Harry looked at him blankly. I don't understand. You could just think in your mind, Mode 1 or Mode 2. Harry nodded, and then quickly pulled his wand out. This was normal, and he could also feel that there was something a little bit wrong with his wand or wrist. He casually cast a spell and said in surprise, It doesn't hurt anymore. Sirius nodded. It's good that it doesn't hurt. Harry did not answer, but listened to what Kaysen said and activated the second mode. The next moment, the original wand was suddenly covered and fixed by a layer of silver-white scales. It became a snow-white hidden blade. F***K. This guy's so handsome. I want one too, Kaizen. Sirius shouted without any reserve from the previous second. Unlike Sirius and Lupin, Harry looked at the hidden blade on his wrist in confusion. What's the use of this? When you can't defeat someone with magic, maybe you can choose to fight the enemy in close combat. Of course, the enemy is very close to you. Kaysen touched his chin and made up such a reason. After all, he couldn't say that he did it to look cool, right? Okay, Harry thought and put away his hidden blade. What about the passive ability? Sirius, give Harry an Expelliarmus, said Kaysen. Sirius temporarily suppressed the idea of asking Kaysen to equip him with a hidden blade. He took out his wand and used a light disarmament technique. As the red light of Expelliarmus fell on Harry, the next moment Harry uncontrollably raised his arm and aimed it at Sirius. And then a stream of light suddenly flew out from his wrist and headed straight for Sirius. Lupin quickly used magic to block the streak of light. Kaysen walked over and picked up a piece of iron the size of a fingernail. He could still see the weapon entry on it through his monocle. Use this method to offset the damage caused by your weapon to Harry and catch the enemy by surprise. Excellent idea. Dumbledore appeared in front of them like a ghost and commented, Next time I should bring my charged ender pearl as well. Kaysen sighed and complained. That would make me sad. Dumbledore came over and looked at the small piece of metal. Will this little thing be useful one day? Kaysen shook his head. No, I built a replicator in a Harry's wrist. The only drawback is that it'll be very troublesome for Harry to go through security checks in the future. I can apparate. That should be possible, right? Harry added halfway through his sentence, distrusting himself. This has no impact. After hearing the answer, Harry visibly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Harry and Sirius were studying the powerful hidden blade here, while Lupin was discussing serious matters with Dumbledore. Is it settled? Dumbledore nodded. It has been solved, but because of the chain reaction caused by your unauthorized entry and exit, the Ministry of Magic has canceled your funding of 300 galleons a day. After all, if it weren't for that, you'd have to pick up trash with forks when Diagon Alley is most crowded, and you are not allowed to use magic. Oh, our European trip is ruined now. Maybe we have to go directly to Romania next. Kaysen said dejectedly. Cheer up a bit. At least there's the Quidditch World Cup during this holiday, so it won't be so boring. Dumbledore comforted him. The so-called sports meet only appealed to me during my elementary school years, because the nuns in the orphanage would give me pocket money at that time, Kaysen complained. I'm sorry about that, Dumbledore said and walked towards Harry. After all, he also wanted to see what the cool hidden blade looked like. Kaysen pulled Dumbledore back and took out the trident that he had automatically picked up in the sea. I remind you again that as a qualified professor, you also need to respect the elders. Dumbledore kept chattering. Kaysen didn't pay attention to Dumbledore's repetitive words, but put his arm around Dumbledore's shoulders affectionately. Principal, can you give us a piece of armor to protect us and broaden our horizons? Although Dumbledore didn't know what kind of medicine was in Kaysen's gourd this time, he nodded and waved his wand, and an invisible air film enveloped his body. There are also different levels of armor. Most ordinary people's armor only roughly covers the whole body with magic power, which may be able to defend against a few spells. However, the armor cast by more powerful wizards is like wearing a layer of armor on the body. Dumbledore's was even more exaggerated. His armor was like the deep sea, as if it could swallow up all the spells. Kaysen carefully held the trident and gently touched Dumbledore's armor. The next moment, the armor shattered. They both made doubtful sounds at the same time. You're kidding me? Kaysen asked. Of course I'm not that bored. Dumbledore shook his head. Oh my God, the magic on this trident is really powerful. Kaysen muttered as he looked at the trident in his hand. This trident was very interesting. He noticed its extraordinariness from the moment he used it for the first time, and it instantly crushed the entire upper body of the drowned corpse. The trident seen through the monocle was essentially just ordinary steel. What made it powerful was the strange magic on it. Unfortunately, the underlying code of the magic did not look like runes, and with the power of the monocle, he could only barely see one word clearly. Destroy. The rest are the miscellaneous magics on it. I can understand those, but they're just ordinary protective magics that protect the trident from being corroded in sea water. They are of no great use. The only thing that can be of use to me right now is that ancient destructive magic. After all, his current strength was in a slightly awkward position. To put it nicely, he was not as good as the best, but better than the worst. He cannot beat Dumbledore, but he could still beat ordinary wizards. But to put it bluntly, it is neither high nor low. The chaos it can cause is huge, but the real lethality it can cause is just so. After all, no matter how powerful the Wither Skull is, no matter how complex the compound magic is, no matter how treacherous the Ender Slice is when it encounters the Wild Chimera, isn't it just a simple scrape? When you really encounter single-target damage, nothing is as useful as the simplest Avada. And this magical magic that can penetrate Dumbledore-level armor as easily as penetrating tofu, if he can make it his own enchantment magic, it can really be said to be his best upgrade material at present. After all, a magic with full attack power only deals 20 points of damage, which is just enough to kill a healthy person, but you can avoid most of the damage by simply blocking it with armor or something like that. The same goes for Wither Skeletons and compound magic. Their records are impressive, but they are all based on an information gap. What he lacked now was a high damage method that would preferably ignore defense, and this suspected ancient destructive magic just gave him a direction. My main attribute is MC. My main occupation is Civil Engineering Architect. My secondary occupation is PvP Boss, and below their Professor, Alchemist, and Wizard. Naturally, I cannot use the wizard's thinking to trap myself in a dead end. After all, for a cube man, even the single target damage caused by super-level magic is definitely not as abstract as the Sword of Universal Domination. What he should do now is to perform another exciting alchemy ascension like Harry. It's time to give those old guys some physical attack value shocks. Kaysen, your smile is so weird. Lupin patted Kaysen's shoulder and asked a little worriedly. Oh, it's okay. Kaysen wiped the tears from the corners of his mouth and shook his head while holding the trident and imagining the future. He said, I just thought of something happy. Oh, again, Dumbledore complained. The mechanical priest I drew myself still has no talent for painting. Hey, Dumbledore, do you recognize this kind of magic? Kaysen suddenly remembered something and handed the trident in his hand, and the monocle stuck in his eye socket to Dumbledore. Dumbledore held the monocle in one hand, looked at the trident, and shook his head. You can't expect an old man to know all the magic in the world. Well, I was thinking of taking a shortcut. Kaysen put on the lenses helplessly and put away the trident again. His own upgrade plan would have to wait until he finished what he had done now, at least after returning from Romania. Dumbledore took Harry out alone again, talked to him for a few words, and then returned to Hogwarts. With the adults running away, today once again became the world of the young. I still want to go to the beach. Sirius suggested. No problem, provided you don't do anything unnecessary with Harry. Lupin said seriously. Oh, of course. Come to think of it, who do you all take me for? Really? Sirius said, pushing Harry's shoulder and leaving the room. What about you? As the two of them ran away again, Lupin looked at Kaysen and asked, I remember this hotel has a bar, right? Kaysen suggested. Well, let's go. Lupin was silent for a moment, then agreed decisively. The next morning, the four of them got up early, checked out, and walked toward the sparsely populated woods in Sicily. Do we really have to ride that little wooden plane again? I think flying brooms or airplanes and trains are all good. At least they won't be struck by lightning, Harry said with some lingering fear. But it turns out my plane was only missing 2 propellers, which is perfectly safe, and security is a problem these days. And you don't want to have to explain to security personnel how you got that complicated contraption inside your wrist, Kaysen explained. Okay. Harry sat on a tree stump with little interest, but soon his eyes widened again, because he clearly saw how Kaysen used a bunch of unrelated materials to build a twin-propeller airplane like Lego. There's something damn sweet about this plane, and it has these big wings that don't go with the propellers at all. Relax, if the propeller really breaks down again this time, we can still use these 2 wings to glide to Romania. Kaysen made a not particularly funny joke. Do you want me to lend you my coat? Sirius asked Harry. I'm used to it, Harry explained. Soon, several people got on the plane again. Since there was no runway, they chose the helicopter mode this time. Harry, who was sitting in the back seat, asked another question. Professor, where does your plane's energy come from? You all are. He absorbs the magic power emitted from the wizard as energy. It is clean and environmentally friendly. Kaysen explained. Won't this kind of machine be disturbed by magic like ordinary machines? After all, ordinary chain gold machines can't work in places where magic is too strong, which will increase the failure rate of the machine. Do you think I'm some third-rate alchemist? Would I make such a low-level mistake? This traditional machine can not only highly contact magic, but may also fill the gap in the wizarding world where there is no mechanization. Kaysen retorted, but does the wizarding world need automation? After all, the entire English wizarding world is less than 5 digits. Sirius didn't quite understand this behavior. It is still very necessary. For example, it takes a potion master like Severus half a year to brew a dose of elixir. If we use mechanization and automation and add the magic power of potion masters to the mechanical assembly line, we can greatly increase the output of potions, and the processing of potion materials can also be completely handed over to machines. This is much more efficient than having a wizard cast a skinning spell on each little thing one by one. Or we can mass-produce chain gold equipment, such as flying brooms or various defensive equipment. Only then can the free wizards enjoy the benefits of productivity development and do what they really want to do, such as studying magic, world exploration, love, and poetry. Wow, I seem to have heard something incredible. But wouldn't the pureblood families not be able to make money then? They won't agree to that. Sirius poured a bucket of cold water on the situation in time. By that time, there may not be many pureblood families left, and our final task will be to prevent the emergence of new pureblood families. I think it is relatively easy for Dumbledore, Kaysen explained. Oh, I hope your wish comes true. That's all I can say. However, preventing the emergence of new pureblood families is the most difficult thing, which is 1,000,000 times more difficult than the so-called magic automation. Sirius said, "Why? Because you can't stop people from yearning for a better life, even though this so-called better life may not be entirely good for others. Maybe, in the wild times, everyone was equal. Everyone could endure hunger and be used as a teething stick by the tigers and lions. Nowadays, although there are different levels of office workers, you can make a phone call and have takeout delivered to your door. Which life is better? This is a philosophical question. At least I hope you succeed. Me too, just hoping." Italy and Romania are not particularly far away, at least for airplanes. Although they are not particularly close for this DIY small plane, at least a few people found a remote place and could find a restaurant to enjoy lunch after getting off the plane. Finally, he got back on the plane and flew along the way according to the address given by Dumbledore. Finally, the plane slowly passed through a layer of magic film, and in an instant it seemed as if he had arrived in another world. Kaysen ignored the giant dragons lying twisted on the ground. He only saw a group of small black dots waving glow sticks at him below. "Professor, is this the dragon farm in Romania?" Harry said as he looked at the giant dragons lying on their backs one after another below. "Obviously, yes. You must be Professor Kaysen, right? My younger brother and his family often talk about you." A wizard with red hair, who looked like a Weasley, walked over. "Nice to meet you, Bill. They always tell me about you." Kaysen took 2 quick steps and hugged the man. "Thank you, but my name is Charlie." Charlie hugged Kaysen and said, "Oh, sorry." Kaysen said awkwardly, "It doesn't matter. I have to thank you for taking care of my brothers in Hogwarts. It's nothing. It's what a professor should do." The 3 people behind Kaysen looked at Kaysen and Charlie, who were bragging about each other endlessly, and used their eyes to make a voice chat within the team with some helplessness. Do they know each other? Why are they chatting so happily? Sirius asked. "You don't understand. This is necessary courtesy for adults," Harry explained. "Oh, actually I'm more of an adult than you, Harry." Sirius complained speechlessly. "Haha, 2 childish ghosts." Lupin rolled his eyes faintly. On the other side, Kaysen and Charlie finally got through the politeness. The former suddenly said, "This job requires at least someone who can control the 3-headed dragon. At least, after all, there may be some force majeure situations at that time." "Understood. We will at least deploy a team capable of controlling 4 dragons." Charlie nodded decisively. "Also, here is a letter from Dumbledore. Perhaps you need to take a look at it. It's addressed to the factory manager here." Kaysen looked at Lupin and motioned for him to take out the letter of recommendation Dumbledore gave him. "No problem. Let's go find the factory manager first." Several people followed Charlie into the inner park of the dragon farm. During the time, Harry couldn't hide his curiosity everywhere he looked, and of course there were everyone else except Charlie and Sirius. The former is because he is an employee here, and the latter because before the Black family declined, they invested in several dragon farms. Sirius is the young master of a legitimate dragon farm. "There are so many dragons here," Harry exclaimed quietly. "It's not a lot, actually. There are conservatively no less than 700 dragon eggs stored in the warehouse. But because the dragon's territory is so large, even though they are now in captivity, they will still attack each other if there are too many dragons. So we can only wait until the number of dragons is reduced to a very low level before we take out some dragon eggs from the warehouse to hatch." Charlie explained. "Won't dragon eggs rot like chicken eggs?" Harry regretted asking this question the next moment, because it was such a stupid question. In fact, it won't. Last year, The warehouse took out a dragon egg that was 500 years old, and it still hatched successfully. Charlie said, pointing to a young dragon in the distance who was using a tree as a tickle. That one was hatched from a dragon egg that was 500 years old. Harry nodded. We should really take Hagrid with us. He will love it here. Charlie nodded. Indeed. How is Hagrid now? Harry shrugged. Great. He was the professor of care of magical creatures last term. Then I should really congratulate him. Okay, we're here. The 2-meter-tall, muscular old man over there who is grabbing the dragon scales and beating him is the factory director. Several people looked in the direction Charlie pointed and saw a burly middle-aged man who looked like an Astartes holding up the scales on the neck of a giant dragon and giving instructions. Oh my God, is this a wizard? Lupin swallowed and approached Charlie gently. He won't take it out on his employees if he's angry, right? How could that be? There are dragons here, Charlie said, waving his hands. Neos. They are coming. Neos, who was cosplaying as the evil Batman facing the dragon fiercely, turned around and jumped directly to the ground the next moment. Hello. Kaysen swallowed his saliva as he looked at the man in front of him who was not much younger than Hagrid. The carbon-based creature's instinct still drove him to be a little timid. Then he quickly pushed Lupin in front of him. Hurry. This is an opportunity for the boss to directly hire. Lupin showed an embarrassed expression and took out the letter written by Dumbledore and handed it to Neos. I was recommended by Dumbledore to work here. Neos took the envelope and looked at it, then looked up at Lupin. Welcome to join us. Kaysen and Sirius breathed a sigh of relief. After all, according to the conventional routine, this situation could generally be divided into two ways. One is that Neos frightened Lupin and finally got the job smoothly with Lupin's courage. Secondly, Neos was a generous person, and perhaps the two of them successfully got the job after having a few drinks. However, the two indispensable plots were that Neos patted Lupin's shoulder with his big hand like a palm leaf fan and successfully killed half of his life. However, the two of them did not see this scene. Unfortunately, Neos just nodded calmly, without any of the recklessness that a man of his physique should have. Of course, this was not the case for humans. To the wizards, he still had the magical posture of instructing, which had the beauty of the park. But Neos soon left to look for long, leaving the others staring at each other. But Charlie soon broke the awkward atmosphere. Shall we go sign the contract? Let's go. Several people walked towards the few buildings in the dragon farm, and soon Charlie picked out more than 40 strong wizards and walked over. Kaysen took out a contract from his pocket. It not only contains a magic contract, but also a confidentiality agreement that you must abide by. Charlie looked back at his colleagues, then blinked in surprise because Lupin, who was supposed to stand on Kaysen's side, appeared in their small team without knowing when. He was still chatting with the wizard next to him very naturally for fear that he would take out Sima at the next moment and disperse on the spot. But poor Lupin didn't realize that this magic contract was used to restrain the wizards at the dragon farm. For him, the absence of this contract was important. After all, he is also a member of Hogwarts and has been a professor for a year. He should be able to teach young wizards with twice the result with half the effort, and naturally cannot be restricted by a magic contract. Sirius and Harry behind Kaysen kept sending team voice messages to Lupin, and finally succeeded in contacting him when it was almost his turn to sign the magic contract. It's so cold today. I was frozen after walking outside for a while.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.